What is happening, Tori? What is going on?
Not much. I'm in my kitchen making cinnamon rolls.
Make a cinnamon roll? I want one. You gotta send some my way.
It'll be nasty by the time it gets to you.
Oh, jelly, I'm jelly. What is happening, people? Happy Monday.
I'll have to do some of these next time I come down.
Yo, yeah. And what a Monday it is. What a Monday it is. So much stuff happened in the past 24 hours. And I was informed of something like right towards the end of the day today. And wow. I am literally like, this is hilarious. I'm kind of excited about it, though. I'm definitely excited about it. Anyway, hello, everyone. Hello. That's right. Monday. Link if you want to. Yeah, I sent your link if you want to come on, Ray. It should be in your email. So anyhow, the amended complaint came in today. And there's still 10. And they removed Patty Plummer, and then they added Richard Luthmann. And I was like, are you freaking kidding me? I'm like, wow. Okay, so this...
He's so been there since the beginning.
And, it's funny because the other day I saw, because he threw out there that he was gonna add a bunch more people. So I thought, okay, watch they add Richard and Mike, So I'm like, this will be funny. And then today again, and they added Richard, not Volpe. What happened there? I wonder if he feels left out. Let's ask him. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. How's it going with you? So yeah, I always like to get sued. No, I'm kidding. I got sued twice by the same guy, and it wasn't that fun. But I don't know why he didn't add me. But can I say a few things about? And I think I can do this. So what he added with Mr. Luthmann, it's pretty frivolous. So he this is Luthmann acts and Luthmann's furtherance of Week's scheme.
Weeks, that cracks me up. Sorry.
Dave has a scheme?
Right, but hold on. So here is the evidence that Richard Luthmann was a part of your scheme. On about January 28, 2025, Luthmann wrote the following email regarding Mr. Hales to the Anti-Defamation League, which stated in pertinent part, are you offended by Jeremy Hales, Matthew Louis Lewis, and Megan Fox's poisonous rhetoric, anti-Semitism, and wickedness? Sometimes it's better to chase an ambulance or dog bite case than to represent a cabal of despicable people who would condone dangerous attitudes that condone anti-Semitism, eugenics, and mass murder. No legal fee is worth the damage done to your soul. I'm not sure if he wrote that to the ADL. I make a simple offer, and it's not so much of an offer as a plea to your humanity. Please, Jeremy, Matthew, Megan, and your group, put the anti-Semitism to rest. Put the charged language to rest. I think most of these emails weren't even to the Anti-Defamation League, but writing an email to the Anti-Defamation League and asking them to weigh in on Jeremy Hales referring to Bruce Matzkin, a Jewish person, as Deuce Foreskin is not defamatory. It's
factual.
Right. He's practicing. Well, it's an opinion and it's subjective, so it's not.
It's factual that he called Bruce that.
Correct. That's factual. Yeah. And he's allowed to ask I did that. How do you think I got Beitar to weigh in? Because I reached out to them and asked them if they wanted to weigh in. So there's nothing defamatory in what he was doing. And I think most of them are like that. So the next one, on or about January 26th.
Well, let me before you move on. I just have to say I definitely don't want to offend if somebody doesn't want to be a part of this lawsuit, but I am so excited because I know this is going to be so much more humorous now. And I have to ask Richard how he feels. So let me just bring him on because he's here too. What's up, Richard? You are muted.
Yo, I'm up. Listen. I get this thing. I am in Hollywood Beach, Florida. right?
Nice.
I am chilling in Hollywood Beach, and I get this thing popping on my phone that this maniac is going to sue me. I don't know what he's suing me for, right? I'm one of these morons that paid money to go to law school, and I still don't know what the hell he's suing me for. But I think it's going to be a lot of fun. You know what? I'm right next to Senor Frogs. I think I'm going to go. I'm going to let Mike talk because he was telling her the story, but he keep me on because I'll keep it muted. And I'm going to go to Senor Frogs and start taking shots of tequila to celebrate getting sued by Jeremy Hales. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go live on your show to Senor Frogs and start lining up shots of tequila to celebrate being sued by the sleaziest man in the universe, Jeremy Hales, because Mike is doing a good job explaining. So I'm going to go. There's nothing more I can add to Mike's explanation. So I'm going to go drink it. Okay.
For the record, I did not go drinking when I got sued.
Enjoy.
Here's on or about January 26, 2025. Luthmann wrote the following via email to the YouTube channel, That Umbrella Guy, who creates online programming about Hales and Mr. Hales on his YouTube channel. Quote, I'm not like Megan Fox, who gets paid by Jeremy Hales for coverage in a combination of quid pro quo, traffic, sex, and or candy, in my learned opinion. I believe he did send that email to Tug. I don't know what Shackett that is thinks is defamatory about that. He's allowed to send an email and suggest that Megan and Hales have a quid pro quo relationship, as if they don't. He's constantly promoting her, and she's constantly putting out pro Hales coverage. But even if that wasn't true, you can make the assertion. So he makes it in an email to Todd, and so the next, and then he makes another email that he refers to Shackett, that is, and then it says also in 2025. Luthmann posted a video, quote, revenge porn of Mr. Hale as Adolf Hitler, adding a Hitler mustache. And yes, he did. And you know what? I guess Randall Shackett, he didn't see a really good movie that he should see. It's called The People versus Larry Flint. Do you know what's true and sad? Larry Flint, the guy who did Hustler, I think he made Hustler.
Right.
He did one of the porn magazines. That guy understood the First Amendment better than 99.9% of Americans throughout history.
Right? Yeah. I saw it.
As part of his fight, he said the First Amendment covers me. I want to make porn, and the First Amendment should allow me. And the Supreme Court agreed with him. But as part of it, he did this. He did this satirical story about Jerry Falwell. I think he was into gay sex in the story, and it was obvious that it was a fake. And the Supreme Court said satire is always covered. And so Jeremy, when he makes you an Adolf Hitler mustache, that is satire. It's protected. You can't sue for that. He's allowed to say you're kind of like Adolf Hitler. It's just
It's not defamation. It's not.
So let me find.
We got more. Hang on. Richard's back. We lost Richard, so let's add Richard. But guys, here we go. I know you guys have been waiting a little bit for this. Here he is, Bruce. What's up, Bruce?
Oh my God, that's a lot of pressure.
Welcome, guys. Welcome. So let's just talk about all this. Go ahead, Mike, if you still have your other one. I just want to bring Bruce on.
I want to read one more, and then I'll make the point. So the next one, he says, Luthmann and all defendants agreed to intentionally participate in a civil conspiracy amongst themselves with other individuals, for the purpose of which was to commit violations of Florida's Deceptive and Unfair Trade Practices Act. You can say that, and that's fine, but he hasn't said how they participated in the conspiracy. And so this lawsuit has the same problem that the first one had, which is that you can't respond to it because you don't know what he's saying you did wrong. And that's a shotgun pleading. And he's already been warned that his lawsuit is a shotgun pleading. And it's different. It's not word for word the same, but there's very few differences between the lawsuit as it's amended and the original lawsuit. And I don't know what they're thinking, because if they're in an objective court, not only will it be thrown out, but Shockett's got problems. He's already been sanctioned once. He's facing more sanctions. If he gets a lawsuit thrown out for frivolous, you're looking at some bar complaints with some meat on the bones. But I don't know. I guess he's not worried about a variety of bar complaints for unethical conduct that are clearly coming.
Whoops. Sorry. I'm just trying to get Ray a link here. Sorry. He said he didn't have it. I sent everybody a link. So if y'all want to,
where are you, Rich?
Richard's at Senior Frogs.
He's out and about and he decided to join us.
He's celebrating.
Yeah, he's
celebrating. He's celebrating.
He got upset. He was having a drink.
Mission accomplished.
Right? I am. I'm like so excited. When I saw that, I was like, oh my God. This is going to be insane. And I'm reading through this. So now it's not just Jeremy Hales versus, now it's his, his elephant shoe and his DBA. And then it's all about the Weeks conspiracy. And I'm like, hold on, wait a second. This ecosystem was created because of a quip from Bruce in some kind of conversation with Shara about an anti-Hales ecosystem. And now all of a sudden it's Weeks's, meaning he thinks it's mine because that is not my name. But he thinks it's my conspiracy. And I brought everybody all along, onto this. Right. This is crazy.
Look, he doesn't say how you brought them along.
No, he can't. It's not real.
He has to make it a lawsuit that survives the first motion to dismiss.
It's
so
ridiculous.
When he doesn't, that's a huge problem.
Yeah.
Look, let me find it. How does he say it? Oh, yeah, look, like Raymond recommends viewers to watch the YouTube channels of Teschendorf Weeks, Kesey, and Luthmann, and Raymond has appeared with Teschendorf Weeks and Kesey, thus displaying their relationship as joint tortfeasors. So, first of all, that's frivolous. Second of all, that's what Andrew Tate and his brother, they tried the same thing. They filed an equally frivolous lawsuit, and they claimed that it was a conspiracy because all of the people would appear on the same Twitter version of the stream, whatever that's called, Twitter Live.
Right. Ray, welcome, Ray.
Look, they were on this live together and that live together, and that means they're a part of the same conspiracy. And I think it's extremely slimy and dangerous because it sends the message: don't go on people's streams, don't go on people's lives, don't go on people's shows, or we're going to consider you part of our said conspiracy. But Jeremy Hales is now in the same class as the Tate brothers. He's not that much better than those guys. But this lawsuit is pretty similar to the Tate brothers lawsuit. We covered it a few weeks ago because I noticed a bunch of similarities. But they're doing the same techniques.
Yeah, look, Peculiar makes a good point. Why isn't Shara part of the conspiracy? She was on the same live stream.
He started it.
Yep.
Right.
Oh, she's in her own little tizzy right now because she likes to use people's logos and stuff like that as part of her content.
I heard she had some YouTube legal issues yesterday.
Yeah.
Sucks to be her.
Yeah, she shouldn't do that. Anyhow, so she's got her own little thing that she thinks she's going to be getting away with, but that's a whole different story. Anyway, yes, it was Christy. Ray, welcome, Ray. You okay? There we go. We can see you now. Richard. Oh my goodness. He's excited, I think. He's happy, he's celebrating he got added to this lawsuit.
I get my I'm here for the pajama party.
Looking good, Ray. Looking good. Oh my gosh. So Ray, what do you think about this new amended complaint? Did you get to read it at all?
I didn't even know it was there.
Yeah, you know what? I was totally doing something else, and all of a sudden I check my email and I see a woohoo in there, and I'm like, what? What happened? What's going on? And I'm like, oh my god, okay, so the amended complaint came in, and then I saw it, and I was literally just like, this is going to be amusing. This is going to be fun now. I just couldn't believe it. And I'm wondering, Mike, why are you not added?
I don't know. Why weren't we added to the first one? But, so can I read the Helm portion?
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. So
it's a lot. The whole thing is so
Helm's lawyer, Christopher Gage, who wrote an excellent motion, in my opinion. So Helm triggered all of this by his lawyer saying that this is so vague we can't respond. So in the new amended motion, it says Helm is a competitor of Hales for internet sales and marketing and as host or operator of a YouTube channel called MLS, where he refers to himself as God of Law, with a current YouTube subscription base of over 3,000 people. Helm's YouTube channel has an online store selling merchandise, gets tips. Helm has expended and continues to expend substantial time and resources into acquiring subscribers, providing ongoing programming, and maintaining a relationship. In early 2004, Helm appeared on a YouTube live stream with Hales and seemed very friendly to Mr. Hales. Helm asked Mr. Hales to join him on a live stream to play Legos with him, which is something Helm enjoys doing on his YouTube channel. Mr. Hales did not respond to Helms regarding playing Legos with Helm on Helm's live stream. Thereafter, Helm saw a photo of Mr. Hales playing Legos with Larry Foreman, who operates a YouTube channel with a current subscriber base of over 497,000 people, the DUI guy. Helm was upset by this. Accordingly, in retaliation, Helm contacted Preston and Cook and offered his assistance. As a result, Helm decided to join Preston and Cook's conspiracy to, quote, take down Hales and Mr. Hales. And that is almost word for word the exact same language that was in the initial complaint that Helm's lawyer, Gage, asked to be amended so he would know what you were accusing him of. And all they said is, well, he contacted you guys. They don't say how he contacted you, what the agreement was. And all of those things are necessary in a complaint in order to survive a motion to dismiss. So he's, in effect, filed the exact same lawsuit with a few minor changes, even though a judge has warned him that it was considered a shotgun pleading. This guy's acting like he's in third grade, except he's not in third grade. He's in a federal courtroom, and this judge better treat him not like a third grader, but like a lawyer who is filing frivolous lawsuits and refuses to improve them or dismiss them. This is really
there's like no communication between me and MLS at all.
Right. Well, yeah. He doesn't provide evidence. Of course, no. It's ridiculous. But he doesn't look. He says contact. He doesn't even say how he contacted you, when he contacted you, what was the details of the agreement. All of those things have to be alleged in order to survive a motion to dismiss. This is a shockingly. It's really not that shocking because his client files frivolous things all the time, but this is an egregiously frivolous lawsuit.
Absolutely.
And look, when I was
Rule 11 violation,
cut this lawsuit up if we're covering it. Now she's going to go and tell all of her fans what a great lawsuit this is. This is so much better, and it's awful. He should be sanctioned for this with the bar.
I agree.
You file one frivolous lawsuit and the judge gives you a chance to make it better, and this is what you come up with? Horrible. Absolutely awful.
Richard, you got something to say there? I don't know if you can hear me.
Well, this is the Rule 11 violation. The classic. This is why Rule 11 exists.
Bruce. Not everyone's a lawyer. What is a Rule 11? What do you mean by that?
So Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 11 is the one that says that if you file a frivolous lawsuit for improper purposes, you can be sanctioned, but it requires the service of a motion and a 21-day safe harbor. After that, now they're on the hook.
All right. So,
and each defendant can file one.
This is the playbook, if you will, to make sure that what he did is met with the appropriate response.
In fact, the court could do it on its own, by the way. You would think that a court that...
It's 50-50 that this judge, well, he would have to read this thing, which is 74 pages. So I don't know if he'd read it. But yeah, that would be, it's called sua sponte, which judges really aren't supposed to do. But this is pretty bad.
Well, no, it's right in the rule. Right in the rule. They're supposed to do it if necessary to throw out a case that's going to consume inordinate resources based on bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
And this does that. So
it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
It's amazing.
I just want to say one thing.
It's Robbie.
We're a happy family. We're a happy family. We're a happy family. Leave.
Right.
Hey, nice gator rescue today. I was loving it.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you.
I texted Robbie. I said, they just added Richard to the case. And he goes, LMAO. Oh, my God. That is hilarious.
You wish, Richard.
Richard's there. I don't know if you can see him. He's at Senor Frogs in Hollywood Beach. He's celebrating.
We need Michael added now.
Right?
We need Michael added. And we're one big happy family.
Michael is here.
All right.
Yeah, Michael's here.
Can I read?
Yeah,
something?
go for it.
All right, so here is part of this is part of Hales. Helm also invited Matzkin to appear with him on Helm's YouTube channel, and Matzkin did so in the summer of 2024, thus displaying their relationship as joint tortfeasors and co-conspirators for all the world to see. Just because Helm invited Matzkin to talk about this case, they're saying that makes them co-conspirators. So this is from the Tate lawsuit. Some of Team Matrix members present during the previously mentioned April 2024 space are as follows, and it's all of these Twitter accounts. During that space, Just Me further indicated that we have to focus on Andrew Tate. We have to cut off the head of the snake. In the same space, players allege that Suzanne Winter is working very hard against the Tate brothers. In addition, players specifically gave a shout out to Milk Bar and Murdered by Crayons for their work relating to Team Matrix. Players also noted that in April 2024 space as follows: we can help each other. I don't understand why you want us to stop gaining momentum. We're gaining momentum. And he goes on. He's basically, the Tate brothers, their lawyer that is making the same allegation that because these guys appeared on the same space that they are now co-conspirators. It's the same frivolous tactic, both used by the Tate brothers and by Jeremy Hales, the exact same tactic. You appeared with each other on the same live stream, so that makes you all co-conspirators, and that's not how it works. And as I said, this, the message is don't appear in these live streams or we're going to call you co-conspirators.
Yeah. Yep. And it's literally like everybody who doesn't like him and is vocal about it, he's suing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
the Tates did the same thing. All right. Anyone who had any kind of a profile calling them out, they sued them.
Yeah.
In an extremely frivolous lawsuit saying, how dare you call us rapists, even though they're on tape bragging about rape? How dare you call us human traffickers?
That's terrible.
Even though, again, Andrew Tate was bragging about how he traffics women. And in the same way, like, how dare you say anything negative about our clients?
Right.
The same type of a frivolous lawsuit in both cases. And they're done to bully They're done to
Yep.
silence you. That this is the sort of thing that you have to get the larger community to call out. We're a litigious society, and this is an example of it. This is an absolutely outrageous lawsuit.
There's
It's
very
crazy.
few lawyers that would file this lawsuit and put their name on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
2 YouTubers just won an anti-slap suit in PA this month. Did you hear about that?
If they're talking about Lauren the Mortician, then yes. If it's something else, I didn't, or maybe I did.
I don't know about that. I know you were talking about that before, but I don't know anything, any updates or whatever.
I don't know if it's the same lawsuit. I did
Yeah.
follow Lauren the Mortician. And that's similar to Hales, because she was suing because someone dared to call her a TERF, which I guess is derogatory in her world. And the judge said, but, you know, TERF is akin to racist, and it's not actionable. If someone calls you a racist, you know, basically it's an opinion.
Right.
Even if you vehemently disagree with that opinion, you still can't sue for it. And
Right.
he's doing the same thing where he's like, somebody called me money hungry, somebody called me a psychopath. It's the same thing.
Oh yeah, he keeps saying that. He even brought up the fact that, you know, I did the Holly Jolly Christmas, the fence, and people were helping, whatever. He's trying to say it was a funner. He's trying to bring that all into the case. And I'm thinking, that has nothing to do with you. But at the same time, the way I read it, and I just went over it like lightly, and I'm like, is he trying to say that what I did for them took away from his business? How the hell that happened?
Right.
It's kind of how I read it. I'm like, I think I'll go over this later, because it was a lot, and I'm like, this guy's insane, absolutely insane.
Right. Look, he's trying to muddy you up, but it doesn't work, because none of that has any direct bearing on the allegations in the lawsuit. Look, he's filing these for his fans. He's filing these for Megan, so that and Tug and all of those guys are going to go on their YouTube channels and talk about how great this lawsuit is. Oh, look, he's calling out all of their bad behavior. Oh, he did it. He said he was going to sue for all of these, and he did it. And that's what it's for. And I don't know if he's thought like ahead, like, well, what happens if it's dismissed and deemed frivolous? What are you going to say? I don't know if he's thought that far ahead.
Last time he stopped the lawsuit before it got to that point, he dropped it being, quote, the good guy.
Right. Well,
yeah.
Well, he hasn't dropped this lawsuit, so.
And he claims he's not going to settle with anybody, and apparently I am making deals with him.
Right. Look.
Yeah, as much as I'm a mole.
There is no mole. Until like 3 hours ago, there was no lawsuit to discuss. So why would anyone make a deal with him? Like, if anyone makes a deal with this guy, you're a fool. This is one of the most frivolous lawsuits ever filed in American history.
Yeah.
That may be the moniker when it's all said and done for this lawsuit. So there's no reason to deal with this guy. Nothing he's saying has any merit. You can easily get this dismissed. You don't even need a lawyer for this.
Right. Exactly. That's what I say. You know, I'm just like, I'm blown away by the fact that Randy even filed this.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, should I be shocked? You know, this is crazy. But, you know, I'm going to have to pull him up. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
Randy's going to file whatever Jeremy wants him to file because it's money.
Right.
I will file your BS so that I can have money.
Right.
But that's going to come back to hurt him.
Yeah.
Bruce, explain like the ethics of that, and what can happen to a lawyer who files things that they know are frivolous.
Well, yeah. So there's Rule 11 in federal court, and state courts have their own versions of that. In fact, they're abusing that in Florida state court with this thumbnails motion for sanctions. It's the equivalent to Rule 11 in Florida, and there's a lot of ethical rules that pertain directly to filing vexatious and frivolous claims and lawsuits that don't have a good faith basis for the application, extension, or reversal of existing law. Is that about right, Rich? A non-frivolous lawsuit is one that has a good faith argument for the application, extension, or reversal of law.
But Randy will just find something else to do. I mean, you're looking at the lawyer who lost his license for defrauding our government.
Right.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting if he is somehow kicked out of the legal profession over all this. Whether it'd be an interesting research project if there's ever been an individual who was expelled from two separate professions, and not all at one time for the same transgression, but one, and then 25 years later, a secin one.
All right.
Well,
Mr. Luthmann had his shot for being sued. He's tempting fate. If this gets in front of a bar, the problem is the bars are often very feckless and they're random in terms of which transgression they think is significant. And
Don't I know it?
So, but if this gets in front of a bar, he's facing all kinds of problems. He's already had 2 motions be deemed frivolous, and he was sanctioned for that. He's facing a whole bunch of lawyer fees for separate actions. Now he's filed a frivolous lawsuit in the other case. The judge warned him that it was frivolous, gave him another chance, and then made a few cosmetic changes and basically refiled the exact same motion, the exact same lawsuit. Absolutely amazing.
Right, Super Dave said, did this guy seriously call me a channel of 1,600 subs a competitor?
Right.
I mean, he's got 730,000 compared to Dave's 1,600, mine 35. Ray, I'm not sure what number you're at, but it's like, are you kidding me right now?
I got
I think it's somewhere around 8,000.
right.
Okay, and none of you are
I'm
competitors.
at 66,000.
Oh, Robbie, I don't know.
None of you are competitors because none of you do storage, set up storage units, and frivolously sue people.
The court's not gonna. If you're a YouTuber, somebody else.
Oh no! I bought my first storage unit like this past week. Am I in trouble now?
You're not frivolously suing people though. It's a 2-part thing.
Oh my god!
Thing he does.
I just wanted to say that I entered into the douchebag of the universe competition just today, so I am a competitor of Jeremy Hales. That's all I have to say.
Hold on, let me get my
Mr. Douchebag Universe. We're gonna both go up on stages in those little European speedos, and we're gonna flex it off. It'll be great. Douchebag of the universe.
We got to get you the Borat Speedo, Richard.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll tell you about that. I'm Italian, and so I come to the beach a lot. I have a Polish friend that came with me, and I told him, the secret is you got a little softball and you put it in the front. And you walk on the beach, you got no problems. My Polish friend, he tried it, walked along. He told me, he's like, it didn't work. And I said, this time you got to put it in the front. So it is what it is. But that's how it works over here. I'm on Hollywood Beach. I'm having a great time. This Jeremy Hales is just making my life better and better and better. I want to thank you, Jeremy. If you're watching this, I wouldn't have a celebration like this without you. Now I could say whatever the fuck I want because you sued me. It's called litigation privilege, you fucking moron. I could say Jeremy Hales fucks goats in the ass while he gargles his mother's cunt hairs. I could say that. And you can't sue me for it. You cannot sue me for it. You can't sue me. You can't do a thing.
He can't sue you for it now. Do you know that Jay Hip sent Rick an email and he said, I noticed that online you accused Jeremy Hales of having sex with alligators. Do you have any evidence this is true?
This is true. I accused him of being a gator fucker. Yeah, I did. I called alligator. No, wait, actually,
he was serious.
the term was alligator fucker. Yes, that's what the term. Now I could say that now because he sued me before. He could have tried to sue me, but now he's already sued me. So what the fuck do I care? He's an alligator fucker. What do I care? I don't fucking care.
I don't know if Hip, and his name is Jason Hip.
Oh my god! I told you this is gonna be amusing.
I don't know if he was serious or not. I couldn't tell.
You seen his pear head? His pear head can't have a human brain in it. It's got like a dinosaur walnut-sized brain with that pear head of his. Of course, it wasn't serious because he's a moron. He hangs out with Jeremy Hales. He's a moron. There's a friggin' pack of them. They're all morons. Jesus Christ! Every one of them morons.
Morons.
We'll give you guys a preview. I can't do it right now because I need all kinds of visual aids. We're going to show Hales and his crew. It's akin to the mafia. So
yeah,
the boss.
They are.
Megan is like the capo, and she's got a bunch of soldiers.
Yeah, Mike. You know what capo means, right? Mike,
how the whole thing works. But,
Mike. You know what capo means, right?
Mm-hmm.
Head. It means head.
Yeah.
Megan's the real head.
Jay Hip is either her soldier or an associate.
Hey, Richard, Megan's giving what?
Well, I said capo. She's a capo. The capo means she's the head.
She's giving what?
Oh my god!
She's giving capo. She's giving capo. That's what she's doing.
Oh my goodness!
So Jay is either the soldier or the associate in this team.
Jay, oh god, yeah.
He's on the bottom.
You ever seen Bronx Tale, Mike? He's freaking JoJo the whale. He breathes on you when you die. That's what he is. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I just realized that if we could get two more people to join, we'll have a Brady Bunch grid.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
We need two more, and we get the tic-tac-toe grid.
You know,
That's right.
What's funny is,
Hey, Rich, you're Alice. You're Alice in the
I'm
middle.
Alice. Yeah. Oh, great. That's great. I'm Alice. Well, I don't want to be Alice because I will back clean up. I have no problem with that.
Okay, so that means that Mike and Ray are our parents?
Yeah. I guess so. Oh my goodness! Wow. Well, you know what's funny? We have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 of the 10 here tonight, and only one of them has been served.
right.
Well, you know what? They're going to be looking for me for a long time in Staten Island. Did you read that thing? Staten Island? I haven't been to Staten Island since 2017. I have not stepped foot. 2017. Well, I did. I stepped foot in it, but I haven't lived there since 2017.
Right. Hales is confused about where half the people he
Get confused about what day it is. The guy's a moron. He's Jeremy Fails. That's my new hashtag. Hashtag Jeremy Fails. He's failing at everything right here. This lawsuit is a failure. His life's a failure. He is. He was a failed preacher. Now he's a failed charlatan, failed YouTuber. He's failed everything. He's failing at fake law school now. This is fake law school and he's failing at it. How do you fail at something that's fake? It's fake law school. You know, it's fake grades, fake legal concepts, and he's failing at it. He's terrible. The guy's just terrible. Jeremy failed.
He's successful at being a social media guy, but
no, he's not. He's successful at being a charlatan. If there's no tip jar, he'd be dead. He would have died. He would have died of starvation. He'd be in the back of his friggin' house eating dirt. That's what he would be doing. Get out of here.
Not as 700,000 followers, but
Failed Craigslist.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a question about whether or not any of this is good for society. He wants to sue people for content.
Michael,
about the worst thing you can.
but he is not a successful YouTuber.
Well,
that's right.
30,000 followers say he is.
He bought
That's nothing.
Well,
a bunch of his
it's
subscribers.
more than us, but yeah,
Yeah,
he's a successful YouTuber.
If you buy him 1,000 at a time like he does, you'll be up to 700,000 really quick.
Well, if he bought them, that's one thing, but you don't know how he gained them, and he gets 50 to 100,000 views.
Okay, Michael, do me a favor.
He's got like 5 people that follow him, and he's got like 700,000 like Filipino ladyboys. You know, that's what he's got. That's what. Come on, think about it. That's what he's got.
Yeah, but even though Michael, just Google how many YouTube channels have over 1 million viewers.
It's 1% roughly. I know,
Right.
like Michael Francis, when he got to 1 million, said less than 1% get to as high as I get to. No, if you've got 700,000 subscribers, you're a successful social media guy. But the way he does it is not good for society.
The way he does life is not good for society. What are you kidding? Come on.
Well, it's not a question of being whether it's good or not. It's a question of whether it's lawful or not. And in my opinion, it's highly unlawful.
Well, you know what's very lawful now? Now that I've been sued, I can answer this complaint tomorrow and then propound discovery. I can ask for a social media audit of his account, and he has to give it to me. Maybe I'll do that. Hey, shock it, you moron. You just locked horns, buddy boy. I'm going for discovery. I'm not even going to play around with Rule 8. I ain't going to play around with Rule 11. I ain't going to play around with 12b-6. I'm going to put an answer in forthwith on this case, and I'm going to answer so that I go to discovery. I want discovery because he has to give it to me. Give it up, bitch. That's what he's got to do.
There could be 10 sets of discovery from 10 different defendants served on them.
Well, no. He's got to give it up to us. He's the plaintiff. Right? So if I propound...
Each defendant can serve him with their own discovery.
Oh, I know that. But mine's going to be like a nuclear weapon. You understand that, right? It's going to be a nuclear weapon. It's going to be the legal equivalent of a proctology exam. It's going to be so beautiful. I'm going to have so much fun.
That's from a
Guys, do you see why I was so excited that he got added?
It's from a somewhat notorious court case, the legal equivalent of a proctology exam.
I thought I was going to have a nice quiet night too. And you know where I am? I'm on Hollywood Beach, and I got this little bungalow because I had to be over there to go see some people today and tomorrow. And I said, instead of driving back to the West Coast, I'll hang out here, have a nice quiet night, not really do anything. I'm going back to my little bungalow now. I'm going to walk into the bungalow. You'll see the inside of the bungalow. It's a cute little bungalow. But this guy, I had to go out and celebrate. I had to go to Senor Frogs because I got served. Well, I didn't get served yet, but I got named in a lawsuit by Jeremy Hales. And he just broke the litigation seal. It's litigation privilege now. I can say whatever I want. God, this is great.
That is correct, DJ Diane. I'm loving every minute of this. I'm just like, oh my gosh. When I hear him say Staten Island, I'm just like, oh my
Staten
God.
Island, that's right. Come find me on Staten Island. You know what? I'm going to go take a ride up to Staten Island and just run around Staten Island and see if you can serve me on Staten Island. That would be great. Oh, my, what an idiot.
You gonna wear the Barat speed up while you're running around Staten Island?
You know what happens, on Staten Island, if Jeremy Hales ever came to Staten Island, you know what he'd be called? Disgraziad. That's what he is. Disgraziad. He would get down half a block. He'd go so friggin' cracked in the head. He wouldn't get that far. He would not get that far. But the only place he can really live, I'm telling you, is in Ohio and in like northern Florida, because that's where they're all inbred. He's an inbred bastard, and so he lives very well. Because he's an inbred bastard, and that's a good place for him to live. He's an inbred bastard. But and guess what? Litigation privilege. You can't sue me. You already did, you idiot.
Nothing Rick has said tonight he could sue him for anyway. It's all hyperbole, opinion, trash talk.
Yeah, it's like if you look at the stuff that
no. It's a proven fact. It's a proven fact that he's disgraziad.
Right. When I was sued, it started with an email. So, anything gets you sued. It doesn't mean it's meritorious.
Yeah, but don't follow your opinion with the quote, and that's a fact, because then, according to them, it becomes a fact.
Right. Yeah.
He's an idiot.
Still doesn't make it a fact.
Strictly! Thank you! Strictly just gifted 50 Chili's in a Pod memberships. Awesome, thank you so much, Strictly. Nice. Yay.
There's over 59,000 YouTube channels with over 1 million viewers.
Right. Well, there's like, how many YouTube channels are there? There's like millions. No, look, if you're not willing to see
hundreds of millions
at being a YouTuber, I don't know how to. I don't know.
Thousands upon thousands.
700,000 subscribers. Obviously, is successful as a YouTuber. But look, I was reading about a guy. He's in jail in the Philippines. He's a YouTuber, and he does pranks. And yeah, he gets a lot of people to watch his stuff. But he hurts people during the YouTubes, and now he's facing up to 24 years in prison.
25 years. I saw that today.
Unethical ways, that eventually catches up to you anyway. So, he's got 700,000 subscribers, but he's suing people for content. That's not he thinks that's a good business model. It's a good business model for a while, but eventually that'll blow up.
It's a good business model for a 4-year-old. Come on. He's an idiot. He's a moron. He really is. No, really, he's not going to get anywhere because the judge is going to destroy him. At a certain point, the judge is going to get to the point where they say, you know what? I am not going to deal with this anymore because they're going to catch up. Most of these judges are old fogey bastards that don't even know what hell is going on. They still have flip phones, these guys. They're, like some of these guys, they were appointed by Ronald Reagan. Think how old they've got to be. They were appointed by Ronald Reagan, And so they have flip phones. They don't know the internet. There's, you kids are on the interweb nowadays. And so they have all their people doing with it. When they figure it out, when it catches up, they're going to be like, oh, you people shouldn't be in this court. Get out of here. That's what's going to happen. They're going to scram, you little black, you kids, you little kids, scram.
Listen, they may not know YouTube and understand the internet, but they do understand the elements of conspiracy, the elements of defamation, the elements of tortious interference. And it's not hard for an experienced judge to see you haven't met the elements of anything.
What the best part about this case is we don't have Judge Bozo on it. That's the best part of this case.
Well,
I'm sorry, Bruce. So, Bruce, you don't have Judge Bozo anymore either. So we can all talk about Judge Bozo.
Wait, Rich. He does have this case for the time being.
Does he?
Yeah.
It got referred
that makes it even more fun. I'll ask him to recuse himself. That's all.
Well, but it still has to go through the consent procedure once, I guess, all the defendants
No,
are
I'm going to tell him that we were classmates together at clown school, and it's a conflict of interest. That's what I'm going to tell him. Judicial clown school. We were trying both to be judicial clowns with the Ringling Brothers appellate board, and we both flunked out. And I didn't want to bring it up now, but I'm bringing it up public. I don't want to disgrace Judge Bozo, but we both were trying out for the Ringling Brothers and Barnum & Bailey Circus appellate board of review, and we just didn't make the cut. Neither one of us. I'm not that great of a clown. I'm not that coordinated with that. I was on Hibachi Grill the other day. I almost chopped off a finger. No good. No, and he wasn't much better. So I don't want to disgrace him, disgraziad, but he is what he is. It's going to be a problem for everybody. So.
You could get him off by saying that you.
I don't want to get him off, Mike. I don't want to get him off.
Get him off. You want to get him off? You can get him off the case by saying you would previously criticized him, and he probably would need to recuse himself.
I did though. I wrote an article about how much of a moron he was like a couple weeks ago.
Right.
It's all true.
True. In the first case, second case hasn't done that much yet.
Wow. Lori says, Richard, I want whatever you drank.
God, it was awesome. I didn't know what the hell it was. It was like firewater. I said, you saw the broad, right? She was in the red dress with the nice, bazongas. And I'm like, hey, baby. I said, what are you? I was like, I'm on YouTube right now. I got the show. We got millions of people watching. I exaggerated a little bit. And so I said, we're on the show. And so I need some firewater. And so I just want 3 shots. I'm going to do 3 shots and a draft beer. And then she's like, oh, okay. It's firewater. Okay. So that's what she did. She did me up with the firewater. It was good stuff. I didn't know what it was. I couldn't tell you.
They gave you the Cuban firewater?
It could have been Cuban firewater. Shit, it could have been Haitian firewater. I'm going to go rob somebody's hubcaps next. Come on. It's freaking great.
Oh, my gosh. This is so insane. I'm like so excited.
Richard, you got to tell everybody now on, everyone you run into. Don't you know who I am?
I've done that before. It doesn't work.
John Kerry's favorite phrase. Don't you know?
Well, you know what it is, Mike? The one that does work is, don't you know who I am? The wallet inspector. It worked when I was younger when I could run away with the wallet, but I can't do that anymore.
Oh, my gosh. Well, so do you think that Socket wrote that, or you think that Jeremy did?
If Jeremy wrote it, it'll be in Crayola. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh my
if a
god!
lawyer wrote it, it's not well written for a lawyer, but yeah,
Right?
It's well written for a dentist.
That's
Guys,
the best
I'm
line of the
handing
night.
out keypads. Oh my goodness! Wow. Yeah, this is
So
insane.
what kind of people do you hang out with, girl?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I plead the fifth.
Did you see my map I put out, Lisa? You see the map? I put out the map on Otter Creek before, so I sent it in an email, and I put it on YouTube already as a post.
Oh, really?
It shows Otter Creek, and then it shows all the business establishments that I'm going to visit around Otter Creek. They're all pig farms. I want to, there's at least 20 pig farms within earshot of Otter Creek. Jeremy, you should know that. Just mark that down in your little book. 20 pig farms. You know, you love those pig farms. I love pig farms.
Right.
They're some of the greatest places.
Lisa.
Well, Richard, Otter Creek is going to become like a huge tourist destination. That's why Jeremy moved there, to bring tourism.
Yeah, it's going to be. Jeremy Hales shat his pants here. There'll be a nice big plaque, National Historic Monument.
All right, hey Lisa, can I read it more from the lawsuit?
Go ahead, yeah.
Oh yeah.
So this time I isolated Ray, and he called you Bonecrusher, but then he starts calling you Raymond. So when he's referring to Raymond, that's Ray. All right, Teschendorf has appeared online and on his other YouTube channels with Matzkin, Weeks, Kesey, and Raymond, thus displaying their relationship as joint tortfeasors and co-conspirators for all the world to see, all as part of the anti-Hales media ecosystem, the malicious conspiracy.
So wait, are we doing that right now? Just asking.
Yeah, no.
We're confirming all of his worst allegations.
We're all appearing together and making fun of him, and that obviously is defamatory. All right, so it says Raymond's acts and Raymond's furtherance of Weeks' scheme. Raymond is a host and or operator of a YouTube channel called Ray Bonecrusher with a current YouTube subscription base of 8,500 people. Raymond conceals his locations at all time when operating his YouTube channel. Since at least June 2024, Raymond has made public videos stating that he is, quote, in the mix trying to tear Mr. Hales apart. On February 22nd, 2025, Raymond made the following false statement about Hales and Mr. Hales. What have we said about Jeremy when Michelle and John were involved? What did Jeremy say? I want money. Give me all your money. I can give it back to you. I want money. He does that every week. He goes out live and he gets his eyes going and he slobbers. This is not defamatory.
That's still true. It's true.
Right, but Ray's saying that every week you ask for money. Jeremy, that's not defamatory. It's his opinion.
It's true.
It is true. But even if it wasn't, it's like saying that you ask for money all the time is not something you can sue for. Raymond made false statements about Hales and Mr. Hales that are presented in a way that imply clear factual accusations. Raymond recommends viewers to watch the YouTube channels of Teschendorf, Weeks, Kesey, Luthmann, and Raymond has appeared online with Teschendorf, Weeks, Kesey, thus displaying their relationship as joint tortfeasors. In actuality, Raymond's process and strategy is nothing more than a scheme to enrich Preston at the expense of consumers and Hales. And, hold on.
Oh my God.
Mo Magic says Richard lap dance.
I do lap dance. I'll go twerking it. I'll go, what
I can go on. It doesn't really get any more substantive than that. He is trying to say that you guys appearing on each other's streams, somehow that makes you co-conspirators. None of that is true.
I really can't. I guess I didn't read the. I thought it was literally copy and pasted from the first case where he tried to add Bruce and I, right? Because that's what it appeared to look like. So I just waited, and I waited to see what the amendment was going to be, the new one today. And as I'm reading it, I'm literally like watching, like, number one, he doesn't know my last name. And now he's calling it a Weiss conspiracy. Still not my last name. And now
Go Richard. Go Richard.
Yeah.
Now it's like this whole thing is mine. You know what I mean? I pulled all these people together.
Right,
and
but
he
doesn't.
Well, you do have a magnetic personality, dear. You do. You
Right,
do.
He doesn't.
Guilty as charged.
He doesn't say how you pulled people together. You have to have details, facts about how you pulled people together, and it's got to be. It's not. Well, you guys appeared on each other's streams. I mean, do you understand what he's suggesting? People appear on each other's shows. That's part of YouTube culture. And he's trying to say that's defamatory. That's
no, Michael, he's using the Ghostbusters defense. Bad things happens when you cross the streams.
Right.
What he's trying to do is open discovery and then hit everybody with discovery requests for their private chats and phone messages and conversations. This is what it's all about. It's gold when he finds somebody when somebody gives him some private chats between one of the people he's targeting. He shows it on YouTube. That's the gold.
I want all the discovery about Jeremy Hales' penile implant. That's what I want, because I have litigation privilege. I can answer these things now. I believe that he has a penile implant, right? And so now he's up to 3 inches. And therefore, I want all of the documents, the diagrams, all the methods, and the trade secrets that are connected to Jeremy Hales' penile implant. That's what I want in discovery. That's on my wish list.
You know what Richard's reminding me of right now? The writers from like certain bands that are like asking for bags of M&Ms, but all the chocolate.
The writers, yeah. The writers.
Lisa.
Oh, yeah.
So if someone appears on a channel with you, they're part of your conspiracy.
Yes.
So everybody that works for What the Hales, that goes on his auctions, Keisha, Christian, Rob, Conky, all of them are part of his conspiracy.
Yeah.
Yep, every one of them. Georgiana, Jessica K. Who's the one that actually came up with the walrus that looks like the walrus? What's her name? I don't remember her name.
Lisa, you know what the problem with me is?
Wow.
Back in August, when we were still friends, Megan appeared on my show and we talked a little bit about Hales. This is before I knew anything. So, am I a part of that conspiracy or am I a part of yours? Am I a part of both conspiracies?
Oh, Michael. There's a very famous case of the United States Supreme Court called the United States v. Pinkerton. And it says a conspiracy can have many objects and many means. They don't have to identify the exact conspiracy. They don't have to identify a conspiracy. So that's one thing he has on his side. He's just got to say, you guys are a conspiracy. But he's got to actually detail how the conspiracy operates. But it can have many objects and many means.
Right, but he doesn't detail,
Well, you need two things. The conspiracy has two elements, right? Conspiracy has two elements. It has a criminal or a tortious agreement in this case, because it's a civil case, a tortious or a wrongful agreement, and then it has to have an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. That's what it has to have. So we are all overacting right now in furtherance of the conspiracy. I love it. Overactor.
Right. He, like in one part, he says Raymond and all defendants agreed to intentionally participate in a civil conspiracy among themselves and with other individuals, the purpose of which was to commit all of the civil violations that he claims you committed. He says it. He doesn't say how you were participating in this, Ray, or how anyone was participating in this. The closest he gets is you guys go on each other's streams and lives and you have each other as guests and you interview each other. And, you know how dangerous that is? If a judge allows that, entertains that.
Actually, no, Mike, it's just the opposite.
Person's channel can be considered.
Mike, it's just the opposite. He's just basically said that we are all powerful. Jeremy Hales has said that we are God. I might just actually plead guilty to his conspiracy. And I say, I am God. I'll go to Judge Bozo and say, Judge Bozo, make me God. Because Jeremy Hales says I am. I'm a God. I'm your daddy, Jeremy. Except for litigation privilege. Yeah. This is like the greatest day ever. This is like Christmas and like my birthday and like New Year's Eve all wrapped into one. This is like the greatest day ever. I'm so happy. The happiest day ever. I've never been happy. I'm so happy. Oh, this is great.
Oh my God! Christmas came early this year.
Oh yes, that's right. And Kwanzaa's gonna come late for Jeremy Hales.
Oh my gosh! Is this an early Christmas present for me?
This is like, Christ.
Oh my God!
Jeremy, I'm gonna say that. I'll say it this way. Jeremy Hales is like herpes. He's the gift that keeps on giving.
And you can give it away for free.
And you give it away for free.
Hey, listen, Richard, now that you're part of the lawsuit.
Yeah, I'm in the club now. I am officially in the anti-Hales echo chamber, or whatever, the ecosystem. What are we?
Well,
Ecosystem.
Has Lisa invited you to the boat trip?
That's right. Boat trip, right?
Right.
We're going on a cruise.
What was the cruise?
Guest. You can bring a guest. The guy up
yes.
there him with if you want.
I'm coming. Yeah, Volpe. Volpe can be my cabin boy. Mike, you can be my cabin boy. You're dressed in stripes already, Mike. You'll be perfect.
And just think of this. They probably put us all on stage so we could talk on stage up there. We'd be the entertainment on the ship.
That's right.
That'd be a big.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is hilarious.
Where is this cruise? Where are we going? Where's this cruise?
Around the world.
Around the world?
Yeah. Apparently, I'm loaded.
Nice.
I'm loaded, and I'm richer than rich. So we're all going on this cruise, and Jeremy had a heart attack about it, and because how dare Michelle and John go on a cruise? So we decided, well, yeah, and I'm just loaded. So I went looking for some ships that were for sale, and there was one for 40 mil, and I offered 31 mil, and we got it. So now we're in like decoration mode, and we got this show now going up.
Did you buy like what's his name? Bezos like secondary yacht? Is that what you did? You should go to Jeff Bezos and go get.
Yeah, but I'm not supposed to say anything about that.
You don't even use it. I'm
telling you, I like it's a whole big play.
I'm in the market. I know you got a spare. Spare.
It's a big write-off.
The Viking cruise. You know the Viking cruise? Oh, go ahead, Ray.
It's a big write-off for all that money we're making in here. We're all pulling it together. So
we're making lots of money.
Yeah.
No, I want to do the Viking cruise. You know the river cruises? What we'll all meet in New Orleans, right? And we'll take one of those river boats all the way up the river, up to Cincinnati, right to Ohio, and then we'll go into Jeremy Hales' house in Ohio, and I'll take him right up to his doorstep. We'll leave a flaming bag of shit on his doorstep, ring the bell, and get him on video. That might be the greatest cruise ever. That could be the greatest cruise I've ever heard of. Flaming bag of dog shit, and let's see what happens. I like that one. Litigation privilege. Litigation privilege.
You got everybody else in trouble growing up.
I got myself in lots of trouble on all my own. It was great.
Okay. Did you grow up on Staten Island?
Oh, yeah, until they threw me off. They actually threw me off at Staten Island. I didn't think it was possible to get thrown off at Staten Island. They threw me out of Staten Island.
You made a few enemies in Staten Island.
What?
You made a few enemies in Staten Island.
No, not me. I'm so lovable.
Now, the Warriors were from Coney Island. No, you weren't in the same island.
Yeah, the Warriors. Oh, that was great.
Oh, my gosh. I can't even. I have so many questions to ask, Rick. I really do. I'm from Long Island. Yeah. So, do you know the Pan American Motel?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I think I got 3 diseases there at once.
So you know Queens Boulevard.
Oh, I know Queens. The Boulevard of Death. You don't die from the cause, you'll die 6 months later from the clap. No, what they say is that Long Island is where all the Italians live that made it, and Staten Island is where all the Italians live that think they made it. That's how it is.
I have to ask you. I can't ask you on here, but I have a couple questions to ask.
I might take the fifth.
Right.
I don't crack on the questioning. I'll tell you that.
You made me feel a lot better about all this. I mean, because when I saw that, I was literally like, "Wait, hold up, the Weeks conspiracy!" Like he's totally switched it. That's obviously I've mentioned it like 3 or 4 times so far. So I'm kind of like, this is crazy. This is insane how this guy is literally thinking this.
Where does that come from? Is that from Trading Places with Eddie Murphy? Remember the movie Eddie Murphy, Dan Aykroyd? The Mr. Weeks was the guy who had the crop report, right? That's where he's coming from, Mr. Weeks.
Mr. Weeks.
He has the crop report. So we stole the crop report. That's what I guess. Now that's starting to make sense. We're in trouble for stealing the crop report. I can understand that. I can understand going to court for stealing a crop report. I don't know what the hell else we did, but stealing a crop report is actually something that makes sense to me.
He thinks that Weeks is my last name. He's trying to play. If you look at the case, he's like Lisa Lee, Lisa Weeks, Lisa Rapunzel, Lisa Lee Rapunzel. I mean, he's just trying to. He doesn't know what my last. I could tell him 20 times. Lisa Lee is fine. Lisa Lee, and he just still doesn't do it. He's addressed me as Lisa Lee, but now it's the Weeks conspiracy, and it has Weeks isn't any part of my name.
It's your husband's conspiracy.
Yeah. So now it's like, are you kidding me with all this bullshit? The fact that it's like even my conspiracy at all is hilarious. To me, it's obviously that I'm the one that's the most outspoken on a YouTube channel in regards to him because every day he puts out bullshit and I'm the one coming out and exposing him.
And until now, I have litigation privilege now.
Yeah. We might have to add you to the panel, Rick.
Oh, I love it. I'm so happy. Mike, I'm sorry, Mike, though. I know you feel a little bad deep down that you weren't named in the lawsuit. I know it. I need you to please address this issue, Mike. Are you upset even a little bit that you weren't named?
Oh, you're muted, Mike. Mike, you're muted. You're muted.
Unmute yourself.
Mike, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
This is intentional. It's like the Forrest Gump scene when he's on the national ball.
We can't hear you, Mike. Hold on, he's still talking. We can't hear you. Let me see.
Point to your head, shake your head.
He's muted on his side. I just tried to unmute him.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you were muted the whole time, Mike.
All right. So,
and that's what I have to say about the war in Vietnam.
Right. What I was going to say is everything I say is either factual or opinions, so whether I'm sued or not, it wouldn't change anything. But Lisa, can I read a little bit about you from the lawsuit?
Go right ahead.
All right. Weeks was a former volunteer moderator for Hales YouTube live streams after resigning as a Hales moderator. And since 2024 to date, Weeks is using her online advertising YouTube platforms to make false and misleading statements of fact that damage Hales' reputation and sales by mainly targeting Hales' owner-agent, Mr. Hales. These statements targeting Hales and Mr. Hales are likely to deceive or have actually deceived consumers and likely to influence a consumer's purchasing decision or other commercial behavior against Hales. The disparity.
Well, that statement right there is deceiving because I was, in fact, a mod for him. I walked away and didn't discuss him except for a little, Jim Jones comments here and there for 2 years. But that's deceiving in itself. But go ahead.
Weeks' scheme includes attacking Hales with false statement about Hales' business reputation via her YouTube channel in order to destroy Hales' business model and income. At the same time, specifically and falsely claiming that Hales is destroying the life of Miss Preston and her child and of Mr. Cook. Weeks also refers to Hales or Mr. Hales as Germ. Yep. Weeks, as part of the malicious conspiracy to harm Hales, made the following false statements. So here are the following false statements. The bottom line right there, yeah, ladies and gents, all this that's gone on, every last bit of false sign about Jeremy Hales were created for content harassing, destroying someone's life. That's not false. That's your opinion. Jeremy is still confused about the difference between a factual statement and an opinion. Here's another purported defamatory statement. Quote, Jeremy Hales tortured Preston for content for 1.5 years. He almost had her child taken away from her or tried. And he did all this crap when the damn story would have been Otter Creek. He could have just stuck with that, but he took advantage of someone who he thought was weak, and he did it all by himself. Again, analysis, opinion, not actionable. Jeremy Hales wrote that sign and committed forgery in doing so. I think that might be, you'd have to show how you
the expert witness, the expert handwriting.
Potentially defamatory statement, but
that's from the expert. That's my what I said in regards to the expert's opinion.
Right, that would be your response to it, and him being a public figure. That there's a handwriting expert who said that Hales wrote the signs should be enough.
Yeah.
All right, let me read a little more. Let me get a few more. All right. Since 2024, since 8/4/2024, Weeks has made over 100 YouTube videos. And then, I don't know if he lists all 100, but he lists a whole bunch of YouTube videos that you made.
Mike, did he put the links in there?
Some of them,
yeah.
Oh, good. That's actually good. That's actually a positive right there. I love it.
Hold on. Rick, here's some more purportedly defamatory statements. Quote, that is the person, Jeremy, is he's shady, he's underhanded, he will, he uses people. All opinion protected. He's obsessed with men's penises. Again, an opinion statement. He's always talking about people's penises. That's an opinion statement. I'm so tired of this guy getting away with ripping people off. He's stealing money from people that really can't afford to be sending him the things. They're just nice, kind-hearted people. He's scamming them out of their money. Yeah, he's totally scamming them out of their money. And it's sad. It's really sad. Again, that's still opinion. She believes that you are getting people to send you money, Jeremy, that is, for unpure causes. She's allowed to say you're scamming them. Jeremy said to George something along the lines like, see how easy it is to get money from them. You just ask, and they're so stupid, they'll send you money. Did he say something along those lines?
Yes,
he did.
That's exactly what he said.
Right. Jeremy is an F-bomber constantly, and you would never know that. That's because he cuts it out of his videos. All right. You say that he swears a lot, and he thinks that's something you can.
Defamatory? He does swear a lot.
He's suing for anyone criticizing him, anyone saying anything he doesn't like, and that is not the country we live in.
We got the video of him using homophobic slurs.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and he does use homophobic slurs.
And very vulgar language. Absolutely, we have that.
Ooh. He might fit in on Staten Island long enough not to get smacked in the face.
Is
that all that he says I defamed him with?
There's more, but
that's it.
More, but basically, those are one of them maybe from a deleted Week's live stream called quote lit live. It's blindsided Sunday. Everyone blindsided with the Hales. Week said Germ used these handwriting, whatever, this handwriting on these signs to harass, ridicule, mock, destroy this woman's life for over 1.5 years. You're allowed to say that. That's not something to sue for. That is your opinion.
And my opinion is based on the expert witness of the handwriting sign.
You know what? It could be based on nothing. Opinion is always protected. You can't sue for somebody's opinion. It can be based on.
And it's even more bolstered when it's based on a good faith understanding of something that's put out there. So if you're right, if an expert report says it,
you are allowed to believe that he is not pure with his intentions regarding the lawsuit, and that as a result, Michelle Preston's life has been destroyed. You're allowed to believe that. You're allowed to say that. And
it's not deleted, by the way.
Sue you for it because you can sue for anything you want. All you got to do is file the paperwork correctly, but it is not a meritorious lawsuit. And you're going to see probably by the end of tonight, Megan's going to get on her stream and talk about what a wonderful amended lawsuit this is.
I'm sure.
180 degrees from the way we were. We would call.
I want some of what she's drinking. Shit.
Right.
But wait a minute before you go too far. Those signs, so far they weren't seen by anybody until he showed them himself. He's the one that showed the signs to the public. The public didn't actually see them, or at least they didn't come forward.
If you want to have the legal argument from the other side that I buy into, and Bruce can weigh in, the signs accuse him of a crime. So at this stage, I don't know that he has to prove they were seen by anyone, because they're so inflammatory and they were outside that there's an implied.
No, he has to prove causation, Mike. Yet the harm is what is in defamation per se. The harm is what is assumed, because it's so egregious when you accuse somebody of a crime or you accuse somebody of something in the per se category. Causation is always part of defamation. Defamation is a false statement, right? That's harmful, right? And that is said to in speech to a third party, or if it's libel, it's published to a third party, and that causes causation and harm. So causation is still there. You still got to do causation.
Yeah, there's got to be publication. You can write in your private diary.
Is implied in the severity of the statement, but
you still need the causation is the publication. So you need to be able to show that people actually. So you can go out and scream in the forest, so and so is a rapist, and who's heard it, and how does it damage them? So in this case, there seems to be an issue that would fall into question whether there was any publication beyond 3 people. Now, okay, so 3 people. Well, 3 people. Well, guess what? He admitted all 3 people immediately knew that it was false statements. So he rebutted his own presumed special damages from defamation per se.
And his own witness I say those signs were outside. We can presume that people saw them, that people could have started gossiping about them.
No, you can't.
His own witness said that you could not read them from the street.
Yeah. This wasn't a billboard on the side of the highway. These were cardboard signs stuck in the grass that 2 of the 3 people said you couldn't even read them unless you got out of your car and walked over to them, because they were that far off of the edge of the road. There's no publication. There's no damages.
They couldn't read them, and the other sign people could read. I think the damages are implied at this stage, I think, but
Mike, this isn't a newspaper article. This isn't a billboard. This isn't a song on a radio.
It's a sign on streets.
A handwritten cardboard sign stuck in the grass in the dark and retrieved at 7:14 a.m., 31 minutes after daylight. Please, he was going to have an expert traffic study to establish cars driving by, and even if they drove by, you can't read the signs anyway. It's ridiculous. To have a trial and a jury for this nonsense is exactly the whole goal that they started out with.
It might be the goal, but
isn't that the goal? What rule that was put in for, Bruce?
A dispute of facts that only a jury can decide. That's. If I was the judge, I would say if you've got signs outside, at this stage, it's for a jury to decide what damages, if any.
Well, they also only have they also have no evidence, no legitimate, valid evidence of who wrote the signs, because handwriting. This is junk science. This is pseudoscience. Okay, this is not. There is no. There is no scientific certainty from an handwriting, quote unquote, hobbyist expert that says, oh, yes, I can declare with certainty to any. It's not even remotely like, for example, an accident reconstructionist applying the laws of physics and gravity and heat and distances and skid marks and blood spatters.
Bruce, you're brilliant. Bruce, in Discovery, you can ask for an accident reconstructionist for Jeremy Hale's conception. That would be beautiful. That's what I'm asking for in Discovery. I want an accident reconstruction of his conception. That's what I want. I want that. He has to give that to me.
And by the way, there's no subject matter jurisdiction in federal court here. From the beginning, there hasn't been. So there you go. To have a trial and all that entails, and the consumption of resources, and go through all this discovery and the consumption of lives, when there was never even legitimate federal jurisdiction to begin with, use your own adjectives.
I can use all I want. I have litigation privilege.
Oh, he's got a lot of adjectives first. He's Mr. Adjective.
I love it.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. That's a good one. No, really, but Bruce, like, could I ask for a reconstruction of Jeremy Hale's conception? Like, if I think it was a mistake, and I think that the reason why he filed this stupid lawsuit, and he's got a stupid. Maybe I can ask Jeremy Shockett and ask him a reconstruction of his conception too, because the lawyer's got to be even more stupid than Jeremy to file this goddamn thing. You know, I think that might be actually a relevant piece of evidence that I might need a discovery to find out how these people are so goddamn stupid. That might explain. That's my theory of the case right now. If I get a better theory of the case for why these people are so stupid, I need an accident reconstruction of the conception. That's what I think. That's what I'm going to go with. I like this. This is the whole thing about the ecosystem. This is the whole thing. The ecosystem is coming up. We're a brainstorming group that's coming up to figure out ways to thwart Jeremy Hales using the law. It's terrible. Terrible. I love it.
Let me. I want to ask Mike something. Mike, okay, it's all a matter of degree. Let's say the signs were found by the same three people, but they were found while they were hiking deep in the woods, and they came across them sticking out of a swamp in the middle of the woods a mile in. Okay, now you can't say there were any drivers who possibly went by and saw them. Now you got three people who admittedly didn't believe them, and nobody else. So you can have that same. You can have that same in this situation.
I love it.
That is in the trial.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
You have to have evidence that cars drove by and saw it, Mike, and there is no evidence. If you had a billboard on the side of the highway, then you can presume a lot of cars drove by and saw it and read it and could read the letters.
You presume that cars drove by because they were on the side of the road.
No, you don't. You don't presume cars drove by on the side. What side of what road? Some dirt road and some dirt road 18 miles in.
You presume that cars drove by.
No, you don't.
Oh, no, Mike, you're wrong. A presumption for a road, a road doesn't invite a car. You know, maybe an interstate might, maybe a U.S. highway might, but beyond that, no. A road doesn't invite a car.
And Mike, this was discovered at 7:15 in the morning after 30 minutes of daylight on a Sunday.
We don't know how long they were up, though. No one knows how long they were up.
Which is why we need a reconstruction of Jeremy Hale's conception. We don't know how long
they would have found them the day before if they were up the day before.
All of these are factual disputes.
No, they're not, because there's no evidence to show they were up the day before. You can't just say we don't know if they were up the day before, so they get the benefit of the doubt as the plaintiff.
The day before because Jeremy was there.
All right. Well, I think
so it was across from his property.
Jeremy left, went to Ohio, and suddenly that morning that he left, or whether he left the night before or not, I don't know if he drove or flew or what, but he was there Saturday. He was gone Sunday. Sunday morning is when it was found at 7:14 in the morning. And it was Mother's Day.
I think we should ask for examination of George's broom, because I think he traveled by broomstick. That's probably the only way he could have got there.
Already in Ohio.
Only way, broomstick. I'm going with that.
He's gonna get thrown.
And it's three of his friends that found the sign.
Right, I know the facts, but I
would. And then in their affidavits of Brett Granger and Therese, compared to their videos, they lied.
You're treating it like it was a highway, a billboard, Mike. It wasn't. It was a podunk back road, small signs that people who found them couldn't read from their car at 30 minutes of daylight on a Sunday. Ain't no evidence anybody saw them or that they were up the night before in daylight.
Hey, Bruce, have you ever asked if Jeremy Hale's friends could actually read? I don't think anybody's ever asked if they can actually read. That could win the case right then and there.
Yeah, maybe. But he admitted in his deposition.
I don't think it's one thing, and there's also devil's advocate. You know what I mean? Like, let's just say these signs were there. Let's just say some people did see them. But in this whole case, Jeremy's the one that made these signs public.
Exactly. How do you know? How can you attribute damage to Michelle and John, even if pretend that they did put the signs up, when maybe 3 or 10 cars drove by and he's shown up to 150,000 people 6 different times?
But all of that are facts in dispute that you settle at trial. I think the signs are so inflammatory. You presume
Nah.
that there's damages.
It's a MacGuffin. The signs are a MacGuffin.
Because you're putting it where people can see it. I would have still. I think I would, if I was the judge, order it to trial.
Well, if you're looking at how they were acting towards each other in the beginning of April, come voting day, they were fine. That's in one of his videos. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, but he's had problems with several people in Otter Creek.
No, those
are
all facts at trial.
No,
things
no.
that would during the trial make it seem like this is BS and to minimize any damages.
No, you're presuming people. You're presuming you have no basis to presume that other than 3 people saw them. There's no basis to make that presumption, and there is a rebuttable presumption of damage for those 3 people. And guess what? He rebutted it himself.
Right, but
no evidence, no triable issue of fact. It's a joke. It's a waste, and it should have been dismissed long ago for lack of federal jurisdiction at the beginning. And again, twice. It doesn't matter who wrote the signs. There's no federal jurisdiction and never has been.
Why is there federal jurisdiction?
Oh, what we've been through this.
I know, but why? I'm saying there's diversity clearly. So you're saying it's not $75,000 worth of damages?
The judge admitted it. The judge admitted it in his last denial. That although he said that, but because there was originally jurisdiction.
They're judges. They can do whatever they want. They can say the sky is blue on Tuesday and it's red on Wednesday. Come on.
I understand, but you have to. But the federal judge has an obligation to ensure.
Judge says, get out of here.
To ensure that federal jurisdiction is properly invoked and exercised. They invoked it fraudulently. They invoked it with knowingly false statements intended to influence the amount in controversy inquiry and did explicitly influence the amount in controversy inquiry. Then thrown out because there were never, all they did is they took innocuous, non-actionable statements and slapped the word extortion on them, and that's why they got into federal court.
That part's out though, Bruce.
Can I break?
And therefore there was never federal jurisdiction because you don't just get
jurisdiction, Bruce. I think it's very liberal standard to get federal jurisdiction. I think
no,
that's a tree to
no.
bark up. I think the whole tree is that it's frivolous. I think that's one that you could say. But they stated a claim, right? So they it's very easy to state a claim for $75,000.
It's not that easy. I could say today Richard had Lucky Charms for breakfast. That's extortion. Now I'm triple damages and attorney fees and get federal jurisdiction.
You're pretty close on like 2 of those things.
Right. So, Lisa, can I break it down in more layman's terms?
Sure, go ahead.
So, in order to get federal, they included extortion, which in the charge included lawyer fees, and so the judge said, "Well, with the extortion, there's $75,000, except the extortion was frivolous." So, in order to get to $75,000, you threw in a frivolous charge. If this is allowed, then other people who are unethical
exactly
get into federal court will just have one legitimate charge, 15 frivolous charges, get it to federal court, and then the court will dismiss 14 of them, but you're already in federal court.
But that's how it works in federal court. Wait, stop a second. Stop one moment. That's how it works in federal court. Because think about how criminal law works the same way. You could charge somebody with 15 things and only one will stick. You're still in federal court. That's how it works. That's how the feds work. Deal with the jurisdictional issue.
Yeah.
Jurisdiction is the easiest hurdle to get over for somebody that's bringing up a claim, be it the prosecution or be it the plaintiff. So that's not what the tree you want to bark up. That's not how you're going to win this one. Come on. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Whatever you say. There's no federal jurisdiction here, and there never was. And you can't just slap the word extortion so you could say triple damages and attorney fees, and you can't just then add something that wasn't in the complaint. Now, in response to a 12B1 motion that's challenging federal jurisdiction on a mountain controversy grounds, then interpose an affidavit that says, "Oh, I forgot to mention in the complaint online posts calling me a child predator constant, and I'm going to this day." Now we got plenty of damages to beat $75K, perjury. And you're telling me a judge is obligated to keep that case in federal court?
The judge
Sure,
is
tell me
not.
more lies. Give me more lies, and I have no choice but to keep us here in federal court. Please, come on.
The judge is not obligated, and as I said, the precedent this sets is, well, if somebody wants something in federal court, let me just bring a whole bunch of frivolous counts, one legitimate one. We'll say these frivolous counts, if you take them as true, that adds up to more than 75,000.
The Justice Department does it every day when they prosecute people.
All right. What about ism? You know,
all right, fine, but
somebody
it's true.
doing something bad doesn't mean that it's okay here.
They've been held hostage by this lawsuit.
And some other unethical lawyers like Jeremy Hales versus Michelle Preston, they decided, even though the charges that got to 75,000 were later dismissed, that since jurisdiction had already been established, it was kept, and you use that as precedent.
They've been held hostage to this lawsuit, and if it's that easy, just make up frivolous, fake lies in a complaint so you can keep two people here stuck in a discovery quagmire for months like he did. It ain't that easy, and it's obligation of the federal court to not allow them to abuse their litigation and their dockets that way, and to not allow them to take people's lives and use them as litigation fodder by making up fake claims and slapping fake labels on them. The federal court and any judge has the obligation to say, no, this is an abuse. I'm not going to let you do it. I'm not going to let you use my docket in my courtroom this way. That's what should have happened. And no, absolutely, they have discretion and absolutely should throw a case out that they were lied to in order to be to be influenced to exercise federal jurisdiction fraudulently for that purpose. They lied to get him to exercise jurisdiction for that purpose so they can make YouTube content out of it. What kind of a judge will allow them to get away with that and continue to get away with that?
All right. So, Lisa, can I answer?
All right, now you got my freaking ire up.
Doesn't he need to prove they wrote them before the question of who saw them comes into question? He doesn't need to prove they wrote them until the trial. Up to the trial, you presume they wrote them.
No, in a motion for summary judgment,
you don't. You have to have evidence. You have to have evidence. We could have brought a Daubert motion that challenged this ridiculous joke of an expert, junk science bullshit expert, and it would probably be granted. You don't just get to say they wrote the signs. They got to have evidence they wrote the signs, and they got no freaking evidence they wrote the signs.
I agree with you there, Bruce, 100%.
All right,
it's not just you get to say it. That's a 12B6 standard. Goddamn
they wrote it.
There's a difference between 12B6 and Rule 56 summary judgment. Saying it is a 12B6. I say it. Good enough. Now let's do some discovery. That's a joke in and of itself. It's different when you get to summary judgment. Different standards, different requirements. Learn it.
Rule 56.
No more presumptions at summary judgment. Show us the fucking evidence.
Wow.
Bruce is a little bit fired.
And if all you're relying on is a junk science handwriting expert, and by the way, in his deposition, he said, I'm going to need a traffic study expert to show the cars drove by, and then I'm going to need a lost income expert to show that of all the thousands and thousands of comments about me, the reason I lost business is because these two people made a few comments about me. It's a joke. It's an insult to the entire federal intelligence of the entire federal judiciary that this case continues to be ongoing.
Well, there you go. That's an oxymoron. Intelligence and federal judiciary in the same sense. That's a problem. That's what you got.
And the proof of lost income is the lost income.
All right.
He said that.
Right.
He said that in a deposition, that the proof of lost income is the lost income.
There are so many admissions in that deposition that show that every aspect of this lawsuit is completely contrived, carefully, calculatingly, and cleverly worded. Oh, they used their defamatory statements in a way to get the customers to stop supporting him. In his deposition, he admitted that the phrase "used their statements" was a contrivance. It is no more than the making of the statements themselves. Therefore, there is nothing to support the tortious interference claim. Contrived. The judge relied on that too in exercising federal. He relied on a perjured affidavit about online posts calling him a child predator that never existed. He couldn't identify a single one in his deposition, not one. You know what he came up with? He said, "Oh, last night on Two Lees, somebody mentioned about something I was a predator." That's now his basis for the affidavit that he had filed a year earlier with a lie. And treble damages and attorney fees because he took some statements that are not extortion and said, "I think I'll put the label extortion on them." Treble damages plus attorney fees, easily $75,000. Oh, and what about the tortious interference? Well, they made these statements online and in private chats. Oh, and they used them to get the customers to stop. So, well, there you go, tortious interference. Wow. Wave a magic wand and here you go. You got 10 months of federal discovery with all the content you want to create out of it. Give me a fucking break.
But not one piece of actual evidence. When he was asked to produce the evidence of this, he didn't have it.
Yeah, Bruce.
Traffic expert, lost income expert, handwriting expert. Guess what? He hasn't disclosed any of these experts other than the handwriting joke. He hasn't disclosed a traffic expert like he said he was going to do in his deposition. He hasn't disclosed any lost income expert like he said he was going to do in his deposition to prove that my client's statements of all the statements online about him caused him to lose business. It is a sick, psychotic joke, the entire thing, and that it has gone on this long and harmed.
Bruce, you went out. Or I did.
I think he blew his microphone.
It's outrageous.
Here's a question. Bruce, your mic went out. But here's a question. Richard, can you ask for sealed crimes to be revealed? Like if they're sealed records?
It depends. Like everything with law, it depends. What are you asking to be sealed? Well, for what purpose? You know, the easiest crimes to get unsealed or to make relevant is when you have a witness, and not a party, but a witness. And you're asking about their veracity, their truthfulness, and there are crimes of dishonesty. If they committed fraud, if they committed perjury, those crimes usually would be allowed. If there are other crimes that may be sealed, there are some that are sealed by statute. Some sexual crimes are sealed by statute, cannot be used for evidentiary purposes for any reason. You know, for like especially a child sex crime, things like that. If you're a victim, so you have victims' rights there. So it really depends on what the situation is when you're asking for a crime to say to be unsealed in a courtroom setting.
Yeah, because we know that there's arrests or at least one I know of, and you can't find it. And so there's been a whole thing about whether he's got a sealed record or not. And in Ohio, they don't expunge them; they seal them.
Right. I think you're going to have trouble showing relevance. And also to add that the Tate lawsuit, it's sort of the same thing that the Tate brothers, everybody talks about the Tate brothers, and there's all of this opinion and thought about them. And again, you're like, how are you saying that these people that you're suing isolated, that they caused you to lose business when you're being talked about by half the planet? Right. It's sort of the same thing. In the same way, Hales being sued, but having tons of people talking about him, and Michelle Preston and John Cook saying bad things. Somehow that's going to be the key to swaying people's opinion. It's a joke. In the same way that the Tate lawsuit is a joke.
And in the lawsuit, Mike, the new amended complaint, the part where he says about me that he said I made a video of him with Hitler. It wasn't Hitler. It was Andrew Tate. I took Andrew Tate's words of him going off about how he likes to basically exploit women, and he exploits women for money. He doesn't even want to be near them. He has sex with them. He doesn't really care. He wants money. All he sees is money, 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 money. And I made that as a comparison to Mr. Jeremy Hales, because if you've seen him act, he acts a lot like Andrew Tate, like a total asshole. And so, I want that to be clear to everybody. I didn't compare him to Hitler because of his assholedom, because Hitler was an asshole. But I think Andrew Tate, his assholedom is even greater, because at least Andrew Tate, at least with Hitler didn't beat the shit out of Eva Braun. Andrew Tate beat the shit out of a whole bunch of women. I don't know if Andrew Tate, he didn't kill 6 million Jews, but these are details. But the fact of the matter is, I tried to make the comparison that he's an asshole. But the asshole that I was trying to say is because he exploits women. Now, he's an anti-Semite too, and that's why I put the Hitler mustache on him, because he's an anti-Semite.
The comparison was to Andrew Tate, though. But as I said, it would be considered.
Well, no, it was to Hitler too, because he's anti-Semite.
Right. It would be considered satire and always protected.
That's right, Michael. I'm going to bring you to court with me. If they don't make you a defendant, you're coming with me.
Right. Right. Hey, Lisa, I got to get going too. I usually stay up this late. Thank you guys for having me.
Lisa, I'll be right.
Well,
Mike just turned into a pumpkin.
Right back. I got a deal water moccasin bite. I'll be right back.
Out. Bye. Oh my God. So Bruce says there's no evidence they wrote the signs, and JH is saying that they did. It's not evidence.
Nope. There's no evidence they were actually on the streets, though. Because the only people, his people, were the people that said they were on the street. They never called the police. They never videotaped it or took pictures of them there on the side of the road. So technically,
they said it was too dark, and then all of a sudden a picture showed up.
Yeah, after everybody made comment about there not being any pictures.
Yeah,
but there's actually no evidence that they were ever there.
Right. Well, this uncorroborated testimony is what they have, and that is what they call in legal terms. It's bullshit. That's basically what it is.
Well, yeah. You look at who said it, it's bullshit. They even conflicted their stories on what they said on their video and what they said in their deposition are two different things.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, Rick, just so you know, like from the get-go, when this all came about, Jeremy's, bullying people left and right. And that's when I saw him go after Guapo, is when I started being like, this is bullshit. This is when I came forward and was like, I am so tired of this guy. And I've been asking for all kinds of, information, put the puzzle pieces. Who's Michelle? Why is this going on? I've been trying to put this all together. So many people came to me and they gave me and us information, and I'm vetting all this information this whole time. Nobody has ever come and handed us something, nor does any video exist out there that Michelle and John ever stalked Jeremy Hales at all, ever. There's no evidence of this. None.
We begged for it.
And he's been claiming this entire time, and then it's these signs. It boils down to the signs in this lawsuit.
Yeah. Well,
there's nothing. He's got nothing.
He's got nothing. That's what this is. Yeah, go ahead.
You do realize his point of suing people is not to win.
No, it's the content generator.
It's to break them.
Yep. He's admitted that left and right.
Well, he took the wrong one over here.
Yeah, now he's claiming that somebody confessed to him that they wrote half the signs. Thank you, Strictly.
Wait. There's 3 signs, so somebody wrote half the signs? He's a fucking moron.
Originally, there was 3.
Moron. What, if somebody wrote 1.5 signs? Yes, originally there was 1.5 signs? Get the fuck out of here.
No. Originally, there was 3 signs. Then there was 7. Then 9. Then 11.
And so somebody wrote half of the 11 signs. So somebody wrote 5.5 signs.
Yes.
Yeah.
This guy's a bigger fucking idiot than I ever thought he was. What a fucking idiot. Like, if you're going to lie, at least get your lies fucking straight. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's like, you could clearly see that the signs themselves are written differently, and the expert that is on this side of the case basically said it looked like someone tried to forge Michelle's handwriting. And when he went through everybody's handwriting that he was given, Jeremy's is the one that he says is the one who did it.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like with all these setups that have gone on and all these like incidents where he's trying to trap them and get these contempt of courts thing, it's like all this content-based stuff. It's like that fits right into it. He created this so he can go after them with this content crap. And then, and he brought it into the courtroom when Michelle literally tried to get a temporary restraining order against him. That's when this all started. And he blames her for it because she did that.
Now, there's a case that I know about very well because in my past life as an attorney, I was one of the attorneys on it, called Gilder v. Galino in the Eastern District of New York. And then in that case, I think the other case was 2015, I think it was a 2014 case. Anyway, it was Gilder v. Galino in the Eastern District of New York. And Judge Matsumoto, who was the judge, she said that this court is not the forum to adjudicate perceived slights on social media. If you're listening, Bruce, that's language you might want. This court is not the forum where we adjudicate perceived slights on social media. And that was true in 2014, 10 years ago. I think it should still be true today. Or at least if it is in the Eastern District, what the hell is the Northern District of Florida doing? Making themselves the laughingstock of the federal system and making themselves the court that does adjudicate perceived slights on social media. They should just make themselves YouTube court or make themselves social media court as opposed to federal court, because it becomes a joke. But there's actually case language out there, in a case that I was part of, and that was actually part of a ruling that it said that, a docket entry by Judge Matsumoto in Gilder v. Galino. Bruce, if you're listening.
He's still there. Vanessa's.
What
Vanessa's. God, Tori.
Richard was a lawyer too.
Oh, many years ago. Oh God. It was in my past life. Ooh.
So Vanessa says the amended complaint doesn't provide any defined parameters showing how anyone committed any actions against him. He's taken opinion and critique and spun it into bogus complaints that don't define poop.
Vanessa has the best comments today. Vanessa, you have the best comments.
She's good.
You have the best comments. She does. The comments are awesome. She always right on point. Really are.
So wow. So you're gonna wait to be served for this, or are you just going to respond?
Well, I'm going to tell you what the choice is with me. Here's my choice. By virtue of them filing this action itself, they've committed activity in the state of Florida, right? In the state of Florida. And I live in the state of Florida. And that action in the state of Florida actually is within the core of what's called anti-SLAPP. I know you talked about it before. And the anti-SLAPP, because of the core anti-SLAPP, what I could do is I could very well, within my rights, say that they're naming me in the lawsuit and including my email in the system has made it such that I am now harmed. My ability to act as a member of the press, my First Amendment rights are chilled by their actions. I am harmed constitutionally. And therefore, I can actually bring an affirmative lawsuit against them. And I can bring an affirmative lawsuit against not only Jeremy Hales, but I can bring an affirmative lawsuit against Randall Shockett and against his law firm. Now, if I were to choose to bring a case against Jeremy Hales, it's cheaper for me to bring it up there because I don't have to pay the filing fee. I just counterclaim against him, answer a counterclaim. Or I could bring my own case down in the Middle District of Florida in Fort Myers, in my own backyard, 10 minutes from my house. It'd be easier for me to deal with the case, which I might very well do. The other choice I could do is I could bring them both together, Shockett and his law firm and Jeremy Hales, and I could bring them all in Lee County. Robert E. Lee County, where I live, and in state court. So it won't be in federal court, it'll be in state court. And then they'll be shit out of luck with what they're doing in federal court because they'll have to deal with an anti-SLAPP case plus something called prima facie tort, because prima facie tort is it's not so much a catch-all. Some people call it that, but it's when you have an intentional activity that's not, defamation, and it's not tortious interference, and it's not assault, but it's an intentional activity that they've done with malice in order to harm you that has no legal basis for it. And you could bring that claim too. That's a substantive claim of the Florida law. I might very well bring that. I think I'm bringing something against Shockett and his law firm just to make his malpractice go up, because when you have a lawyer, they have malpractice insurance. So if you sue his law firm, it's no skin off his ass. He's going to have a lawyer that's going to go for him, but they're like the retard lawyers. They're the guys in law school that slept through law school. So either they become a public defender or you become an insurance attorney. One of the two. And so the insurance attorneys are the guys that kind of sit there and drool. So he'll get one of those guys appointed by his malpractice carrier. But what will happen is his Shockett's malpractice insurance will go up. So if he's paying $10,000 for malpractice, it'll probably be like $25,000 next year. It'll shoot up really, really high because he got sued. So I might do that because I have a valid claim against him, and I'll bring it in state court. So I'll bring it to federal court. If it gets into the federal system, they can play games to try to transfer cases and this and that. They can try to do this and that. And the thing is that if they sue me, and they'll try to serve me, actually. I don't know if they're going to serve me or not, because I don't think they served anybody else. I think they're doing this like a big press release. They're getting it out there in the But if I join the issue, the other choice I have is to join the issue against Jeremy, which means file my answer and counterclaim against him up there. fight them up there, which might be fun to do. You know, I don't know. We'll see. You know, I do like the panhandle. And the fact is, they're building a Buc-ee's down here in Charlotte County, down by me.
Yes.
Yeah, and so Buc-ee's is down here, but it's not down here yet. So, like, if I'm going to go up all the way that far, up to like either Gainesville or Pensacola, like I'll stop up by like St. Augustine, or I'll stop up by one of the Buc-ee's up there. I'll stay over there. You know, where the Buc-ee's is.
They're building one. They're
building one here in Marion County.
I thought it was Ocala.
Ocala. By Ocala?
Yeah.
That's funny. He's gonna base what he does off of where Buc-ee's is.
Really, I would. Like, if I have to get in the car and drive somewhere, I might as well go somewhere I like to go. And so, like,
exactly.
I don't mind going out to the Redneck Riviera. The Redneck Riviera is a fun fucking place. Pensacola's cool. I've had some good times in Pensacola. You know, it's not like it's Pittsburgh. I had the worst 2 weeks of my life one night in Pittsburgh. You know, I would never want to go to Pittsburgh, but Pensacola, it's fucking fun. You know, you have a good time in Pensacola. You know, Dirty South is Dirty South. It's Dirty South. That's just how it is.
They will miss serving you in Staten Island. That's funny.
Robbie, who got bit by the water moccasin?
What?
A police officer in Texas.
Okay. Robbie said, earlier when Robbie said he had to go, he says, I got to help with a water moccasin bite.
Oh.
And he didn't want to go to the hospital. And I'm like, you're crazy. They have one of the dirtiest bites. They have so much bacteria in their mouth. And you're better off going, even if you only take a couple vials of antivenom, the bacteria can be treated there. Without going to the hospital, you're almost guaranteed to lose a digit.
I heard that about George, too.
Yeah, George, too. And Jeremy, you can see, you know, with Jeremy, you can see how swollen his tongue is. That's where all the venom is. That's the venom gland.
God. Dumbass.
Litigation privilege.
Litigation privilege.
We're gonna be saying that a lot now. Vanessa says Jeremy's a public figure. He has a high bar of proof that he is held to, and it's harder to prove claims like this as a public figure. He's doing this content, in my opinion, and it's gross.
Vanessa's like the smartest person ever. Holy cow.
Do I get to call mole privilege?
What do you put? What?
Mole privilege. Yeah, supposedly Tori's the mole.
I'm the mole, evidently giving him all the information. But the reality is, if I was his mole, he would know how far over his head this runs, and he would have stopped by now.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff, you know, behind the scenes that people don't realize, and we can't even say because, you know, well, one, we're in lawsuits. Two, there's investigations going on.
There's a bunch of stuff Lisa knows.
Litigation privilege.
Lisa knows stuff that I know. And she could say, and he doesn't know it. She knows I'm not telling.
Right. Now, there is an original 10, right, that Richard was not on. It was Patty Plummer, who is no longer on, and now Richard's added.
Oh, so, never mind.
Well,
I'm happy to hear I'm renting space for free in Jeremy's head. You know, I can actually say that I live in Otter Creek because I live in his fucking head. In the little pea-brained, dinosaur-brained head, I have a little portion of that little dinosaur walnut-sized brain that I live in. So I'm very, very happy.
Richard, welcome to the little studio apartment up here.
Hold on, can we call this On the Rocks?
There you go.
I'll go back to Sunset Boulevard for a minute.
You're right. I've been living there for years, rent free.
Yeah, no, I don't believe there is a mole at all. I mean, you know, whatever.
Listen. I've dealt with this guy personally. You guys all know how much I've dealt with him and what I've gone through with him. Everything that comes out of his mouth is lies. All right. If he speaks, he's lying. Litigation privileges there. Everything that comes out of that man's mouth is a lie, and he just twists it to make it so he's a victim somehow, somewhere in the scenario.
Yeah, that's called narcissism. Litigation privilege. Jeremy Hales is a narcissist. Litigation privilege.
Based on my psych classes, you are correct.
100%. And this is all that man does. And he believes, and he said it to me. He said, listen, I don't have to tell my subscribers what to do. All I have to do is suggest what to do, and they do it.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's problematic. That's really problematic.
And someone pointed out, I got an email about his new disclaimer, and it basically says nobody should, go and tell or do anything, no, and he's trying to prove that he's not trying to incite anybody to do things.
No, because that's his secret to it.
Yeah.
When he says that, that's when they go do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nobody should go watch Jeremy Hales' videos and copyright strike him or report him for anything that's inappropriate. Nobody should ever do that.
Nobody should ever do that.
Yeah. Well, speaking of copyright,
litigation privileges.
Bruce is fine, guys. Bruce is fine. You have to realize, he's been held up and not been able to say what was really on his mind. And based on there's a lot of frustration that's come along with this and what the judge has allowed, and it's a ridiculous case.
What you can say as a defendant and what you can say as a lawyer are two different things.
Right.
And now you don't have free speech as a lawyer. You don't have free speech. They could actually ping you in ethical, lawyer ethical grievances and everything else for saying things that they say are derogatory to the administration of justice. Whatever that means, I have no idea, but that's what they can do. They can ping you. Say, hold that legal law license over your head. The second you get it, it's like golden handcuffs. You can't say anything bad about judges, even they're total fucking morons. So and that's how they try to do it, because what they figure is that everybody that goes to law school is going to be a lawyer, and then they can protect their system that way. So the people that are out there that they don't know the difference. It's kind of like like a foreign thing to them. So it is what it is.
Right. But speaking of the copyright, God.
No, the biggest joke about this is where I hear you guys telling me that what's her name? What's the crazy girl's name who thinks she's the other one who thinks yes, this Megan Fox girl who thinks she's the biggest thing since sliced bread.
She's a lawyer.
Yeah,
she's a fucking moron. Litigation privilege.
Dude, it's unreal. She talks about this case like it's some huge case, and nobody outside of this little area, not even 700,000 people, have heard about this case. It's absolutely insane to think that this is some big case.
No. This is a high-profile case. Her and Shara too.
What is your high profile?
You're intimidating a federal witness. I'm like, a federal witness in what? First of all, I haven't been sued. You started your bullshit with me. And you started it before there was ever even my name involved in any of this. Okay? Now you're constantly putting out videos that have my logos, my artwork involved in it, and it's not even in any relation to some of the stuff you're saying. So I have.
Well, the whole thing is they talk about it as much as they can because they're trying to get it bigger. It's called Polymop. They're trying to build this, and they're trying to make it more than it is, and they're trying to get more people to hear about it.
Exactly, and they're on a whole entire smear campaign. I mean, the second Mike Volpe started talking about it, they went after Mike. They went after Richard. So it's like they're going on. And what's up? Why is it okay for them to have panels of people on? It's okay for them to put panels of people together and discuss, or better yet, take their friends and all their YouTube channel friends and get them to start smearing everybody.
They were all on the same panel with Jeremy as well. So
Jeremy, you piece of shit. There's this thing called, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, you asshole.
Litigation privilege.
Litigation privileges.
To me, Shara is irrelevant because she's a flipper. She's already lied. She's deleted stuff. She's showing things that like she removes her own conversation from, which makes the contents. I mean, to me, she's irrelevant. She's trying to act like a journalist. Where's her publications? She's acting like she's interviewing people. She don't ask for the interviews. Nothing. She's just spewing shit.
Well, I said this to Mike already this last show. Go ahead.
I said, in my opinion, she's trash.
Yeah, I said this to Mike on the last show about the USF letter. And the USF letter is very easy to do in the sense that they're claiming, oh, it's a fake, it's a fraud, it's this, it's that, it's the other thing. All you have to do is call up the USF department, the medical department that they're there, and ask them, is this a specimen of the letterhead that you use? And would you mind writing me a letter back on your letterhead? Your actual letterhead saying that this is or this isn't the letterhead from your department. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. It doesn't appear to be the letterhead from our department. That's all you have to do. And then you would get that. And so they're all worried about all these different things. You can get that done very easily. Just for that person. You're not.
They don't vet anything. They're just on there one. Like now Megan's like Miss Munchausen. And she got the Munchausen storyline from Jeremy.
Yeah. Well, she's done Munchausen before. She knows better. She's done Munchausen, but she did covered family court cases with Mike Volpe. So it is what it is. She's selling out. She's selling her soul, and it's for a shitty number of clicks. She's getting 15 million clicks, and I would say, okay, maybe, but she's not even getting, 50,000, not even nowhere near that. So
you guys start sending super chats, and I have to turn on the ads.
You guys, the thing that gets me more
super chats, but
the thing that gets me more worked up about this whole thing is that there's actually subscribers that believe the venom that is coming out of his mouth, even though it's pointed out, all the lies are pointed out, everything is pointed out. You can research it yourself and see he's full of BS, and they still believe him.
Because some of them are as stupid as he says they are.
Yeah,
they really are. And they are
people that believe that Jeremy Hales is smart. Think how stupid those people are. That level of stupidity is like, what the heck? That's like Darwin levels of stupidity. That's like, how did you make it to this point in human evolution?
That really is.
Yeah, it's sad. So, I mean, I did the first copyright strike that I've ever done, and it was based on the logos that she used on her thumbnails because she keeps using my content. The logos are mine. It's not. It was literally about her thumbnail, and then I watched this. The premiere when it happened, and she's using my videos, and she's using my voice and more of my logos that are in her thing. So I'm like, okay, so you want to keep doing that? You think you have fair use? You actually don't have fair use. You're not able to use my logo. Okay. Just because you think it's fair use, you copied something off here. You are to remove the logos. You're not supposed to be able to use my intellectual property. So, and that's what she's doing, and that's what she got the strike on. She didn't get the strike on actually using my content yet. Okay, so the video was in fact removed, and now there's 2 more that I see showing that I'm going to get removed as well because she cannot do that. That's not part of fair use. You cannot use a company's logos or merchandise and just use them for yourself. That's not what this is about, and not on here. So that's why I struck her first, because I'm not playing anymore. They're all getting away with all this. I never I was like, okay, whatever. But we're gonna record it. We're gonna keep it as evidence. This is what they've been doing. Fine, great. But now that no one's doing anything about it, they're getting away with it. So that's why I did that. I'm like, well, she'll learn not to use that stuff anymore. At least my logos or any of my, intellectual property. So that, to me, that was literally the first thing that I'm going to do here. And I'm going to take it all the way because letting them get away with what they're doing wrong.
Lisa, another thing about this is I can't believe they bring in Ray Bonecrusher on this. This is absolutely insane. I have sat there.
It's crazy.
I love Ray Bonecrusher. I have sat there and talked to him on the phone, and this man is so interesting. I can actually sit there and talk to him and have a conversation about different things in history, Yalta Convention, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and what else were we talking about, Ray? Stuff like that this past phone call. And I was just amazed because it was like talking to my dad, who used to talk to me about stuff like that all the time. And then this man does nothing about Jeremy except point out facts. Nothing but facts that he picks up in different things. And you're going to attack this man and bring this man into this ridiculous lawsuit? Are you kidding me?
Well, but think about this though. Think about what's going to happen if it goes to trial. I think Ray is the most sympathetic, nicest person. Who do you think the jury's going to like the most out of everybody? Ray Bonecrusher. Yeah. That's just it. It's a big mistake, like strategically, to bring Ray into this lawsuit because he's so likable.
It was. He's such an intelligent man and such a dude. We sit there and talk about everything but Jeremy, and it's amazing to sit there and talk to him. And I love history and I can't explain it. It's just so cool. And Ray is I love him to death. And this was the biggest mistake Jeremy could make. You're 100% right.
Yeah. Well, technically, Ray's not served, right, Ray?
I don't know why I ended up in a lawsuit. He doesn't know who I am or where I live or what I'm about, or he really knows nothing about me. So I guess I just filled in a slot that he needed. But I fill a criteria of his previous cases, and that's he tries to pick on somebody he doesn't think can fight back, and somebody that's a little older. And,
oh boy, did he make a mistake there.
I haven't lost my mental facilities yet. I can still defend myself. The other thing is, if he got close enough to me, I can still flatten his nose.
I love him.
You go, Ray.
You go, Ray.
And I'm fast enough to grab that big tongue of his and jerk it right out of his mouth.
Go, Ray. Go, Ray. Go, Ray. So Vanessa said, well, it's becoming a big case because this is truly arguing, can the public have an opinion and critique the content of the actions of a public figure without recourse, claiming opinions are defamation?
Of course they can. That's the freedom of speech. That's the freedom of thought. That's being a human.
Yeah.
The problem is that you have another First Amendment right, and that's the right to petition the court for the grievance, the redress of grievances. So, to the extent that he thinks that he does have a grievance, he has a right to bring it to the courts. The problem is that we saw that those are two First Amendment rights: free speech and redress of grievances. So, where it's two coming together, they kind of cancel each other out. Where it then at that point lands is the Rule 11 stuff. And Rule 11 was put in by Congress to say, no bullshit in federal court. If you're going to make a federal case out of something, let's make it a federal case. Let's make it something that is very important and big to deal with. And this really is social media slides. That's really what this is at the end of the day. It's and at the end of the day, it's not a big money case either. Like if he was a top influencer, type person with 15 million or 20 million or 50 million followers, and there was some type of concerted cartel that was going against him, creating an ecosystem against him with those stakes, I could see that being an issue. But this is small potatoes compared to that type of stuff. We'd be talking about like a Shakira or a J-Lo, Jennifer Lawrence, or somebody like is a well-known name throughout the world, and he's a legend in his own mind. This guy, he's a jerk. That's what it comes down to. So,
to me, this is
but Richard, what about Larry Flint? Larry Flint used to run his mouth about everything under the sun.
But he was great because he understood how far he could take it with the First Amendment. He really did. The best part about Larry Flynt was they come after him, they sue him for defamation, they sue him for this, they sue him for that. He counterclaims for copyright infringement, and he wins.
Yeah, that was great. It was incredible. He always did.
Yeah, but he knew exactly how far he could push things, and that's the thing. We have a strong First Amendment.
He print it in Hustler and then sue them for copyright infringement.
Yep.
It's crazy, man. This, you know, what he's doing is absolutely insane. I'm just, you know, wondering how he's going to get away with it. I mean, when you were talking about the First Amendment rights, like, and then what you throw harassment in it, like, because when he started this, he talked about free speech and how this is all about free speech and this is all about saving your free speech.
Listen, it's his free speech. Nobody else has free speech except for the germ.
Yeah, well, that's just it. He's trying to silence everybody, and it's critics.
And harassment is not free speech. Once you cross the barrier into criminality, once you cross the barrier into true threats, once you cross the barrier to fight words, once you cross the barrier to things that are they become criminalized. The free speech can't protect you once you cross that barrier. And beyond that, when you have concerted action, and you have responsibility. That's the emerging issue of law that we have here. And to the point where he has his followers, and his followers will do things because he says it. But also, to what extent is what he does fundamentally dishonest? Are all his followers real followers? Are all of his creations true creations? Are the statements that are being put up, are they AI generated or are they actual people? If there's a proof, and I'm going to be looking for this now that I'm a litigant, I'm going to ask for some discovery. I'm going to ask for proof that everything is genuine, because if he's engaged as part of his content creation in a fraudulent enterprise, if his content creation, if any process of that is a dishonest process, he has a fraudulent enterprise. And therefore, my argument is going to be he's not entitled to a free speech veil at all. If he's engaged in fraud in any way, shape, or form, or dishonesty in any way, shape, or form, that's not First Amendment. That's because free speech is genuine. That's the whole point about free speech. It's a genuine expression. So if he's engaged in some type of deception or some type of fraudulent activity, I think that destroys his free speech argument. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. It's one of the big things I'm going to be looking for. And if I get him with that, I'll be able to tar him terribly. I'll be able to I'm going to sue him for at least $10 million. I think that the number is going to be at least 10 million. I think that I got to figure it out because I got to figure out the punitives, and I got to figure out how much the insurance policy the Chocket has and everything else. I have a lot of fun things to find out.
Lisa, we have a birthday in the house.
We do. Amy. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Amy.
Happy birthday. Wow. So, Richard. So you're going to figure all this out, huh? And so you're going to counterclaim no matter what. Now, well, actually, let's just back up. So based on the fact that this is, not really considered a high profile case like everybody's trying to say, I have a feeling it's going to quickly reach it, and not only that, there's more than just this case involved at this point. Because you have other platforms that are involved that are allowing this to take place.
Yeah, but and it's federal court, so it'll have a sway. But we're not in a top media market with this in the Northern District. It's not like we're in New York or Chicago or San Francisco or LA. We're not even in Atlanta. We're in Pensacola. So it becomes, or I guess it's Gainesville Division is where this is really filed. And it's a sleepy backwater. It's like not a big thing. Like even if for Miami, it would even be a bigger shot to go nationals. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see if this thing goes.
So can we get this transferred to Orlando so it is a bigger market?
I don't know. Usually, that's the problem is that Gainesville's the Northern District and Orlando's the Middle District. I would bring mine in the Middle District and bring it in Fort Myers. But still, that's not a huge market. That it's a decent market, not a huge.
What about Miami, Richard?
That would be the Southern District, but we'd have to have a hook in the Southern District. So we'd have to have somebody who's in the Southern District to bring something in the Southern District.
Richard, don't you want to move to Miami?
I lived in Miami for many years. I love Miami, but
so did I. So did I.
Where'd you live?
Homestead.
Oh, Homestead. Yeah, okay. You're down south. I lived in
I was in Cutler Ridge.
Okay, Cutler Ridge is beautiful over there. I went to the U. I got my master's at the U, and then the year they won the championship in 2004 with Ken Dorsey and Roscoe Parrish and Frank Gore. Great, what a great team it was. And then I lived there, and then I lived down on Brickell Avenue for a few years, and then I lived up in North Bay Village, right next to the Benihana. I was at Benihana like every day for a year. So I had a good time in Miami. Miami was a nice town, really nice town.
Yeah, so I love Miami.
If you actually bring it to state, by what, you go into Lee County? Is that how
I go to Lee County, but the reason to bring it to state is to make it into a shit show, because it's not clean, and it's state court, and state court is just a lot different than federal court. You
can get away with a lot more.
Yeah, and
we could do the same for,
Well, I don't know. I got to figure out what I want to do. Because I might combat Jeremy in federal court and just throw this on Shotgun in state court just to make his life miserable. Because it's not beyond me to make people's lives miserable. I enjoy doing that. That's actually one of the reasons why I wake up in the morning. I drink a cup of coffee and I drink a cup of Sprite, and I just have my day. It's just a beautiful day. So that's how things come. So maybe I'll do it that way. I have a lot. I have time to think. They haven't served with papers. They probably have a process server in Staten Island right now looking for me, and he's going to be shit out of luck. So. And I told them where I am. I'm in Hollywood Beach. I was at Senor Frogs. It won't be too hard to find me. But I'm not going to be long. So by the time they figure out, Jeremy's probably watching right now. He's got nothing better.
Oh, he is.
Live his miserable life.
Especially that you guys have all been on here tonight. He's definitely watching, no doubt.
Yeah. So what we're
listen, his tongue is swelling so bad right now.
Yeah, God. He's got the alligator fuck tonight to make himself a man.
Oh,
he's gonna have to do something.
Oh God!
I feel sorry for the prostitute he's got tonight.
Yeah, Pamela Henderson.
Apparently I'm a Facebook News. What do you mean I'm on Facebook News? Facebook, what the hell? Fake page? Which apparently they said that we did or something.
What?
Or I did. Apparently I'm behind the what the hell fake Facebook page or something. It's mentioned in this amendment.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm like, what?
It's going to have a lot of content on it tonight, I can tell you.
Oh, I know.
He'll spread this out over a week.
Yeah,
yeah. By the time it makes its rounds, I'd be surprised. I'd like to see the story they come up with by the time everybody shares it. It's going to be.
Oh, right. The only thing I ask for Christmas is please add Guapo to this.
Oh my gosh.
He can't put Guapo in the state or in the federal case because Guapo lives in the same state he claims in Ohio, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
So he can't take it to a federal court. He can't make a federal case with Guapo.
Couldn't he add, so it has to be per person, like being that there's already a case, and because he's in Ohio, he can't add him to the federal case?
It's a federal case, so and he lives in the same state as.
You can't have him. It's just not going to work.
Yeah.
Right.
I hope he adds Mike. I think Mike was a little upset that he can get added. I think.
Like I said when I came in, Mike, you look a little upset.
He does. It's actually funny. It's the funniest thing in the world because he writes so much, and he's like he gets so frustrated about all the stuff that they're saying. It's like it's actually for a month I had to listen to every day. It's astroturfing. It's astroturfing. I'm going to prove it. And like and then they don't add it in the lawsuit, which is what it is.
Oh,
now,
God.
I was just wondering, being that the federal case already existed with people in different states, wouldn't matter if he had guapo and he was from Ohio. I mean, it's weird because Jeremy spends a lot of time down in Florida, and yet, you know.
Yeah, but he's a resident of Ohio.
Yeah,
Well,
but
here's
he's
the
also
thing,
registered to vote in Florida too.
Florida does have some laws down there about residency, and snowbirds that make the mistake of spending the day past 6 months have to pay taxes down in Florida. So,
Exactly.
183 days. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, someone needs to report George because she was there almost a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was there. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know if she appears on any of his business stuff. I had a question for Richard though. He's got an LLC that shows, and we don't know if he's got others. And
he's got several.
Yeah. He claims that they'll protect him in any type of a lawsuit or anything anybody would come after him. What I don't understand is, and I've looked into LLCs before, and the ties for it would have him as, even though he's an officer in the different companies, he is also probably sole owner, and he I don't know if he's trying to run a trust out of there or what, but how can he protect it if he is an officer that gets sued, even though he's getting sued on a different venue?
There's a bunch of different issues there. The big issues are that you don't get protected by a corporation if you're engaging in intentional or grossly negligent and reckless activity. You don't get protected by a corporation that way. So if you're acting intentionally or grossly, recklessly, grossly negligently or recklessly, then you're not protected. A corporation protects you from mistakes, negligence. Whoops, I made a mistake. That's where the corporation protects you. They go after the assets of the corporation, not after you, unless there's like a statute that says you go after the owner and the corporation. But by and large, the actions that we're talking about here with him, his actions are intentional. They're calculated. They're intentional, and they're harmful. They're harmful on a constitutional level. The anti-SLAPP stuff is a constitutional level issue. It's about the freedom of speech, and he's engaged in a lot of other stuff too. Some of the harassment stuff is there. That's like penny ante shit compared to the other stuff. But the pattern of behavior that he's engaged in, this malicious, intentional action to harm people, that is something that's actionable as well. And his corporations will not protect him there either. He can't say that he was speaking on behalf of corporations, because when you're a corporation, you're presumed that you're doing things lawfully. That's why you have in the corporation, the corporate charter, all lawful purposes. When you're doing something that's not lawful, like that's intentionally wrong and maliciously so, you're not protected by the corporate form. So it's the same Crayola Cracker Jack box law knowledge that he has. He's like, I got people that are going to take my plea and they're going to flip and I'm going to do this. And then the rest are going to go to jail. He's a moron. It's like, that's the one thing I wanted Bruce to do. Like I tell Bruce, I'm like, Bruce, could you go in there and in your deposition with Jeremy and ask him what he thinks is going to happen if he wins the case? That would be a comedy in itself. I told him that's the one thing you should ask him. What do you think happens if you win the case? Do they make you the master of the universe? Do they send everybody to the gulag? What happens, Jeremy? Tell us exactly what happens when you win. I don't think he has a good idea what happens if he wins a lawsuit. I really don't think he understands that. And I'm not being a dick about it. I'm just saying I think he's just too stupid to understand what's going on, with a lawsuit, what a lawsuit is, what the difference between a criminal court and a civil court is. I think he gets it all mixed up. I think he thinks everything is like Matlock and Law and Order. I think that's the level that we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Richard, he's never won a lawsuit.
He's never won a lawsuit.
Well, he really doesn't.
Richard, he's never won one.
He doesn't.
There's also videos of him claiming, I am Jeremy. I am what the hell. This is all me, and she has nothing. It's all kinds of stuff like that. But what I find funny now is this was all filed Jeremy Hales as a plaintiff. Now it is Elephant Shoe LLC, which is an Ohio limited liability company, DBA Hales, and Jeremy Hales. So it's the two companies, one under the other, and Jeremy Hales. What I find amusing is that Hang Your Hat Homes is not on there. And the reason why is because that's what all his properties are under. but they all work together. He's used all of it together.
Well, this is all going to come out in the wash. That's not litigation. You want to hit somebody else. You gotta take your pants off and show everybody. But
I did want to just point out that this new amendment says these companies and Jeremy Hale, so it's still
isn't Holly part of one of those companies?
Holly was part of HJH Adventures, which is what turned into What the Hells. Yeah. So he had Hang Your Hat Holmes when he was dating her. He had Hang Your Hat Holmes when he was with his wife.
She's not on there anymore, though, I don't think. I think that's just strictly in his name now.
Yeah.
He claims that part of that's in his kids, I think, is what he said.
Yeah, that's the trust, Ray.
Yeah.
The trust on his home is under his name, not his kid's name. The one in Ohio.
You're talking about the $1 million home? Or...
Yeah.
Well.
And it's going to be funny when all that comes out. Go ahead, take me to court, because there's going to be stuff that comes out that you're going to wish never came out.
The witnesses that we can bring forward are really going to show who Jeremy really was.
And the other part about it is, it's like, I hate to say it, it's like I'm worried about a litigation with him only for the fact that even if a judge were to put a protective order in place, there's no way that you can stop stuff leaking to content leaking to the media, right? No. So I know that my information is going to get out there to the world, but I know that Jeremy's going to get out there too. But I don't think I have as much to lose as he does. I think it's a lot more to lose than I do at this point. So yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that gambit right here. I have no real problem with that. So
Richard, I got some stuff to tell you about that he did. And I'm not going to say it here. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, I'm not worried about shit that I've done. Shit, I can write a book about the shit that I've done. It's my stuff is like the Joker meets the Goodfellas meets an acid trip. That's like my life. I have no problem with that. Holy shit! But like it's like But I'm talking just about basic stuff about life. Once the genie's out of the bottle of a lot of stuff, because you get into a litigation. And some of that litigation, your intimate details could come out. And so I don't think I have much to lose with all my tax returns being out there and anything else. But I think he does. I think that once his tax returns get out there, it'll be very easy for a package to get put together and sent to the feds and have him prosecuted. He'll be like Chrisley. He'll be like in jail with the Chrisleys. Him and George will be doing a prison fucking, reality show. That's all I need. I don't think I have the exposure. I really don't. I don't have anything really substantial enough for that. But I think that he's been around for so long. He's got some dirty shit out there and he hasn't realized that I'm going to be able to get access to everything because he sued me, and I have an advanced tax degree. I know how to. I worked offshore. I worked in the Bahamas and in the Cayman Islands and in Venezuela, moving money offshore. That was one of the things I did. I was a fucking guy that basically laundered money for a living. So I know how to fuck around, and I know how to do a tax return. I know how to read a tax return. I know exactly where to look. That's the weakest point of your return. If you're dirty on your tax return, I know exactly how to get to it. That's what people don't realize about me. People know me. They don't know my past about it, but that's one of my skills. That's just one of my skills. And and on top of that, I know how to litigate a case. I know the rules of federal procedure. On top of that, I know the media like the back of my hand. I know how to really fuck around with people that way. So, and on top of that, I know where all the pig farms are near Otter Creek. So you put all that together, I'm a pretty dangerous motherfucker for this guy. It's going to be a real problem for him. It's going to be a real problem.
I like the pig farms.
The second I heard you were added to the case, I was like, yes. So I'm like, this is going to be
Lisa texted me, and I just put laugh my fucking ass off.
I'm like, he just probably made the biggest mistake ever with all of this, but
they did do background research because they had Staten Island on there. Like if they would have pulled a basic dossier, if they would have polled a few people and said, do I want to tangle with Rich Luthmann? Like there are people that'll tell me, it's like, yeah, I fucking pissed in his Cheerios when we were in the second grade, and he tried to have me whacked. They're the only people out there that said that. And Luthmann's not the guy you want to fuck with. He's nuts. He's just crazy. You don't give a fuck. You know, so it is what it is. That's what people say about me. Litigation privilege, but it is what it is. You know, it's like, I don't know. I just don't know what he's getting at, but this is fun for me. This is great content farm for me. I'm going to be able to fucking have a field day with this. This is beautiful. I got another lawsuit going too. I filed another lawsuit earlier this week. I'm suing this other guy for $50 million. So Jeremy's like going to be small potatoes compared to the other guy I'm going after. So
wait a minute. Hold, please. Hold, please. Jeremy, at this point, this is time to wipe the sweat from your head because right now your tongue is so swollen and the sweat beads are coming off your forehead. You just fucked up.
Yeah. Which is why I might run in and just actually answer and counterclaim pretty quickly. Like not even wait for him to serve me because I don't think he had that as a part of his calculus that right. Somebody would answer without being served. So, oh, well, if I don't serve them, they're not going to answer the case. Well, you can answer without being served. And and the strategic point about me answering is that I can counterclaim against him and ask him for money. And he has money. So compared to me, I don't got shit. So he's got money. It's a fucking lottery ticket for me. I don't give a fuck. You know, and I get to make his life miserable. Think about it. It's like he's a moron. What kind of moron does that? This guy went to law school. He was not just like an average. I was a law chair for a major political party. You know, I went to Columbia University. It's not a fucking shitty school. You know, this guy. I went to University of Miami. That's a fucking idiot. He's like, he doesn't realize what he's doing. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go beat this guy up, and he's like, oh, hello, Mr. Muhammad Ali. Bang. You know what the fuck? What an idiot. Idiot. And I don't know what George is still doing. I think George is like a trapped women. I think that like when you get the screen and like if you saw the full screen, like her fucking ankle's probably chained to the couch or something. Or really, like, oh shit, this guy's I'm gonna sue your sister. Fuck you, blah, blah. And then there's all that stuff. Like, what does she do? I think she's a battered woman. I really feel bad for her. I really, really do. Legitimately, I feel bad. I think that she has him. Like he has her under his thumb, like he's like some type of fear, some type of threat. I don't know what it is.
Oh no, Richard, we'll get into what holds her there, you know. And he's told me, and he told Guapo.
What? We lost Robbie.
It's money.
Yeah. It's a threat of prison.
Yeah, he's threatened her. He has, you know, said, and there's actually proof of that, but he's threatened her with she stole money from him or something, and
then she bought that house.
Yeah, well, but how does that? What is that? The money that she stole that she used to buy that house? Is that what you're talking about?
That's what Guapo's saying.
Yeah. So I mean, I tried giving her like every bit of like, you know, she's trapped, she's this, but she's become so hardcore lately and really, really like manipulating and vengeful with like the lies. The same exact she's literally like Jeremy now. You know, talking talks and stuff. So I'm just in it. She's just in it. She's not being
I feel bad for her, but I feel bad for her because
I did once.
Yeah.
She just wanted out of there. And she had so many times she could have gone.
Yeah, well, maybe we get the tax returns, we get a federal tax case going on with tax fraud and everything else. She'll turn state's evidence as innocent spouse, and she'll be a witness against it. It's the worst. It happened to me. It's the worst thing in the world. You can have a spouse turn on you like that. Maybe it'll be just reserved for him. Who knows? But if anybody can make it happen to him, I can make it happen to him that way.
They're not married though.
Yeah, they're not married.
And then it's even easier. So they can't even try to stop her for spousal privilege. That's a beautiful thing.
He's the Christian man living in sin.
Oh, he's fucking Jimmy Swagger without talent. We've established that.
Oh my goodness, guys. This is crazy. It's absolutely insane.
It's absolutely this is so crazy. I can't even dude, this is just it's insanity. This whole thing.
Right? Lana's saying Martha is definitely the weakest link in the chain of fools. She probably is. She just doesn't appear that way. You know?
She listen,
But, I mean,
Martha overall is a good person. She loves her family. She's close, you know, and Jeremy has just ruined her. He has just turned her into this person that she is not.
Well, I mean,
I don't know. This deal there where this deal here where he threatened her family. If somebody threatened my family, I wouldn't be back there sitting next to him in a chair. If I was in
Ray, I would have got up and beat him senseless.
I was going to say, if I was in a chair, it'd be the electric chair.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would not allow him to talk about my family that way.
No.
But Ray, just between, you know, just my opinion, strictly my opinion here, I think he threatened more than that, because why is she sitting there and not doing?
She might be scared for some reason, and it might be that maybe he legitimately has something on her family, and or maybe she knows something about him that we don't, and it could have to do with how far he'll go. You know, the problem that he has that we don't all talk about too much, or the elephant in the room, is that we all suspect that he has got a loose cannon on the far end of narcissism actions. Not that he is, but he looks like it. And there's only two types of narcissists in the very end, and they're very dangerous. And even though he may not do it himself, he has already threatened of how he can control the people that work for him, similar to the Jones effect with the Kool-Aid that we kid him about. And the ones that stand out are Lisa, you know, because I talked to you about why he would be after you.
Yeah.
And I'm just a thorn in his side. I'm an old man out here that he can't figure out how in the hell is he going to get over me, and I won't allow it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not as scared of this son of a bitch.
Well, based on this new amendment, it's like you can clearly see he's going after me. I mean, the Weeks conspiracy. I was laughing my butt off, and I'm like, "This is insane." It's the Weeks.
It's like Ray and I talked about, and the reason he hates me and can't stand me is I've seen him at his weakest point. I've seen him where he was crying, breaking down and crying because he thought he lost everything. And I've seen that.
Right.
And trust me, that is coming. That is coming, where he breaks down and something is going to happen, because he is weaker than the point where I knew when he was at his weakest point. Now, with bringing Richard into this, oh God, it's a whole new ball game.
He's going to crap out. He's going to crap out. That's what's going to happen. He's going to crap out.
It's too late to crap out. You're done.
No,
You're done. You just
no. He's got a couple of cards to play. He's going to go pushing it to the middle of the table like he's got the hand, and then it's gonna come time to call it to. He's gonna have shit. He's gonna have dick. It's gonna be over. That's what's gonna happen. He's still gonna play it. They're still gonna press ahead like they have something. They're still gonna, and that's how this game is played. We're still in the first inning here, second inning. This thing is very far from over. You know, so you gotta understand that's how the law works. But there are ways that you could attack, with what he's doing. And he's controlled the attack to this point. Remember, he's the one who has been the one that's been the plaintiff bringing the lawsuits. He hasn't gotten any return fire. And if you know anything about me, I devote 75% of my resources to offense and about 25 to defense. If that, because I'm one of those people that I'd rather win, 100-99 than have a 3-0, tight game. I'm one that'll just go out there. I want to have a barn burner. And that's what we're going to do with this guy. This guy's going to have a barn burner. He's going to not know what hit him. Shockett's not going to know what hit him either from the legal perspective, because I'm going to bury his office. I'm going to make this case the only case he can work on. And really, I have nothing better to do in my life, because I'm going to turn it into content. I'm going to sit there and laugh about how I'm fucking with this guy every day. And I'll write a few articles from other stuff, but it'll be fun. People will be following this shit, but this guy will have to deal with request after request, motion after motion, discovery after discovery. It's going to be a problem for him to try to run a law office at this point. You know.
Mo Magic's asking if he drops all suits against everyone, can the current defendant still pursue him for damages?
Oh, that's the point that I was talking about actually answering and counterclaiming him right away. Because once I got him, he's already put himself out there and he's opened himself up in the Northern District. If I decide to okay, fine, I'm here. Like he threw down the gloves. If I pick him up, we're going to duel. You know, it's pistols at dawn, fucker. You know, so that's part of the issue. But it's still independently. You can bring your own independent lawsuit against him for what you think he may have done. But it's a lot easier to pick up the gloves and just fuck him, have him right there, like kind of call his bluff. I think that's
why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying though, Richard, this is endgame. He opened the can of worms, and when he brought you into it, he brought someone into it that has nothing to lose, no better thing to spend their time on.
Yeah.
And it's over.
Yeah.
So are you technically a defendant if you haven't been served?
You're a defendant.
Yes.
You're a named defendant. What happened with the way it works legally, the jurisdiction does not attach until you've been served, right? But there's something that can always happen. Jurisdiction by consent. If you answer the pleading and file a counterclaim and ask the court for relief, you've consented to jurisdiction. So you don't have to be served. And I don't think that Jeremy Hales and Randy Shockett realize that that's probably the best way to deflate this thing. You know, to come in there and start answering and bombard them. I think you answer because you answer. You're not because the way that Bruce thinks and the way Bruce was talking, like, you're crazy. There's a lot of things to do first. There's a Rule 8. There's Rule 11. Fuck that. Rule 8, Rule 11, Rule 12. I'm willing to go right to discovery. Fuck it. I want to get because that's where the fun is in litigation. That's where you get that's show and tell. I want to go right to show and tell. That's my favorite thing as a kindergartner, show and tell. I want to go right to show and tell. That's what I want to do. You know, so that's where we are. I want to get there. I think that's what we'll do.
Cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's the can of worms.
Because think about it. If we sit back and we file a Rule 11 and your Rule 8 and Rule 12 and Rule this and Rule that, you know, we're talking Christmas before anybody files an answer. If that, maybe next the Valentine's Day by the time we're starting discovery. If I push discovery now, right? We're talking what? We're not even in May. I push discovery now. By the middle of the summer, I'm gonna have a discovery order. He's got to start producing shit. You know,
Kristen. Yes. Sorry, Richard. Kristen, to answer your question there, yes, my attorney has already got Guapo as a witness. So that the answer there is yes.
There you go.
Jeremy's in trouble. He's absolutely in trouble. And there's 3 people I know that could be called as witness that Jeremy wouldn't even expect to show up. And
you know what the best part about litigation privilege is now, right? I can hire private investigators. And I have many friends that are private investigators, and I have a few up in that area actually. So he's not going to know if people are following him. And I do know people in Ohio too. I got to figure out exactly where he is, but by the end of the week, I just got this today. By the end of the week, I'll have a full dossier on him. I'll have everybody he knows, everybody he talks to, and I'll be able to put my PIs on him. So he'll have PIs, and he'll be at the grocery store, and he won't fucking know if he's got a PI following him or not. I'm gonna make this guy so fucking paranoid.
We can give you.
That's what he does to everybody else. I mean, he has his minions following other people around or threatening to follow him, come to the villages on me. But he does that to Michelle and John constantly.
I would love for him to send somebody to come see me, but the last thing they ever fucking do. It would be beautiful. It would fucking be beautiful. I would send him 6 fucking pieces right back to him. Fuck him.
I give you all his addresses, his rental properties, and the $1 million house.
Well, I'll get it all.
It's all public record anyway.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. This is gonna be fun. It's like a little puzzle for me. Okay. I'm gonna torture this fucking guy. It's gonna be fun.
You're weird, and I mean that in the nicest way. Because we already have that information. I'm telling you, we'll hand it to you.
He'll give it to me. I'll take it. Fuck it. Send it to me.
Oh, he's gonna have fun with this.
Listen, my lawyer talked to Richard once and was like, "I love this guy."
The thing is, he says I'm a mole, so I might as well share information, right?
That's right.
That's what a mole does, is they share information.
The thing is that he's going to be able to get and discover everything we've said to each other. You know, all the communications we've had. So, you know, there's two ways around it to say, all right, fine, you're sending stuff that's very, very basic, straightforward, or you're sending so much to the other person. You know, I had a time where I was going to be, subpoenaed in a litigation with my communication. So I started sending the other guy like porno, like fucking, like I'm talking 700 pornos a day for like 5 weeks.
Oh my god!
And so like there was discovery, and then there was like thousands of fucking gigs of porno.
Oh my god, that's great.
So there's
that is great.
There's ways, and it wasn't any type of porno you'd ever want to watch too. It was
so
just.
I should send you lots of porn, and in the middle of all the porn, send you all his addresses. Is that what you just said?
That's exactly right. Yes. I'm talking like, and the type of porn I like is like, the fat black pussycat playhouse stuff. Send as much as you can.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow.
I think Shaka might enjoy that. He might enjoy to throw out and watch that. You got like 800 hours of fucking, 70s porn to watch, where they didn't, like the razor wasn't invented until 1981, that type of shit, It was like crazy stuff.
Where you had to bring a bushwhacker.
Exactly. So.
Wow. No. Wow, guys. I can't believe you're still with us. Is it late for you?
Me?
We kept going.
Your hours past my bedtime. I'm usually in bed by like 9:30. This was like,
oh my gosh.
See these guys.
Ray, I just want to tell you, I love you. I love you, Ray.
Thanks.
No, I
Ray's awesome.
They tell me the party starts at midnight, and I just had to say the parties.
Well, this one started before midnight, Ray.
Yeah. Wow, guys. Well, guys, this has been great. Thank you so much for coming on, Rick.
Let's do the disclaimer. Everything I said here tonight in this video is for educational and entertainment purposes. Nothing can be construed as anything factual for litigation purposes. Thank you.
Litigation.
And as always, I lent my opinion to everything I could say.
It's all opinions on here. We do provide facts, we provide opinions. And tonight, this is, I'm so glad you guys came on. I thought I was in such awe, oh my god, I can't believe this is amazing. I was so excited about this today.
Ray, all I gotta say is, you know what? I'm so sorry you got dragged into this, but I'm not sorry, because you're on our team, and when we're all up there and the jury sees you and you speak your piece, that's end of story.
Right?
That's end of story.
I think he's going to serve Ray. He's not that fucking stupid.
I'm just a humble older man that does videos in my garage.
I get heated because I hate when people call me a liar or something like that. I get heated. And when people accuse me of being something I'm not, or doing something I'm not doing, I get heated. And you guys have heard.
I'll tell you something about litigation. I'll tell you something real quick, but I've about to go. They have microphones in the courtrooms, and the judges can hear what you're saying from the back. And I've known this for many years, but I don't give a fuck. And so when I was in court a couple of weeks ago, and with the guy that I'm suing now, his lawyer was there, and the judge left the bench, and he walks, from the counsel table. I'm sitting in the back because I'm a journalist trying to cover the case. And he walks past me, he's looking at me, he's like, "Hey, how are you, fuckface?" And so,
oh my God.
There's no need for profanity. And he's walking outside to go to the bathroom. And I start walking outside. He's like, why are you following me? It's like, because I got to take a shit. Every time I look at your face, it makes me want to shit. And so I walk outside, go to the bathroom, and he's following behind me because he's scared that I'm going to throw his head into a toilet bowl or something, which I can half consider, you know? And so we go back to the courtroom. The judge comes on the bench, and it's like, I think we had a bit of an incident, extracurricular when we had during the recess. Mr. Luthmann, you're not to use profanity in the courtroom. And I said, oh, okay, Judge, can you give me a list of what words you consider profanity? And he looked at me.
Uh-oh.
And I said, he said, no, just give me a list. Because the First Amendment says no list. So give me your list. And he just said, no profanity, Mr. Luthmann. And he moved on at that point. It was the last. And this federal court judge, too. These people are all, they don't know what they're doing. But watch out for the microphones is what I'm saying. Don't call somebody a fuckface unless you're willing to face the consequences.
Right. So I wonder what went on with Jeremy and Foreman then in the court when Randy was talking to Bolito. I'm pretty sure if that's the case that he heard whatever was going on between those guys.
Oh, without question, they all have the cameras. They got the microphones. They all listen to the back. They know exactly what's going on. Especially the lawyers too. The lawyers, the counsel table, they have those mic'd up really up high above them, so they hear what they're saying.
Wow!
Oh God, that means the judge that I had, his name was Sanchez, and I called him Dirty Sanchez so many times, it's ridiculous.
But you don't think he's heard that fucking 1,000 times a day? Come on.
Oh, he's heard it, but oh my God. He kept mispronouncing my name. I said, listen, fuckhead, it's Kezi.
Oh, man. You know what? Based on you just saying that right there, damn well he's heard how cocky Jeremy is then.
Oh, just yeah.
The way he was with Davis, when Davis asked him to repeat what he said, and he goes, for the second time, Your Honor, yes. I'm like, oh my God. Like, unnecessary. And then that little thing right there, Jeremy being cocky. So it's like, if he was hearing half the stuff him and Foreman was saying, who knows, man? Who knows?
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense because Sanchez kept calling me Keezy. And I said, tell this fuckface my name's Kezi.
Right.
And then he started saying it right. So that makes sense. I didn't realize that.
They have microphones. They listen. Yep. They have cameras too. These judges are all they're shifty little bastards. That's what they are.
Yeah.
So guys, I'm going to change the description of this because I didn't know who was actually going to pop on tonight, but I'll put everybody's info, their links and stuff to their Substack, their YouTube channel.
Put my link tree in. Don't forget I put my link tree because I've got everything.
Okay, cool. So I'll put all that in the information after the live's over. So this is this is gonna be interesting. Definitely amusing. Richard, I definitely want to still pick your brain. I didn't get to call you yet, but I definitely want to give you a call.
Give me a call. Yeah. I want to do my cookout out of Creek now, even more so.
Yeah, we got to do it. We've got to do this. So we'll set it up. We'll definitely set it up.
Wait until I recover a little bit from surgery so I can come down.
Okay. Shit.
That sounds goody.
If they're giving you pills, save a few for the rest. Share the wealth.
I'm having knee replacement done.
Uh-huh.
And it's going to be done and no opioids.
Okay, so tell them to give you opioids and send them to me. That's all.
No, I don't want them.
I know, I do. Send them that way.
Richard said, my back is hurting. I need them.
That's going to be the next.
There's some things
that's going to be the next clip on tomorrow's live. It's going to be, what's their actual mocking name for you, Richard?
So Dick Lickman and Paint Chips.
The Paint Chips.
We got a couple others, but those are the big ones.
So it's going to be like, Paint Chips asked Tori the Mole to send him opioids. Something. I just see
I'll ask Jeremy Hales to send me opioids. I don't give a fuck. Send me opioids. I don't care who you are.
Terry.
Oh my goodness. Well, guys, this has been great.
Did you hear me hammering?
Is your name a half a bill to grill?
Oh my God.
Hold on, I'm actually writing that down. The Otter Creek Barbecue, half a bill to grill. I'm liking that. Half a bill to grill. Oh my goodness.
Yes, dude sells. You should have pants on.
Well, some of the best parties, you leave without pants. I'll tell you that.
Oh, too many of them. Too many of them, brother. Too many of them. You don't know.
I never left my clothes behind.
Oh, I wish I could say that.
Oh my gosh.
So
we're like during this, we're gonna have to bring you guys on like once a week or something like that at night. If you could do it, we'll call it like On the Rocks. We'll just go over this like one time, you know.
Richard, what they used to say about the parties when I worked in rock and roll in the 80s and 90s. If you remembered it, it wasn't worth a shit.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go.
Richard needs some lupus. Oh my gosh.
Lupus. I got lupus. I exfoliate the skin on my ass while I'm in the shower, and I think of Jeremy.
Every time I take a dump, I think of him.
In the villages, right?
Who's in the village?
The lupus in the villages.
The loofah.
Lupus.
Yeah, look it up.
In the villages.
Really?
Look it up, Richard.
Okay.
Each lupa has a meaning.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, and
each color, yeah.
Each color, yeah. Sorry. But yeah, and I happen to own the Loofah-mobile. It's a golf cart decorated.
Richard, Google loofah's color meaning, Villages, Florida.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, why am I promoting that? I don't even know. Because my color is white.
Mine's black.
I'm innocent. Oh my goodness.
Dude, I'm a rock and roller.
Yeah. Thank you.
You can take the kid out of music, but you can't take the music out of the kid.
Ray, thank you for coming on.
Yeah,
we love you guys.
It's been fun. And I was going to tell you, it's time for me to back out of here.
Right, I know. Richard,
Ray, I love you. I love you, Ray.
We definitely have to do this again.
All right,
Richard,
guys.
It was good seeing you, Richard.
Good to see you, Ray.
All right. And we're all going to say goodnight.
Hey, Robbie, I did go back and look at those eagles. And I did see I went back and looked at those eagles that you were talking about.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And I did see the alligator you caught.
Awesome. Ray, you know what though? I got to tell you, buddy. As obnoxious as I can be and everything, every year I go visit this nest and I watch it every year, and I get goosebumps every time. Every time. Chris was like, "Holy shit! Look at your arms," and they were covered in goosebumps. And this year, both babies are fledged and they are eaglets, and they are in and out of the nest. So they're waiting for mom and dad to teach them to fly and everything. But it is so, it's just, to me, that's who I am. You know, I love seeing stuff like that. I love teaching people about stuff like that. You know, that's why I left rock and roll, because rock and roll, I discovered when getting signed that it was fake and it was just BS. And that's why I left my TV show. That's why I left Swamp Brothers, because it was fake and I just wanted to be me. And I wanted to be real.
Most of the shows have to have the drama to be successful.
Yeah. And that's what they tried to do to us, and I refused to do it.
But being around commercials all the time, there can be a lot of excitement and stuff going on without having to fake it.
Oh, well, Tori, you know, I've told you the stories. They used to go up to Steven and say, hey, your brother just said this about you. And they come to me and say, your brother just said this about you. You know, come to Steven and say, I said something about him. And both of us looked at the producers and we were like, are you guys sucking dick behind a trailer or something?
Dang.
Because we know damn well we don't hide shit from each other. If we're gonna say something, we say it to each other. We're brothers, you idiots.
Hey, you're
we were like, we were like, quit trying to cause drama. Give us 10 minutes together.
Oh my
We're
goodness.
gonna fight.
Ta-ta. As John would say, ta-ta.
Ta-ta.
All right, ta-ta.
All right, good night, Richard.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Ray. Love you, brother. Bye.
Hey guys, wait. We didn't get to do a giveaway. I think we should do a giveaway before we go.
Do a giveaway.
Why not? It's a good night. I think it's a great night.
Do
we
it.
should celebrate. Let's celebrate with everybody. All right. Let's do a giveaway. Let's do a giveaway.
Ray. Yeah, hashtag Ray rocks.
Hold on a second. Hashtag
something another.
Ray. What was the one that we were going to do earlier? Hang on. Ray rocks.
I don't know. All I know is that Robbie had a spicy gator, and then you bring a spicy guy on here that's all, he's just a firecracker.
Oh, Richard's great.
He's a firecracker.
Richard's great. He speaks his mind, and that's it. Richard's great. It's no, listen. My Rips talked to Richard, and he goes, "I love this guy," and I knew right away I was going to love him. If Rips tells me he loves him, I know this is good peeps. And I was just like, "Holy shit!" And the
today,
can of worms.
When I heard that, I said it like 4 times now. I was so like excited. Not
Lisa,
that
you were panicking, and I'm like, shut.
What are you talking
up.
about?
Earlier, when this whole thing came out,
I wasn't panicking. I was like so excited that they added Richard.
Oh, you were excited they added Richard, but that you were the main name and everything. And I'm like,
well, when
Lisa.
I saw I was the main name in this conspiracy thing, I was like, what the? You know what I mean? Like, well, you got to be joking me, right? Like, I am this conspiracy creator now. First, it was
and I was like, Lisa, shut up.
Yeah, no.
Pandora's box. Listen, Pandora's box has just been opened. With Luthmann, oh my God, it's a loose cannon. And then Richard pointed out, I
did not like the idea of me being thrown in there as I'm the creator of the conspiracy, because it's not true. And I'm like,
first of all, Lisa, there is no conspiracy. There is no conspiracy. It's nothing but truth.
On paper, he's trying to make it look like it's me and it's my conspiracy when he knows damn well where the whole thing started, which was him showing something from Shara of a quip that Bruce used. And then all of a sudden it started from there. Now all of a sudden it's a Weeks, not even my name, conspiracy. And he's putting that literally in the court documents. It doesn't exist. He's out of his mind.
It's not even a conspiracy. It's a polymop.
That's exactly what it is. It's all polymop.
There is no conspiracy. It's just a polymop. The facts are, if he would shut up and drop everything and just go on with his business, none of us would care.
That's exactly right.
It would be dropped.
None of
He's
us cares.
the one who carries it on.
Yeah, we don't care about how he's making his money or what. You know what I mean? Like, it has nothing to do with that. What we care about is you're hurting people and profiting from it. That's the difference. Go about your whatnot. Go about your eBay or whatever it is you're still doing. Go about your storage units. You know what I mean? I don't care. I don't care how much money you have.
Here's the mistake he made. He attacked Guapo.
Yeah.
And then you said, can I please just go after this? And I said, Lisa, do what you got to do. Because he brought me into it. If he would have kept this just after them, we would have never paid attention to this. And
no,
I'm
we would have
glad.
never known. We would have never. I mean,
I'm
maybe
glad.
we would have found out, but like not to this extent. No.
Right. We would have never covered this like we do. And I thank God that he did attack Guapo and that he did bring that into it, because we felt bad for Guapo, and that brought the truth to what he's doing to Michelle and John.
Absolutely.
And things happen
and
for a reason.
Not only that, hold on. Not only that, it brought the truth to what happened between you and Guapo and Jeremy.
Right.
Where Jeremy put a divide there, and it mended that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And listen, I love Guapo now.
Yeah.
And I didn't hate him. I just wanted to go on with my life, and who cares? Who gives a shit what happened? But he just kept it going and going and going.
Yeah.
And I addressed it one time on my channel, and that was it. And I was done with it. And I just said, you know what, Lisa, go ahead. Go. Let's find out what's really going on. And Lisa went crazy. And I thank God.
I sit there and let him act like a victim, and he's the bully all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I think things happen for a reason, Lisa. And it may be that God said, look, this woman needs help, and let's get to Robbie this way. That way he's going to tell Lisa, just go crazy. And she's going to point out all the lies he did.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened. And when I told you to have at it, that's when you started digging in, finding everything.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I was like, wow, they are really screwing these people over.
Yeah. They really did.
We didn't find out.
When nobody's saying anything about it, he got away with it for 2 years.
Yeah.
That's how it got so far.
That's what cracks me up.
All these stories were so spun, and
Exactly.
because nobody was there on his level, and I don't mean his level meaning, his amount of subs and all that, meaning on the same platform, defending what he's doing to these people. You know what I mean? Defending what has been done to these people.
Listen, for me to go out and donate a bunch of stuff to Michelle and John, that means a lot, because I don't do that easily. I do not do that easily. And just what Lisa pulled up and brought to the surface of what's going on, I was like, wow. And putting 2 and 2 together, knowing who he is and seeing what's going on, then it just brought whole new light to it.
Yeah.
I was like,
we didn't know anything about Michelle.
No. All I used to hear is Marla used to, say stuff on my channel all the time about the cats and this, and she wants to do, and I would spew the truth. Well, she cannot get a cat license because she doesn't have 5 acres, or, and that's all I did. But she wasn't trying to do that.
No.
But that's what Jeremy made it sound like.
Right.
And there were followers that were following Jeremy and following me that would say that, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And then when he attacked Guapo is when I found out a lot of stuff. And Marla Hughes, I love her. She's incredible because she used to always just slightly put stuff in my stuff and without bringing it up. And because she knew I didn't want to deal with the BS. And I just,
get your hashtags in, guys. Go ahead.
It's crazy. It's crazy because this guy is such a big piece of shit. And all he cares about is himself.
Yeah.
And how he thinks he is better than anyone.
Wow.
And it's just, it blows me away. It just, and then stuff like that starts coming forward and you see things that were done to you and you're like, oh, that makes sense now.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I just find this whole, I can't even believe it. With all of it, I cannot believe there is not one piece of evidence showing that Michelle and John stalk him or have ever once
There's
stalked
not
him.
one.
Not one. And he's based this whole freaking thing on that. He says it constantly every day, and there is not one piece of evidence. Not one. Not one. I just can't believe it. And we begged because we didn't know, the story. We didn't know what was going on. We wanted to find out what was happening. Begged. And nobody gave up anything in Jeremy's favor. Nobody. And that to me is odd. Normally you'd get pieces of this and pieces of that. You know what I mean? It's very odd that all we got was against Jeremy.
I tried to play devil's advocate.
Yep.
I tried.
Listen, I fell for his BS for years. And even though he attacked me, I just walked away and wouldn't fight back.
No.
Yeah, but I was literally in here saying, please send me evidence against her. And Michelle was in the room when I was saying it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I have no dog in this fight. Please send it to me.
Dude, and that's when I went off, though. When he called me a rug addict, a heroin addict, says, I'm a hero in the box, and then he quit filming with me because I'm using drugs and selling drugs. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I pride my life on doing what I did in my life and walking away in the end of 1992, beginning in 1993 from drugs. And
that's true.
Proving to kids that you can walk away. You can just quit.
That's true, John. Nobody could give us anything. That's John on one of Michelle's old phones. That nobody could give us anything because they didn't do anything. But early on, because he was so adamant about it, I played devil's advocate of what if. Even said, Lisa, what if? Kind of thing.
John and Michelle, I apologize for not believing you right away. But I just wanted nothing to do with him and any of his antics. And I didn't see what he was doing because I didn't pay attention.
You're right, Peculiar. It's not a crime to stand in the street and tell him to fuck up every time he drives by. I would if he was filming.
Wait a minute. Bobby Sterling. See this right here? Well, suck it. Because
that's not happening.
It's not happening, and life is what it is, buddy.
Do you want them gone, Lisa?
I think he's just pointing something out.
Yeah, he said, what about all the animals you're selling for shoes, wallets?
No, I know. And then he said he has said that before online. He's pointing. Yeah. I think he's just pointing out what he said.
So all right. Bobby's not saying that you did that. He's repeating what Jeremy said. Right. Yeah, you got to prefix that, man, because I'm defensive.
And I have explained that to the T 100%. Alligator farming is what saved the American alligator. American alligator was on the threatened list, and what it brought it off the threatened list, no longer on the list, is alligator farming, which means half the babies
United Peculiar,
half the babies were supplied to the industry for meat and hides, and that's what devaluized poached animals.
And we do it for all kinds of animals. Alligators weren't the first. I mean, we do it for chickens,
cows,
goats. We do it for a lot of animals already.
You want to save an animal? Guess what? Here's what you do. You make it worth a fortune.
All right,
you make it worth a fortune.
I'll be right back.
Okay. You want to save an animal? Here's what you do. You make it worth a fortune. You make it available in the trade. And a portion of those animals go to the trade, and a portion of those animals go back into the wild.
You're good, Bobby.
Then you're going to have a wild population that is sustained.
Yeah.
And it brings them back from the threatened list and everything.
And I'm going to tell you now.
You put a dollar amount on that animal.
The gators that are in Robbie's Marsh, I wouldn't want their hides to make leather goods out of. Because
they're not worth it.
The gators he gets were in fights. And they got scars all over them. Now, for me personally, scarred leather doesn't bother me. But for me to make leather goods for other people, yeah, I can't.
Bobby, I'm sorry. I apologize, Bobby.
That's what I told him. I said, you're good. I'm just very protective of Robbie and Lisa. We're kind of protective of each other. We're family.
Exactly.
Your name, Bobby? Type in here again a few times so I see your name. I'll try to remember your name, and then I'll be defensive of you too.
Yeah. It's just you know, the biggest threat to wildlife. It cracks me up how people pick on hunters. Hunters are the biggest conservationists there are.
Yep.
Because they want to make sure that species survives and it's around to hunt for many years. Poachers is a different thing.
Yeah.
Now, the way you knock poachers out is you farm that animal, so you supply the market with the meat or the hide, and then
we gotta wait for Lisa to do that.
Wild animals are no longer of value.
Yeah, I never understood how it worked until I was married to a hunter. And then I got it. It made perfect sense because it's like 1 year he could take this many does, this many bucks. Another year it was different because it was based on what they could tell was the current population. It was the hunters are population control. So that you
listen, guys. Yeah, I bow hunt on my property every year. And I do not shoot young deer. I do not shoot young does. And there are people in the area that do, but I can't control what they do. I won't shoot the piebalds just because they're
piebalds.
Piebalds.
Abnormal, Robbie.
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference to me.
You like
I love the piebalds. Yeah,
like
I love them.
You like the throw-offs, the genetic rejects.
I love them. I'm abnormal, so.
Yeah. Well, they're some of the most beautiful.
Wild game is awesome. What are you talking about, Jennifer? Deer venison is incredible. But I won't shoot a young deer. I'll shoot an older deer.
Now, I will tell you, young deer is so tender. Yes, I've had young deer. We were snowed in on a mountain. We had to eat. The guys went hunting to get whatever they could find because we got stranded up there. And we wound up eating a young deer. Younger than what we would have liked, but there weren't any older deer around.
I won't shoot anything that small.
It wasn't
I won't shoot.
Small, but
I won't shoot a 4-point. I won't shoot a 4-point buck. He'll walk past my stand, and I'll let him walk.
I won't shoot anything.
Now the ones that I was watching,
trust me,
the old ones.
When there's an 8-point walking by, my arrow is back, and it's right at my cheek, and I'm like, release. And I'll wait till I have the perfect shot because I'm not chasing. I'm 60 years old. I'm not chasing blood through the woods.
Yep.
I'm not chasing blood drops. That thing's going to walk 20 feet, 30 feet and be dead. And that's the only way I'm releasing my arrow.
I was up in the tree stand. We were gun hunting. I was up in the tree stand. And when we got done, my husband asked me, did you see anything? And I'm like, I did. He goes, what did you see? And I said, there was this buck. He was huge. He goes, well, why didn't you shoot him? I said, he had gray hair. And he goes, what? I said, he had gray hair. He was
I would have shot that one. I would have shot that one.
No, I figured he had lived on that property for that long. He deserved another.
I would have shot him.
Nope.
I would have shot him.
And it was private property. So I knew everybody that would be hunting.
Good night.
Nope, we let the old guy live.
I would have shot him.
He was actually, it comes out, they caught him during mating season. He was probably the daddy of most of the bucks out there.
Yeah, and then if you would have taken him out, a lot more of the bucks would have bred.
By the way, guys, not to change the subject, but a card was pulled for me. And the card was the Terrapin. It's a good card. Bud Light says, okay, Lisa, start all over. No way.
Bud Light, what's happening, brother?
The Terrapin is a turtle, right? I said, oh, this is funny, a turtle, right?
Terrapin is a turtle.
Yeah. So I thought that was kind of funny that card was pulled because this is all about where does it start from? You know what I mean? And it's all about turtles, right? Anyway, it's a reference. So there's a sign there. So flowers bloom and the sun radiates. It's also a strength to endure the test. It's a super positive card. So that card was pulled for me. Now somebody else actually pulled it.
The only thing I can say is keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Because you're not doing anything wrong.
No, I'm not. I just find it hilarious, like the shit that they're trying to bring up. I think it's absolutely hilarious. The charges they're trying to bring it's just so funny, and it's all my thing.
I'm just sitting here
all mine.
A pattern piece for someone named Tammy, so I can count holes. I bought this pattern. It's a freaking cool backpack. It's geometric designs. It is freaking cool. They didn't mark any of the damn holes in the entire freaking backpack.
Huh.
The holes is part, and it is you're supposed to punch your own holes. They show you how to measure it and punch them your own damn self. How to mark them your own damn self. They didn't mark not any of the holes, so I'm having to do it in order to count the holes to give a price.
Right. If Crystal sells the ball.
But that's okay because this is going to be one freaking awesome backpack.
How many we got? 128. Get your hashtags in, guys. Yeah, I'm just like
back to country. This backpack would fit into that because it's a lot of triangles of different sizes and different shapes. And well, most of it's triangles, some of it's not, but it's all geometric shapes used to make the outside of the backpack. I'm actually using, because these are not structural pieces, these are decorative pieces, I'm actually using the hole punch that's farther apart. So fewer holes.
Duck is delicious. Flutter.
I'm not having that. I can't do those animals. I have to do the regular. But if it's meat, it's meat. I just have to go with the regular meat. I can't. I can't know that it's, animals that I could sit and pet and play with. I can't do it. I just can't.
So where do you think the meat comes from at the grocery store?
You don't see a cow sitting on my plate. You don't see a cow sitting on my plate. I may not ever be able to eat chicken again if I get sick.
If I make you a venison stew, you're not going to see a deer sitting in your plate either.
I don't know. I just
keep saying.
Bambi, I can't.
You could if you didn't know what it was, and once you ate it,
I didn't know what it was.
Then I'd tell you what it was, and you'd go, "Damn!"
All right, yeah, you'd have to do something like that, but never do that with seafood. Never do that to me with seafood.
Nah.
If I can, dear me.
Hey, Lisa, thanks visit seafood. I'm gonna get you to eat crawfish soon enough. You watch.
Hey, Lisa, the meat fairy. The meat fairy brings you all your meat.
I probably eat stuff that I would never, agree to eat. But as long as I don't know it, I'm all right, I guess. I don't know.
Is my hole punching annoying people?
No. I don't even really hear it. So, it's so funny because I had a whole thing to talk about tonight. And
well, how'd that go?
We're right out the window. But you know what? That's cool because I mentioned it anyway. Obviously, it was the shower set, right? So, and I mentioned it in a very small capacity compared to the whole.
You mentioned exactly how important she is in your life.
Yeah, and
you know what?
Right now, like I said exactly what I needed to say, so I really don't give two shits. I'm not even gonna go on and even go over it again. There's just no point. She can say whatever she wants. I do know Megan and them are jumping on it and trying to do
what the EOS say.
It's free press. It's journalism. It's First Amendment rights. You can say whatever you want.
No, you can't steal from somebody.
Yeah, you can post. Like if someone texts something, like she tried to compare me posting Radiss's threat to me with the Villages logo. First of all, the Villages can go after Radis for that, using it with the threats involved, but that's a transformed image. She took my image and posted it on there. Okay. That means any artwork that I actually have and they're using, which apparently they've used my artwork, I was told, as their avatars tonight. I haven't seen it yet because I've been here. But that means they're going to fall into that shit too. They think they're funny. They want to do that. That's okay. It's not, you don't have permission to use my shit. If you would have asked, I might have said, yes, go right ahead. You know what I mean? But I mean, it's the point. It's the point of it.
So no, you can't use it.
Yeah.
Come up with something yourself, you stupid idiots.
Yeah. You're going to try and use my content, like my video content, as, your little fair use bullshit. Go right ahead. But that does not give you the right to use my logos. You won't see me putting, if I show you something of Jeremy acting like an ass in a video, I transform the video, I change the voice, I do whatever I do to it, okay? You won't see his logo in there. You know what I mean? You're not going to see his logo. The only thing I'll ever show is maybe printed writing, okay, which would be comments or something like that. Because let's just say his YouTube post or something. You might see that, and that goes for anybody's. Okay, but when you're turning around and you're copying somebody's comments in a post or a group or something like that, there's a whole different ballgame to that. It is not the same as, and actually, when you go to do the copyright infringement on YouTube, it actually says shit like that.
Lover.
So, and she thinks that just because, it says royal flush on it, you can't copyright the word royal flush. No shit, dimwit. No shit.
Not the words that are copyrighted.
Yeah, I'm like, that's not why you got the copyright. As a matter of fact, your video wasn't copywritten. It was the logo. It was the image use. Okay? It's copyrighted. And you freaking used it. And not just that, you've done it in 3 other videos. So get ready, honey, because the other 3 are coming at you too. She's a fool. She should have removed them fully knowing what I did. But she thinks she can fight it? No, I'm sorry. You're not going to be able to get a win using my logos. That's not going to happen.
Hot dogs are not tube steak. Chicken lips are hot dogs.
So that was what I was going to discuss in a lengthier thing, because I was going to go into the whole story. She's claiming she's a federal witness and it's intimidation. Honey, you're not a federal witness and nothing with me.
Excuse me. It doesn't matter if you're a federal witness or not. You still can't steal other people's shit, you dumbass.
And it doesn't mean if you're a federal witness that you could say whatever the fuck you want and nobody else can. And she's lying. She's misleading people. Tori, the part of the video, she's using JH's business model. That's true. And he's giving her permission. So I guess that's fine, right? She doesn't have my permission. So maybe he's making her think that because she can use his, she can use anybody she wants. That is incorrect. Okay. But she took part of the video where, Tori, you and I are talking, and we were talking about the judge, and you did like this for instance thing. And she put it out there as if you were talking to the judge yourself.
Back to country.
And when she calls it ex parte communication, she's trying to make people think that what you said was you actually talking to the judge.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. And she's calling it ex parte communication.
Stacey.
I'm like, if that's not misleading, I don't know what the fuck is. Go back and watch my video.
I'm not a party to the fucking lawsuit. I can talk to whoever the hell I want to. Just saying.
Well, that's true. However, you weren't even saying that. You know what I mean? But she made it look like you did because she started it at a certain point.
Maybe I should take her shit to the judge and say, you know what? This is the kind of bullshit that's coming out from him.
Him, her, and all his minions. They all do it. They clip where they want. They start at a certain point to make it sound like it's something it's not. And that's why I said that's okay, because when I walk into the courtroom, they're going to get the full video. They're going to get it, and I will have it at my hands, at my fingertips. They think I deleted some video. Not true. Nuh-uh. I'm fine. I am absolutely fine.
Back to country. No, I didn't. Sorry.
I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine.
Hey, you guys who love hot dogs, everybody who loves hot dogs out there, I want you to grab your hot dog, the package, and read the contents. Does it say earthobate on it?
What the hell is that?
I don't even want to know what that is.
Earthworms.
Thank you.
No problem.
Checking every pack in the entire store to make sure
Eat Nathan's. It does not have any earthobate.
And then she'll show it to her husband and say, "You need to, before you bring hot dogs home, you better check that label."
Christine Lucas, that's a lie. Go look at the logo. I have the logo. I even sent the logo into YouTube at the same time, and they looked at it as well. Okay.
What?
So Lori J is lying. They all lie on there, man. I
didn't see that, Hannah.
Jones.
Lisa needs a cold book. No, I'm just passionate.
Okay. What they're confusing is Lisa has original artwork.
Back to country.
It doesn't matter how the artwork is created.
that is her logo that was from well before AI generated stuff was coming out.
No, you're talking about the Thule's logo, which she's using that too. Okay, they're talking about the Royal Flush logo. I'm assuming the Thule's logo is not AI, but the Royal Flush logo they're claiming is AI.
They're saying all your artwork is AI.
That's not true. All my artwork is not AI.
I know not all mine is.
Okay. However, if
it says earthobate on it, yes.
Needs anything on it and it's first put in use here, they do not have claims to it at all. And if it says Thule's in a pod on a Royal Flush logo, that is not theirs to use. She also used the newspaper clipping that said Thule's in a pod on it, the image for that. There's plenty of images that she used. She used my logo with the T-shirts, the pages from the merchandise. I don't see what her point is by saying Royal Flush. She does not have a Royal Flush. She don't even have a golden key, which she keeps calling it. She's a joke. So that doesn't, there. You do not have permission to use any of the artwork or logos on this channel. You don't have permission to use any of the voices or the videos from here, clips of them at all. Nor her, nor Megan, nor Jeremy, nor any of them. If you feel you need to show them in court, that's one thing. A total different story. But them using it for content on their channel, no. Absolutely not. They do not have permission.
Strat lover. Same in Australia.
Use the logos or use the artwork, they're going to get struck. It's going to be a domino effect, one to the other. We're going to show you how much they talk shit, and it's not true. All in
Oscar
time.
Mayer definitely has earthobate in it.
No. It wasn't. Sorry. It wasn't Lori J here. It was Lori Jones, right? Jones from the fake, what the hell's group?
Our Lori J is good.
Oscar Mayer is the worst.
That Rosalind woman uses your voice on her video. She thinks she's relevant too. She will be relevant down the road because she's part of the whole minion thing. And that's fine. Let her keep talking. Here's the thing, guys. The more they talk, the more trouble they're going to get into. So let them do it. It's more evidence and more proof. They do not realize that they're on the wrong side of this, and they think they have every right. They do. They have rights to put their opinions out there just like we do. But when they're lying about things and defaming people,
into a lot of chemicals.
Not working. That's right. Here's Mo. Here we go. Direct infringement. Whoops. Let me. Oh, I can't click it there. I have to click it over here. I keep clicking on the YouTube channel. Direct infringement occurs when someone reproduces, distributes, or displays copyrighted material without the permission of the copyright owner. This can include copying a work word for word or creating a derivative work without proper authorization. A copyright holder has the right to take legal action against anyone who engages in the direct infringement under the Copyright Act. There you go. So let her say whatever. She's trying to say I used the word Royal Flush and that's why I copyright. No. Nope.
If you believe Lisa tried to copyright the words Royal Flush, you're a royal idiot.
Hebrew Nation is good. Strictly.
That's all I got to say about that.
Todd Guapo started that. What? That's what Guapo posed? Oh, I missed what he said. Martha's terrible to me. All right, let me hide this. We need to draw this thing here. Let's see.
No whammies,
We're
no
at
whammies.
131. Get your hashtags in. You got about a minute.
No whammies, no
I'll send you
whammies.
2 emails with links and screen. Thank you, Christine. Please do not strike me because I promote your channel.
You know
I'm not gonna look. Here's the thing.
Air baloney's good.
There was so much like talking over people tonight. It's funny.
King Paco, nobody's striking you.
Here's the thing. These people are maliciously using content.
Why didn't those? Trust me, those are not good.
Promoting a channel is not malicious.
No.
Okay. And they're maliciously doing what they're doing. They have malicious intent. Shara has a problem with me from this day I walked onto this whole entire case. And I've got proof of it. She flipped out on people wondering why I'm around. She flipped out that I was speaking about it. And when she thought that I was going to be covering Otter Creek Town Council, she lost her shit. And that's the first time she's ever said a word to me. And she did it in my chat. I got proof. So she therefore brought herself into this world. I mean, people thought that she was part of
Diana prayers, sweetheart.
No, that's the only thing I ever said before that. No, she has nothing to do with Two Leads. I don't even know who she is. I knew of her. I don't know anything. That's it. But she had an issue with me.
Listen. Two Leads in a Pod has never been anyone else besides Lisa and her cousin Kendra.
Who hasn't been here for almost a year.
Because she's going through some stuff. But Kendra, I have been a part of Two Leads in a Pod since day one. Since day one of going live.
I have not.
And Lisa has always been, it's been a fun channel. And
yeah, they act like my channel didn't exist before them.
No, it existed way before them.
Yeah.
And it's
apparently
because
they were
George
posting my Royal Flush artwork and using it as an avatar and giving you the finger. Lisa daring you to sue them. They're all being sued anyway. I don't need them to do this tonight, but this just adds to it. Go ahead, Robbie. Sorry.
Yeah. No, listen. The channel was created to have fun, and the channel originally was Lisa, Kendra, and myself.
And Crystals. And you. And Crystals.
Well, it was Crystals, it was trivia, and it was Who Sang.
And current news.
Current news.
And
Celebrity news. Yeah.
And then when Jeremy attacked Guapo is when it became.
Shut up, John. Sorry, I almost said John Caps. Todd.
And then
shut up, Todd.
When Kendra wasn't able to come on, Lisa asked if I would be a substitute for a little while.
Right.
It's been a while.
Yes, it has.
John Caps, love you, bro. Good night. God bless. Prayers.
And I always ask Tori because Tori does a lot between her work, what she does, her channel, and Robbie's. Is she still cool being on here? I always ask her. And she says she is. And she's still here.
Yep. I'll give you another Monday that you're gonna have to go on live. And you should have the guys come on. Because they set up my other meeting. It's on a Monday.
Okay.
We'll just flip it around again. You know.
Kendra is on her with that shut up John Caps face. Shut up, Bud Light. Shut up.
It worked out really well.
Why do they? Okay, I have to ask. Why does everybody like hearing me tell them to shut up? Do I say it weird or something?
No, I think they're little
perverts. They all want me to say shut up.
I think they're naughty little boys that like being bossed around.
Really? So should I add a shut up? Shut up, John Caps.
Shut up, or you're gonna get the ruler, boys.
I know strictly. I just try to give her the benefit of the doubt because I know what's going on with her, and
what Martha instigated towards Guapo? What did Martha instigate towards Guapo?
A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff.
Would she instigate stuff that we've not discussed?
No, we've discussed before. She attacked Guapo.
Yeah. Like, I guess she went after you, but yet when Jeremy was all pissed off at you, she sent you the TV. Like, that kind of way?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, oopsie, Martha, did I say something bad? Did I let the cat out of the bag there? Does Jeremy not know that you sent Robbie the TV?
The Yankees hanging out.
Oopsies.
You New Yorkers hanging out.
I know. That's fine. It's all about me. To me, I felt so. When Richard was talking, it's like, oh, Staten Island, eh? I definitely need to talk to Richard.
Yeah, he had me laughing. He reminds me of some people I know that were from New York.
He's hilarious. When he kept saying moron, I'm like, you tell him morons. Yep, morons. It's what you are, morons. You should have said stunad. Oh my god. But you start talking that like Staten Island Italian type thing way. Getting into that's why I asked him about the Pan American hotel or motel for a reason, because if he knows that, then he knows what's on that street. And that's why I was like, oh, I need to talk to you, Richard. He's great. I'm no joke. I'm not kidding. I said like a day or two ago, like I really hope if they're talking about adding 2 people that one of them's Richard. Because that will totally
Lisa, what are we at? Let's draw.
We are at 133. So we had 2 more. Yeah. We had 2 more since I last said something. Let me just remove most.
Let's draw because I got to get to bed.
Yeah, it's 119 already. All right. So why is it still showing? Hold on.
Because you're looking. No, it's not. It's off.
It is off? Okay. All right. There it goes. There it goes. I see it. Okay. So we're at 133. Are y'all ready?
Yes, we're ready to draw that name.
Here we go. Kim. Oh my God. Nikki, Kim, Dreamweaver. Oh my God, another Kim. Yeah, 3 Kims. Diana, Doreen, Little Bit, Shell Bell, Sly Cat, Monica. 1 voice for you.
Woohoo!
Congratulations.
1 voice for you. Got to win.
A new collection.
Fabulous.
They're looking
Awesome
to start their own
rigs.
collection.
Jared. Awesome. 1 voice for you.
You guys, the only thing I can say about tonight is prepare for Pandora's box to be opened.
1 voice for you. You need to send me your shipping address, please. Unless I have you under a different name.
Yes, Hannah.
But send me your shipping address so I can get that out to you.
1 voice for you is fairly new and is looking to start collecting.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
Yeah.
Sweet. We'll give her something cool.
I talked to her in Robbie's chat.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nikki. I'll stop. She's wearing her banging is getting to her.
Oh. Sorry, Nikki.
I
Sure put the fan. Sure did. Put the germ back in the box. Is it Martha due in Ohio soon? I don't know.
That needs a sound.
So he said. Kim Chess! Robbie, can you please move that low baby bird nest in the marsh? Mosquitoes can't get them.
He can't hear us.
You got crystals. Surprise crystals.
Crystal.
Surprise.
You get 1 or more crystals, depending on what she's sending.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I know we got a lot. I know lots of people are getting lollipops. Lollipop. Oh, lollipop. So when you get these lollipop crystals, just think of Palomar. I wonder if Martha has any state benefits from Ohio.
Robbie asked if we could hear him. The problem is he can't hear us when we tell him, yes, we can hear him, and he's not reading the chat.
I can't hear
No,
anybody.
girl.
So everybody in chat put yes, Robbie, we hear you.
Yes, P-pads are coming. P-pads are coming. I was did you see me? I'm like, I'm sending them out tonight. I always saw some P-pads out there. Oh, it was so funny. He was hilarious. He no holds barred. Robbie.
He still can't hear us. Should I text him and tell him we hear him?
Yes, tell him we hear him.
All right, you guys can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, there was not much on that. Oh, Karma, I guess, is
Sorry,
already
Lisa,
starting.
I can't hear you. I see your thing speaking, but I can't hear you.
Is
Sorry,
your car?
I can't hear you either. I saw your thing
or something,
speaking.
Robbie?
I wasn't speaking, Robbie.
Robbie, you freezing? So I kept getting emails, and I saw Jerm was getting or got into. I don't know if he calls it a wreck or not, but I'm not even sure if that picture on his thumbnails is correct. But either way, he had some issues driving, and the trailer and the truck or the trailer was hydroplaning or whatever. So it broke the door, bottom of the door. And I just heard that DR come out the door. Anyway, so it busted through the door of the trailer, and things are moving around and whatever. And so when he goes to go through it, there's Chapo with the camera. She's behind the camera. So he arrives, there's Chapo. And people were just asking if, whatever happened to her. So there you go, guys. She was there today. But yeah, other than that, whatever. He didn't secure the gator and it busted through his trailer wall. Yeah. So he was probably driving too fast.
I don't know why it's not coming back on. It usually comes right back on, but.
And when you're driving through that kind of weather, you drive carefully, especially with a load like that. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think it's not a wreck, but I don't know. It's content. There you go. It's content. Him talking about it. It's content. Whatever. Hey, something like that happened to me. I'd probably show it as content too. Guess what? It's real life stuff.
Please.
That is something that, happened to him in real life. That would be his real life stuff. Better than talking about Michelle's life that he's lying about. Right? So, that's real life. Post that kind of shit. Right? What's wrong with that? Stop hurting people using your channel. That's all I've ever asked. All I've ever asked. But, in showing what he's done.
Lisa, stop a second.
What? You're always telling me to stop.
I can't hear you guys. It's still not coming back. So I'm going to say goodnight. God bless. Prayers to everybody. And have a wonderful night. And
earthworms are not in hot dogs.
One thing you can take from this is Pandora's box has been opened.
Yep.
And it's gonna get.
Good night, Katie Rose's crab.
It's gonna get stupid, and he brought this on himself. So, good night. God bless. Prayers to everyone, each and every one of you. I love you guys. And I will talk to you later. Ta-ta for now.
Bye.
Good night. God bless. See ya.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.
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 Bye. Bye. I was wondering when he was going to start it. Bye. You can see the bubble around my avatar moving. That's funny. Yeah. So I don't even know what I was saying then. Either way, on that, I'm going to bed. Good night. Good night, Vanessa. Oh my gosh. Vanessa, thanks for the questions tonight. Marla, thanks for your questions tonight. To everybody, thanks for I'm sorry if we didn't get to them. I was too busy in the moment and laughing, so I might have missed some of it. Thank you, Ray. Good night. No Tigger send off. Robbie's tired. Oh my goodness. So Tori, did you have fun tonight? I had fun.
Yeah, I laughed a lot.
Yeah.
I needed
it
that.
was.
Oh, I was gonna totally different subject. Do you know how much my knee surgery cost?
No, I don't.
Over $46,000.
No way.
You know how much of it I have to pay for?
$0?
$0.
Nice.
I have good insurance.
There you go.
Man, that when I had to call in, I was pre-registering today, and the lady goes, "Well, I need to tell you what your financial obligation is for this surgery. Just hold on a minute. Let me get that for you, okay?" And I'm like, "Okay." I'm thinking,
bracing yourself. Okay.
I got to get real busy on the YouTube and getting some commissions out to pay this off.
Right.
And she comes back in and she goes, "Okay, the email is sent and you'll get an email now and it'll show up in your chart thing that says that your financial obligation for this knee surgery is $0."
That's
and
good.
Then when I got the email and I opened it up, it said it was over $46,000. It was 46,000 something and other dollars.
Wow.
And
good thing you got that insurance.
So after this knee surgery, as I'm healing, I'm going to get him to check my other knee.
Right.
And if I have to have my other knee done, I'm going to have it done probably mid-November.
Oh, wow.
That way I get it done before the year rolls over.
Well, then you're not going to be here for Christmas.
Oh, yeah, I can. Once it rolls over to the next year, I have to pay all that out-of-pocket expense again.
Smaller.
And so only paying it once and getting, over $90,000 worth of knee surgery done, yeah, I'll do that.
Right. Huh.
I'm tired.
You tired?
I'm tickled that it's not going to cost me anything. I was really stressing over it. And it was like,
well, that's a great thing. That's good news. That's like, good news.
I'll start selling the shit out of my house. I don't give a shit. I'm having this surgery
happening all over today.
Huh?
Good news is happening all over today. It's so funny because, like I said, I got things done today. Everything was great. I was in the middle of doing something else. As a matter of fact, I was getting ready to look up something that someone was emailing me about. And when I moved, like you have to hit the arrow to go back to, your close out your email. I saw another email. I'm like, wait, what the hell is this? And it was like a woohoo thing. And I'm like, what's going on? And I look, and that's how I found out about the amended complaint. So I never got to go look into what I'm doing. So if you're still out there, it's probably a little too late. I will get to that email tomorrow and look at what they were talking about. But and only that person would know what I'm referring to.
Terry, I'm not selling rocks.
But yeah, so then I saw the complaint was amended. I'm like, oh my God. And then I saw who was added. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, this is just totally changed here. And meanwhile, Jerem's been speaking of like, and we're going to add 2 more defendants and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you just literally sealed the deal by doing this. You know what I mean? Like, done. And I was like so happy when I heard that, but when I saw it, I was still backed up. Like, hold on, wait a minute. He changed it. This is a week's conspiracy. So back up. What? I'm like, oh my God. And then he threw everybody under the week's conspiracy. What is happening here? Hold on. Hold on. Hello? Yes. What happened? Oh no, we heard you.
We
heard
everything. Yeah, we heard everything, Robbie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. We're still live. I'm still live right now. They can hear me talking to you. Bobby says hi again, everybody.
Lori J's comment. Okay.
Love you too. All right. Good night. Bye. He's funny. What was the question? What did Bearded say? Hold on.
No, ours was at the first of the year.
Why was this filed by Elephant CC now instead of Jeremy? What's this answer? I maybe he's trying to make it look more professional. It doesn't matter because Elephant Shoe and what the hell's would have come up anyway.
He just opened the door up for everybody to go back and sue all his companies.
Right. I saw that and I'm like, oh, fabulous, freaking fabulous. He left one of them out though, but that's okay. We'll add one instead of the other. Yeah. So,
for the totality of it.
The totality of it. Yeah. So I'm just like, but that threw me. The whole thing about like me being the one in the conspiracy. I was just like, what? Like, are you out of your freaking mind? Fabulous, because I can prove you completely wrong. And he brought up all these things. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I'm like, wow, this is going to be great. This is going to be 100% great because he can bring up whatever he wants. There's 3 things that should have happened that did not take place. That should throw the whole, as far as I go, throw the whole damn thing out. And he can't do it now. So it's today. So I'm all like, it doesn't matter what you say, dude. You've done this all wrong. And you know what? Your lawyer should have known it. So you paid the wrong idiot who's just taking money from you.
Ed said you should have told Robbie you couldn't hear him on the phone.
What?
You should have told Robbie. What, Robbie? I can't hear you.
Right? Lisa Impossible has organized a mob that spans the planet. I have not organized nothing. I really have not. I put my channel's been here. It's been in existence. I just decided to one day speak up about something I did not like. And then I found out more shit that he was doing that I did not like. And I started proving him wrong. I started proving him a liar. And you know what? I started researching, who is this guy who's doing all this? Like he searches everybody else's bullshit. I started researching, well, gee, this is what we found here. This is what we found there. You know? He doesn't like what's being done to him. Okay? But yet he could do it to other people and lie about it. The problem is with him, his are all true. His are all facts. You know? He lied about me. He defamed me. He told the world, I'm sorry, the planet, I was a criminal. I have a rap sheet a mile long. Lies. Absolute lies. He's telling everybody that I'm scamming people, which is absolutely a lie. I've proven what I've done. And now he's trying to bring it up in court. Well, that's going to get thrown right the fuck out of there because I can prove everything. Everything I've said, I can prove. There's no defamation. We had nothing to do with his business. If he wants to claim that, I can claim that too. I can claim it too. So he's just an idiot. He's an absolute idiot. And bringing up the fact that I was a mod. Didn't Jeremy say I wasn't a mod of his? Now all of a sudden I am.
Yep.
Or was?
Yep. He said you were not a mod.
He said I was not a mod of his, and all of a sudden, yes, she was. Come on. Well, I was, in fact, a mod. And I have his links still that I could show. Remember, I told you all I did was post links. I still have them. How do I know that? Because I had to go back to Robbie's old links and get something off of one of his links. And I saw the links for not only Jeremy, but George. So, so I still have the links.
Files with them.
Yeah. I could pull up everything I've ever posted in his chat. It's in his chats. He has them. There's nothing wrong with anything I've ever said. And everything I'm saying, my timeline is absolutely correct. And you can go back and watch it. You may not like having to go through 5 hours worth of videos, or, and numerous videos to get all your information, but it's there. So you go ahead, Jeremy, and you point out your shit. I will go exactly to what you're pointing out, and I will play them in its entirety of the subject that is being discussed. And I will make you look like the fool you are.
So you're going to post the totality of it all?
I'll post the totality of it all. And I'll show him how he tried to lie and manipulate and fool his sphere of influence against me and my channel. He's trying to say that, you know, channels that have 3,500 people or 1,600 people or even 8,000 people are ruining his business. What business is being ruined?
Me.
He's ruined the lives of 2 innocent people and their child.
1990, he knows he can't get nothing out of my YouTube.
Yeah. You know. And what's funny is how he's actually filing, if this is a conspiracy and if this is all this. It's like, he doesn't say how, just like Mike said. He doesn't say how. He doesn't say anything. You know, he's got no proof. No proof whatsoever. And, you know, I have fair use. I have all the disclaimers all over everything. We do commentary. We do critique. We actually do education. And you know what? If this is educating people, then yeah, it is educating people. Don't be fooled. You know, I've never asked for a dime on our channel. I never will. If people are asking, like, there's a link in there right now for the pool for the legal fees for the handwriting expert. It's there. If you want to see it, it's there. Go look. But that's not me asking for anything. That's me putting a link up that people have asked about as far as legal fees go. And it's there. Is that going to me? Nope. No, it does not. You know, people sent me money in the form of the form of gift cards for the fence. Some sent money. Some sent super chats to help what I was doing. You know, if they wanted to send money directly to Michelle, they would have sent it directly to Michelle. They could have donated to her GoFundMe. They were going by what I was doing and wanted to help me get what I was doing done. And that's what they did. So you can say whatever you want in the freaking courtroom. I can prove everything else I said. I don't get why Tori wasn't added if that's the case. Why would Tori be added? This is my channel.
This is Lisa's channel, and my channel is too small for him.
Yeah. And her channel doesn't talk about him. That's it right there. Auction tomorrow. Storage Legends.
Hello, Guapo.
Wait, hold on. Guapo, you put out an auction thing yesterday. Did you actually do an auction yesterday? Maybe it was the day before. My days are running into each other. But there was a whatnot auction that I saw, and I jumped into it, and there was people joining, but it didn't show anything was going on. Was that a mistake or something? I don't know. I thought something went wrong. I don't like clicking whatnot links. No offense to anybody, because sometimes if I don't know where the link's going, next thing you know, I'll be sent to Jeremy's whatnot, and and I'm not doing that. I've never been there. I'm not going there. And we know that money is for breadsticks, Lisa. Yeah, I don't. Okay.
Yeah, it's not like saying, if you guys don't.
Oh, we did do a quick auction. Okay.
I'm going to turn on the ads.
Yeah.
Well, you know someone that does that. That's begging for money. Oh.
Yeah, no, that's begging for money. Absolutely not. I would never do that. Guys, okay.
What? No super chats?
Yeah, I got people now also. Hey, here, this is what I was going to talk about. There's people bitching about the giveaways again. Hold on.
It's free. It will get there eventually.
Because they never got them. They're saying they never got them. So at this point, I don't even know if they were supposed to get them. They could be just people saying it. But let's see. They're talking about the giveaways. And it's like, look, guys, they're coming. I don't know what to tell you. But they're calling my giveaways scams. Excuse me? How is my giveaway a scam?
Wait, what are you getting in exchange for the giveaway?
Yeah, what am I getting? Maybe they're talking about the goals. The goals is actually something set up by YouTube. Okay? But if when I do giveaways, they're not like a $5 tumble. You're not going to get a tumble.
Yeah, Guapo, you're right there. Imagine how many people donated for cancer that didn't exist.
Well, she did have cancer at one time, correct? She claimed the other day she had 2 cancer battles and then a 3rd scare. And she only did it live to, inform people that they're not alone. But, which is, you know what? Hey, people would genuinely do that, if they felt they wanted, people to see their battle with it and know that they're not alone. I mean, there are people out there that have done that, but is that what their intention really was? The way they've ran their channel from day one does not seem like that. That's the thing. So yeah. And you're not just no, they're not Timu rocks. If a premium user, you can't threaten me with ads. I don't use my non-premium accounts much. Yeah, see, I don't see ads at all because I do have a premium. So I have no idea what the ads look like even on my own show. But so yeah, all I can tell you is if you're supposed to get a giveaway, you'll be getting one if you have not received it already. But if you're gonna complain about it, I just find it weird that people complain about it because
complain about getting something for free.
Yeah. I do find that weird. But scamming, I don't understand where the scamming is coming from. It costs me money to give away merchandise that I paid for in some senses because we have a lot more giveaways to do because I've actually had people on Robbie's channel give giveaways to me for the giveaways for you guys, which helps a lot too because it's not just, and each of those items I can tell you is at least $15 a pop, at least. So you're looking at 15 plus, depending where you are, $5. So you're talking $20 per giveaway. You know what I mean? And if we do one or more or whatever, it's just the way it is. The other night I did 8, or I did a 2-fer. I did tonight. There are nights where if we don't reach that goal where I say I'm going to do a giveaway tonight, I just giveaway. I don't find the scam in that. So I find it silly that people are saying that. But you know what? They're going to say what they want to say, and that's it. I hope if you're here, you actually see what's going on. With some of the giveaways, I was waiting on crystals to arrive that still have not. And if you want to call that some bullshit excuse, then maybe you don't deserve that giveaway. I don't know. But it's not no bullshit excuse. Just because my mail arrives and I tell people what packages come, that has nothing to do with the giveaways. That's me receiving mail. I don't even know where that, it's just bullshit. People are just talking stuff because of some other things going on. I am sticking to the direct story here. I'm not going to go up and fight for other people. I'm just not going to do it. So I'm sticking to the story here. Shart is part of the story because she put herself there. She's lying. She's a part of that whole thing. So is somebody else. And I tried to help there, but one is irrelevant. So it's just not part of the whole thing. It's a branch off the tree that doesn't need to be discussed, and I'm not going to entertain it any further. It's that simple. I said what I had to say, and that's that. And I'm not trying to be a bitch about it. It's just there's just way more stuff going on here than this. This new thing that you want to bring in, and I'm sorry if people don't agree with me, but it's just extra added drama that I just don't really need to be part of.
I got stuff I got to send out too.
I'm it's not cool to complain about that. Email Lisa if you have a problem. It's free and it shows. So, thank you, Lori.
I've been naughty this year. I've not sent out stuff in a timely fashion, as I said I was going to start doing this year.
Right. Well, I said I was going to start doing them too because we started doing them around Christmas time, but there's no way I was going to be able to mail nothing out around Christmas time because I was doing Harley Jolly Christmas and having my own life, also having people here at the same time. What?
You don't have your banner up. One voice for you is looking for your email address and it's not there.
There it is. I'm sorry, guys. I forget to put the banner up sometimes. But tonight, I mean, I knew I was going to go live. I said I'd go earlier than 10. I think I went a half an hour.
You threw me off when I saw the notification for that because we discussed it and you said something about going on early. And so I was looking at the time when I got off my meeting. I said, I have time to do this thing I want to do in the kitchen. I want to make the cinnamon rolls for the family, blah, blah, blah. I have time. Yeah. And then all of a sudden I got notice and I look at my clock and I was like, oh, shit, Lisa's coming on at 9:30, not 10. And so I took it in the kitchen on my phone to start with.
Yeah.
Then I had to keep
my plan
using the mixer.
I said I'd try to go on earlier. And what happened was when all this amended stuff, I mean, I was in phone calls left and right. And so next thing I know, I look at the time and I'm like, oh, shit. So I was literally doing the thumbnail while I was on the phone with one person. And then I realized, okay, well, I know it's going to be late for others. So let me go on. How can I set this up where they'll still get the notification and you need the 30 minutes? So I'm literally running at 8:58 doing this, having to get the live set up by 9:00 so that we can go by 9:30 so everybody was notified. So that was like a rush to get that done, which is why I think some of the pictures look similar. I didn't get to change them around a lot, but and then I literally sending everybody the links, you know.
Do you like my new picture?
That is cute.
It's the mole for fussing at the germ.
I love the braid sticking out of the back. You're fussing at the germ. That's funny.
You know where I got that.
Where'd you get that?
Where do you think?
Where?
Mo Magic. Mo
Magic. Mo Magic. Oh, you mean the whole thing? See,
yeah.
I literally looked at it and I said the braid, and you said, you know where I got that? I'm thinking, where'd you get the braid from?
No, the image.
I'm looking at it like, was that something specific?
I need some mole images.
Tori is the mole. Yeah, they all think because you're not added to the suit that you're the mole. Well, I guess what they're going to think now is since one person came off, that they're the mole. And I don't believe that either. And even if so, who cares? Because it's all private information. You know, this is private conversations. That's the only thing he could possibly get. And so what? It doesn't matter. It's not defamation. So it doesn't matter what the mole is. I don't believe there is one. I really don't. I think they did that on purpose. They knew they weren't going to get anything out of Patty. And so they just removed one and added another. Or they forgot Patty altogether. Oopsies.
And there's supposed to be 11?
Luckily for Patty, she just got out of it. Yeah, Jeremy's lying about them all. Oh, of course he is.
Well, he's lying.
I know damn well. Guys, you may not know Tori. I know Tori. There ain't no freaking way. No way.
Lisa also knows what I know and what I know now.
Yeah, there ain't no way. No way.
If you knew half of what I knew, you would know, based on what he says, there's no way I'm the mole.
Yeah. No way. Patty is Michelle's friend. So, there's just no moles. There's no moles. He wishes there was a mole. See, he had a mole there. He had Shara, and you know, he screwed that up by bringing that out. You know, his witnesses are who? Shara and the depots he did with Shara and Amanda Martin. Okay. Neither proved nothing. Shara's a bullshit. She's a liar.
Nothing burgers.
Well, now it's 70,000 you raise, all for you page 16 of the new suit.
Wait.
He put 70,000 in there?
You raised 70,000? Awesome. You have a really good interest-bearing account.
I guess.
Can you tell me where that bank is? Because I want to put some money in there.
I guess, because let's add now. How much did the fence cost?
$35,000 becomes $70,000 in like a month or two. I want to put money there.
How much did the fence cost? How much did Harley Jolly Christmas cost? See, that's one of the big things that they're forgetting is what Harley Jolly Christmas cost. They're not even taking that into consideration, what money was spent on that. But you guys go ahead, and you guys keep spewing your shit. And then there's the barn.
The reality is they have no flipping clue what was actually raised.
No, they don't have any idea how much was really raised. And they don't know what went to what or what was supposed to go to what. They have no idea. And guess what? I do not have to provide that. I don't care if you bring it up in a court or not.
What? You don't have to tell what people gifted to you to use?
Mm-mm.
Huh. Interesting how that works.
Yeah.
So if I gave you $50, you could. You don't have to tell them where you spend that $50.
Yeah.
Oh, imagine that.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you're not going to tell everybody where you spent Grandma's Christmas gift.
No. Nope.
Ow.
Nope.
So,
see, and here's the thing. I have the proof of what came through. That's simple.
It has nothing to do with the defamation suit.
It has nothing to do with defamation.
Lisa is using him, going against him to raise all kinds of money, and he's implying it's money that's being taken away from him.
That's an absolute lie. That is an absolute lie. Nothing's been taken away from him. He's pissed off that the stuff he actually really complained about, like being able to, guess what? You can't see her property. If there's a fence there, you complained it was so bad to look out at all the stuff. Well, guess what? It benefits you. You can't see her property through the fence. Oh, wait, no. Instead, you're filming over it. Okay, well, then I guess you lied about having a problem seeing what's on her property.
Yeah, he doesn't want to see her property, but when you cover up what's on her property, he tries to see what's on her property.
They can say whatever they want about the barn dominium. The money is still sitting there, and money's been spent. So they can say whatever the hell they want.
Contractor scheduling is why it hasn't been finished.
Yeah, Lisa, I heard the $65 million you have went towards the cruise ship. Oh, well, that could be true. That could be true. I don't know. I guess we're just gonna have to find out.
Lollipop.
Shut up, Jared.
Is Jared telling all of our secrets?
I guess. Yeah, Granny, I spent it on Kendra's OF page. You're lucky with that, then I can only go by what I've experienced. Kim said.
What do you call? Who you calling a granny, Jared?
Guys, between all these people and them adding Luthmann, I don't think it's going to go far. It'll get to a certain point. I really don't think it's going to go far. But he's coming after me hardcore. So he's trying to blame me for all of it.
No, actually, he's not blaming you. He's blaming Weeks and not your spouse.
Well, I know. Yeah, that's true. I know that, but I know what he means. Weeks' conspiracy. So it's not even the anti-Hales conspiracy. It's Weeks' conspiracy.
His conspiracy against you?
Yeah, I guess so.
I am a grandma. I'm not ashamed of that. I have two beautiful grandchildren. Some days I want to knock them in the head, but they're beautiful grandkids all the same. They've actually been hanging outside together, like playing football and stuff in the yard.
Right.
Which is kind of weird.
Yep. Yippers.
This not being able to take anything.
I'd spend this money on Kendra's OF page for some kinky stuff.
Not being able to do anything for inflammation bites ass.
That's funny. Oh, look at that.
What?
I just got an email.
Uh-huh. Anything interesting?
Yeah, it's from Facebook.
Oh. They said, dang, they can't do that.
No, they said it's a copyright thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it has a number on it.
Mm.
And it's asking me. Oh, you smarty pants people out there, you're in trouble.
You want to file a copyright infringement on these people?
Facebook is on it. Finally. Wow. Okay, that's cool. They sent that about an hour ago. That's weird.
It sucks to be you.
Yeah.
It sucks to be posting other people's stuff on the It sucks to be you.
Wow. There's about 20 posts. Yeah, send me the links of all the posts that are on there with that picture. Any picture of mine. Send me the links if you guys feel like, doing that. Being that you mentioned it, but like they want the links. Send me the links. That's what Facebook is actually asking for. Hold on. Let me go back to it.
They want the list of all the linkies.
Yeah, they do. They definitely want the list of all the links.
The guilty parties are. And it's okay to post it under anonymous. They can still figure it out.
All right. So, okay. Okay.
Your son's girlfriend's mom is in the ICU and they think it's the ugly sea. I'm so sorry, Diana.
Oh, I'm sorry. Prayers up. They're encouraging people to use the pic. Oh my God, these people are so stupid. Stunadas. Oh my God. They're inciting people to do it. And who is doing it? Lori Jones. Lori Jones, of course. Thank you. Thank you for that. Because she's one of the people on the list. Fabulous. Yeah. What they don't realize is there's a domino effect getting ready to come out. That's why I kept saying, hold on, guys. Just hold on. You'll start seeing stuff happening real soon. They think it's funny to piss off ladies. So here's the thing you don't understand. I even said this yesterday. Radis pissed me off. Okay. And, you want to take kudos for that, credit for that, Radis, you go right ahead. You're going to piss me off when you threaten my home, my family, and coming by my house. Okay. So what did irritate me was that it took an hour out of my day to go and deal with security and other authorities that already know about you and your bullshit. So So yeah, that irritated me. And basically for the rest of the day, I was like, I'm done with these people. I am done sitting around, letting them, do their shit and not doing anything about it for the sake of a lawsuit down the road. No, we're going to start this now. And then Shara decided to put up a premiere using my fucking logo in her thumbnail. Looks like here we go. Here's number one. Shari gets it. And that's what happened. So did they piss me off? No. Shari didn't piss me off. Using my shit didn't piss me off. They've been doing it all along. So the fact that they're adding more and doing it more today or within the next week or whatever it is, it's not going to piss me off. It's only actually helping the case against them. So go ahead. None of you have permission to use it. Keep doing it. And you'll see what's going to happen. And the best part about it is you Facebook people think that nothing can happen to you guys. You are so mistaken by thinking that. So mistaken. And the other ones who should know better and are doing it on their YouTube channels, they're taking chances. And they're not going to like what's going to happen once Jeremy's shit comes to fruition, because whether they agree with it or not, he's not going to win this. And if you're going to complain, oh, it was the judge's fault, or it was this one's fault, or it was that one, other than the fact that Jeremy's a liar, then you're foolish, but you're going to fall under that. Jeremy lied. He lied to a lot of you. And he's lying all along, and you guys have fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker. And you're going to, the fact that you're using everything he tells you as a smear campaign, you're making shit up to go along with your little campaigns, go right ahead. It's all going to fall back on you. Because we are actually doing good here. We are telling the truth. We're being honest. We're vetting information. And I can't help that you don't like the truth is what it is. It's that simple, They think hating people and mocking and ridiculing people is funny, but then they get mad when Lisa showed mocking videos of JH and Martha. Yeah, it's only good for them. It's only good for them. Well, we're going to show them how it's not, You want to play this game? You think you're going to be able to sue everybody that doesn't like you as a public figure? Good luck. Luck. They're trying to
okay. Your messenger.
What happened?
We all need a laugh. Check your messenger.
Okay. Read it out loud. It was Kim Yabagaba. Oh, that chick? She's got nothing better to do. She's learned how to put her makeup on after how old she is. Jesus. All these years, she'll probably never get it. Age has not fared her well at all. Don't they have... Never mind.
Don't they have mirrors in their house?
Well, I wasn't going to say the mirror thing. I was going to say something along the lines like, don't they have better support bras that she can get? I mean, but, she likes to mock people, whatever. Yeah, it's funny, it's comical, but still. And, when you're that age, she should really just stop trying with that makeup. It does not suit her. Hold on, let me see. Unfortunately, hold on. Is that what you're talking about? The unfortunately thing? Oh, then yeah, okay. Well, unfortunately, as will be shown by September 2024, Cook had already enlisted his other co-defendants in this case to join the malicious conspiracy to harm Hales. Cook, upon believing Weeks was giving a great deal of money to himself and to Preston, suggested during a Weeks live stream that they all go on a cruise to... Oh my God, the cruise is in the lawsuit.
You're kidding.
I swear to God, I just read it to you. It's 109. No shit. Guys, the cruise has made the lawsuit. It says Cook, upon believing Weeks, which is supposed to be me, guys. That's not my name, but that's supposed to be me. Was given a great deal of money to himself and to Preston, suggested during a Weeks live stream that they all go on a cruise together. Hold on, I gotta change something. Wait a second. These people are morons. This is so funny.
Yeah,
hold on. Here's the cruise, guys. Here we go. There you go. There you go. The USS Palomar, which I have new pictures of, by the way.
Stupid.
But sweet. I have to. Upon believing Weeks was given a great deal of money to himself and to Preston.
Yes, that you were going to give them both lots of money.
So let's read this slowly, okay? Upon believing Weeks was giving a great deal of money to himself and to Preston, which, by the way, guys, everybody knew they weren't getting cash or money. They knew that. Everybody knew that. They were getting the stuff done. Nobody was giving Cook or Michelle any money. Y'all knew that. Everybody knew that.
Yeah.
So, and how can they sit here and say Cook upon believing Weeks? That means they were in Cook's head. Cook upon believing Weeks was giving a great deal of money to himself and to Preston. How do they know what Cook was thinking? Yeah. How do they know what he was saying?
Wow.
Thinking. Suggested during a Weeks live stream that they all go on a cruise together.
We'll have to blame him for that tomorrow.
Here's the thing, in case people don't get this, okay? The reason I was doing what I was doing and people sent me the money instead of just directly sending it to their GoFundMe, Michelle had a GoFundMe, okay, was because they believed in what I was doing. They heard a lot of stuff about from what Jeremy had to say, and they trusted the fact that things were going to get done and it was going to go to directly where it was supposed to go based on what I was saying. So they trusted me, okay?
And they also know if Michelle's not touching the money, then they can't accuse Michelle of misappropriating the money.
Exactly. Okay.
So they're cutting out them being able to say that John and Michelle was using the money frivolously. Correct.
Why? Because every time there's a GoFundMe, Jeremy's on her ass. Jeremy stalks her every day. He said it. He said it in his depot. Everything he does, he follows her. He just, I can't even. This is just hilarious. I cannot believe they mentioned the freaking ship.
Yeah, they keep saying that John posted anonymously in that YouTube group.
Yeah, I find it funny how all these people say this shit and it's always anonymous. Always anonymous.
Yeah, but they're claiming that one of the anonymous posters is John. As if he has the want.
John doesn't even have his phone working right now.
But he doesn't have the need or desire to go in that group and post shit.
Well, here's the thing. They're accusing in this. I have to read every word of it, but it looks like they're accusing me or this Weeks conspiracy full of people that what do you mean not all of them, Lisa? Not all of them. Not all of them are posting. Oh yeah, we got the ballsier ones, the Wendy Wooby Boos, the Kim Yabar, the Nikki Bella Wenza, whatever her name is. And I don't mean to say it wrong. I just thought it was Venezuela, whatever. I don't even know what it is. But what was I saying before that? I just lost track of what I was doing before I read Beardy's comment. You still see your cabin? What was I saying? Dang.
Don't ask me questions.
I know. It took a lot.
Well, I'm in a mood, can I say.
Why? Be in a good mood. This is fun.
It's nothing like that. It's everything to do with what I'm dealing with right now because anything I would normally take for pain, I cannot take because it's an NSAID and it's too close to surgery. I can't have it. I can take nothing to help with the inflammation in my knee.
Right.
And normally I eat ibuprofen for inflammation. I can't take the ibuprofen, so therefore the knee is swollen, which means there's more pain.
Right. I'm sorry.
And I just have to tough it out a little bit over a week.
Yeah, it's almost time.
I got a hotel room for the night before, about 10 miles from the hospital.
Yeah, you were saying that last night.
Because the more I thought about it, because it's on the opposite side of Atlanta than me, which means that if they tell me I have to be there at 8 a.m., it could take me 4 hours to drive across Atlanta.
Right. No, you're better off doing what you do.
An hour and a half.
Oh, I was talking about me taking money for the cruise, right?
It depends on how far, how much traffic there is that day. So it's like, you know what? I'm just going to relieve that stress completely.
Right.
And I'm just going to, I told Jeff, I'm like, are you okay with it? And he's like, you do what you need to do. And so I got a hotel, like 10 miles, less than 10 miles. I think it's more like 7 miles from the hospital.
Yeah.
And we'll go stay there the night before. I'll probably wind up going middle of the day. I will not take opioid pain meds. I've made this very clear to them because they make me loopy in the head. And the loopy feeling they give me is similar to the aura I used to get when I would have seizures. So it makes me fear that I'm having a seizure again. And I have not had seizures in years.
Right.
I don't know if I can or not. I have some these things that go on your legs that are electronic and they vibrate.
Carol.
Stimulate circulation.
Right.
And I'm going to try that tonight. I'm going to put that in there. Tomorrow you're going to buy new clothes for the cruise, Carol? Cool.
Yeah, that's what I was laughing at.
I won't take Oxy.
The cruise.
I won't take Oxy anyway. I won't take Oxy. I won't take hydrocodone, oxycodone. They're like Percocet. They're just naming all these things. I'm like, no. No.
This is so freaking funny. I'm so sorry.
Anna, you're so smart.
They added the cruise to the freaking. So 109 says this, but what's his point? What does it mean?
It's in my records, Hannah. The hospital, the group I go under, that I go to the doctors under and all, they all share the same records database, which is one of the reasons why I use them. And I've told people, if you're in Georgia, go to Emory, any of the Emory facilities. So if I go into any Emory facility, they see my complete history. They see everything I'm allergic to. They see every time I've had labs drawn, x-rays done, and everything. So if my husband takes me to the hospital, they'll see I had knee replacement without me having to say a word. I could be unconscious and carried in, and they know they pull my ID and they look in their records. They're going to see my entire chart in there. And I really like it. That's one of the benefits of it. But I picked my doctor for my knee surgery based on his schooling, how long he's been practicing, what he's been doing while he's practicing, as far as doing research, putting out papers, doing education and all this kind of stuff. This particular doctor also volunteers surgery time to veterans.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he has people come from out of state to see him.
Wow.
And the nurses.
But is there more? I didn't get as far as you did. Sorry, Tori. I was just looking at his comment.
Yep. But the people that I've been dealing with that get my testing ready for surgery, when they see his name, they're like, wow. One lady already said she knows that one day she's going to have knee surgery, and he's going to be the one that does hers. Bud Light's on page 34. It's a joke.
Just so Lon, and Lon is like, I'm going to scream out loud when you read Timu Teep in a filing, Lisa.
It is not in there. Please tell me it's not at Timu Teep.
No, not yet. Oh, I'm going to make sure. Hold on. I'm making a note. It's going to be in one of my answers or something. Wait a minute. Timu Teep. Hold on. Timu Teep. I'm writing it down. It's going to be in there. Watch. It's absolutely because being that we call him Germ, I'm gonna have to mention Fleesa and Walrus and Timu Teef somehow in there. Oh my god, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna say, and look right here, Lana, when I read it. I'm doing it. I wrote it down. Timu Teef. Oh, gosh.
Put that in one of your answers?
I am. I'm going to put it in one of my answers.
Cool.
If I get that far. I mean, it's ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous. I mean, the judge may just be like, you've got to be joking me. And he's going to read some of the things. He's going to say this is not defamation. Just as easily as Mike Clear, saw it. This is a judge. He's going to see that. But it's a big waste of time. And I think Richard's going to give him a run for his money with whatever Richard files. So it's just going to be like, oh, shit.
Should share the information with you guys so that you could just take his document, make minor modifications to it to suit you, and send it in like 2 weeks later.
Because, he's going to get the same stuff from everybody, really, because
space it out every 2 weeks.
Bullshit.
I know, but you should space it out every 2 weeks. One of you send in the paperwork.
Well, why? First off, here's a big question, right? It's supposedly the week's conspiracy, right? So they're referring to me, yet the big conspirator here
hasn't
even been served yet. Does this make any sense? I mean, what is going to show up tomorrow? Whatever, who knows? But there's already 5 people served, and the big conspirator, who everybody seems to be under, hasn't been served any of it. It is, Tammy. It's already a freaking circus, and you know what? The judge is going to see that. So, no, only 5 people have been served, and those people are John, Michelle, Bruce, David Helms, and Marla. That's it. So the only one who's been served that was on the panel tonight was Bruce. And the first 2 people served were the 2 attorneys, which was Helm and Bruce. Then they threw John, Michelle, and Marla in there. Yeah. And the judge already called out the thing about the pleadings. And it reminded him of Rule 11, and this is it's a freaking joke. Magistrate hasn't smelled it yet. Yeah, I don't know when it came out. It must have came out late in the day, because I didn't even hear about it until like 5, 6 o'clock.
Well, the magistrate better be sniffing hard tomorrow.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, oh Jesus. So what he did, I guess, was he singled it out. I really didn't even read the first part. When I knew that a new filing was going to be made on the complaint, why am I going to read the 57 pages over here? I'll just wait for the new one to come out. And that's what I started to read. But I cannot believe that the cruise is brought into that. That is freaking fabulous. This just goes to show how much bullshit these people are spewing into the court. It's a joke. It's a freaking joke. It is a long running and now going to be an even longer running joke
We're taking a cruise to court. We're taking the cruise
I think
to
this is going to
court.
forever be my background now. Even though I like the inside decor, we're just going to have to switch it up.
We're taking a cruise to court. We're taking the cruise to court.
Yeah. Yeah, I really think...
But should we go pick up everybody before court and take them to court with us?
I think that's going to be a scene. I think it'll be a scene. If people want to show up there, it's going to be a scene.
Show up at one time and fill the courtroom?
Yeah.
And we'll show up early so we know all of our people will fill the seats.
I'll pull up in my brand new purple caddy. We should have a parade to court. A bullet threat was just made against Tori on the fake page. Send it to me right now. Please. Don't mean to make it an order, but if you can send it to me. Sorry, I didn't make it to sound so blunt like that, but yes, please send that to me. Richard has own level of ship to organize activities. Yeah, that was a big mistake adding him. That's messed up. Hold on. So are you there?
Yeah.
Let me guess. Anonymously? Thank you, Jared. Hold on. I don't see. There it is. I'm forwarding this to you, Tori. Hold on. Wait, nope, that would be reply. Sorry, forward. You should have it now. Tracy Norrie, you are quite a jokester, aren't you? It wasn't even an anonymous poster. Clearly, Tracy Norrie, Tracy TRACEYNORRI is the name with no image, so who knows if that's the real name. But whoever you are, don't worry. We got it. Now Tori's going to get real quiet and because she's going to go digging. Let's see. Hold on. Head, please. Can you do me a favor? Put these two things right there so that doesn't get lost. Meaning stuck. Sorry, guys. Hold on, let me go back. They're getting stupider than Martha, right? Apparently not, Tammy. These people are getting, look, they mad. Ninja Mall, they mad. Apparently these people just think they can say and do whatever they want. Facebook is already on to their shit. I told you that a bit ago. Like a week or so ago. I told you that. I'm gonna turn this, it's right in my face. Hold on. There we go. And I literally just got an email a little bit ago, about an hour. I guess they originally sent it. Thank you, Christine. So these Facebook people are really getting ballsy, and it's gonna, cause a problem. So They're finally stepping up. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Facebook, that we're being blamed for the What the Hell's fake page that was created. I thought I saw the year 2023.
If it was up to me, I'd have that bit shut down.
Yeah, I have not posted. I think I posted when someone posted my old Facebook page, and they're saying that it was me or whatever, and I'm like, okay, I think I went LOL on it, or something like that, and that's it. That's all I've ever posted on that Facebook page. So, and they're trying to say that we're running it or something. No, we're not. As a matter of fact, I think Germ's running it. One of his minions. But guess what? That can easily be found out. Easily. And I believe they already know who's doing it. And it's just waiting to be pulled into a courtroom. So it's definitely not me or anybody that has anything to do with Michelle, her side, the story, the communities here. It's definitely not that. So I think he's running it, to be honest with you. She says she's an Aussie. Who did?
Tracy.
She just posted in the Facebook page that you just mentioned her name. Damn Skippy, I did. So that means she's in here right now, listening.
And that she's an Aussie. Huh. I wonder who that could be.
Interesting. Very interesting. Why would you post something like that in the Facebook page thinking that you're telling someone to bite a bullet and it's not going to be mentioned if it's seen? Oh, I spun a bullet comment? I didn't even say what the comment was, so I didn't spin shit. I did not read her comment out loud. What I did was I said her name out loud. Did everybody not hear me? I just said a part of the comment just 2 seconds ago when I said bite a bullet. Nothing has been spun. Get your freaking, box of Q-tips out. Or fix your believer because something's not working for you.
Or turn up your bell tone.
Turn up your bell tone. The comprehension of the people on the What the Hell's fake page is like unreal. What happened? Still don't know what it says other than bite a bullet. What's that? These people love to put threats out there, and it's not taken lightly. Not at this point. Nope. Sorry. Yeah, they're all saying hi. Dr. Love. He's waving. He's got a toothache. Back away from the Kool-Aid, right? Huh? Probably. It's those dang pop rocks. Oh, Mr. Info, you're late. Refresh. Email Lisa and Tori from the first end of the years of Facebook. Okay. Yeah, when it comes to your life, you don't mess around. Jared said, hey, Gabe. He's waving. Oh, we got more. We got more. We got lots more. Hold on. Hold on, I'm looking.
Do you play music, bro?
No. No. I think this person's been drinking too much. So feel free to PM, DM me, Lisa. Better still, let's talk here in chat. I'm in a chat. I'm live, you dumbass. You're in here talking. Spew it. Talk. I don't go on Facebook. Tell you to get some Orajol. I swear by it. Just warn him. His mouth will go numb. It's this dang smarty. That's right. All right. What else is here? Hell yes, Lisa. But I'm an Aussie. What else do you want? So are you trying to say that? What are you saying about? What does that mean? You're an Aussie? Okay. What does that mean? Aussies threaten people? I don't believe so. Can't speak for all Aussies there, Tracy. Or whoever you are. Good night, Renee. I think she's protected because she lived in Australia. If that's true. Who knows?
It's international.
Not when it comes to cyberbullying and cyber stalking. You're not protected. It doesn't matter where you are. There's actually international laws that apply. That's why I'm laughing about Radis. So hasn't he left yet? Or he's leaving in a day or so? Tomorrow. Is he actually leaving the States tomorrow? Didn't he say he was leaving by the 30th or whatever? It's like... What is that? I don't even know. Hold on. Sorry, guys, it's dead air. There's like so much mail coming in right now. Yeah, that's hilarious. All right, hold on. Tori, gotta send you this. Most of those Aussies are easygoing people, right? Aussie! It's big in its cheesy Aussie style. Oi. Yeah. All you're doing is making Aussies look bad by even like saying that. Like, what does that even mean? Oh yeah. We have quite a few Aussies in here. We love our Aussies. Anyhow. Is that a laugh, Tori?
No.
Oh my goodness. This is crazy. Anyhow. So tomorrow. Hold on, what's tomorrow? That was Kendra. Hold on. Tomorrow we will be here. Tomorrow night. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, so the links, if you guys send the links to the Royal Flush images and all that, because there's plenty of people posting it at this point, just send the links on Facebook if you happen to see them. That'd be great. I already have quite a few. But yeah, so what I was saying though was tomorrow night it's Tuesday. So we have our normal night. I think we should add something called On the Rocks. I think I like that. If you know, you know now. Pew pews are banned in Australia, so it's not like she can even back up her words. Q. Oh, yep. Tina says this is true, Jared. So we will be here tomorrow night around 10 o'clock. You're going live tomorrow, aren't you, Tori?
Yes, tomorrow is
Tuesday. I kept thinking today was Tuesday for some reason. But no, tomorrow will be Tuesday. Or today is actually, it's 2:30 in the morning. 2:40 in the morning. Kendra is sleeping. This is a message from her earlier. I was looking at. Do law enforcement have pew pews in Australia? You going to read the new suit? All those pages? No. I'll read some of it. But I'm not going to read all the pages. There's like 50. I think that 57 page thing turned into 75. I don't know. I have to look at the whole thing. It literally happened, and then there was a whole bunch of discussion about it, and then everybody came on, so I really didn't get to read the whole thing. Still shouldn't be threatening, though, that regardless if they have a pew pew or not. I made it to page 40. My eyes hurt and lungs are left out. Butt bite. Hey Lisa, that woman that threatened you with a bullet, she actually shoots. She shoots a lot on ranges and shit. I seen her. Really? Well, there's a range right here. And she lives close to it, so we'll see. John did say about 75 pages. Yeah, there's a lot of pages there. However, I do know that a lot of the pages have exhibits. Well, hold on, wait, because there's 3 files. I have to look, guys. I have to look. And I know that they're showing a whole bunch of my videos and stuff on there as exhibits to prove she made this many videos about him. Okay, well, that's great, because we're going to show how many videos Jeremy's made about Michelle and John. And there's quite a bit more than mine. And then we're also going to show Megan and Tug and his whole smear campaign and all them. We got them all already, so they can't even delete them. So, yeah, and then we got everybody's, as of last week, we have everybody's channels recorded, and that would include their Rumble channels on YouTube, their Facebooks, their Twitters, their Instagrams, all of it. We have it all. So, yeah. It's all about the week scheme. Yeah. The week scheme. Who's Weeks? You can own a gun in Australia, but there are strict regulations. That's but I will read I'll read the most important parts of it. I'm just, obviously I'm not going to read exhibits and show the exhibits. So I just don't know how long or how many pages include all them, because that would be a lot. And maybe I have 37 pages to go. Oh no. In the UK, everyday police don't have pew pews. We do have a riot SWAT police units which have pew pew and tasers, etc. Yeah. So, Tori.
Huh?
She's digging. I think it's about time we go, guys. It's 2:42.
Oh Lord, I gotta go to bed.
Yeah. So, have you worked on the Warrior? Not today. Not today, but the plan is to finish it this week. So hopefully by Saturday we'll have that. There's also a couple other videos. I think what ends up happening with me is I tend to do a lot of videos at once. So it's like I put them here, I say, okay, this has to be done. And then when I get to that program and I start working on them, I work on like 3 or 4 at the same time. That's what happens to me with videos. And now that we have the storage unit thing too, I'm having to transfer those files from my phone so I can actually create more videos. So they're all like now together. There's the Warrior folder, and then there's that, and that's what's getting ready to get done. So, you forgot about I know everything just goes by so fast, but yes, I'm still doing that video. Guys, I still have fence videos and like Harley Jolly Christmas videos, which we held off on because Harley's in them. So, and with what they were doing with our pictures and using it all over the internet, it was, it was just best that we didn't put that up. At that time, we'll be putting it up at some point, but and I know it's a little too late, but I know you guys were live with us and you saw that. So, but there is a lot more to see, and then we also have stuff with the barn. So, what you've seen, the lumber there, that's toilets there, which just cracks me up about the whole toilet thing. The doxing and everything going on. Yeah, there's just been a lot going on every day. And believe it or not, nobody knows what I really do. I do a lot, okay? And I'm not talking about this. I have other things that I do, And there's not a lot of time, but I spend the majority of my time researching this and doing everything and trying to go over the emails and stuff, and it's a lot of it. It does take up a lot of time. So that's what's kind of happening is I'm losing time to do everything that I want to do. But this week I'm able to put it this way. When Tori was here, things that needed to be done and completed, deadlines filled, and things we got things done. So it freed up a lot that I was working on. It freed up a lot of things. So I have more time now. Let's just put it that way. I wonder how many of his viewers are AI. I don't know. With those bots they talk about, we spend hours together every week. You do a lot. Well, thank you, Lana, for recognizing that. Yeah, I mean, we're on here. I'm on here at least 6 nights a week. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I take an extra day off. It all depends. And then Tori works all day, comes on, goes on for 4 hours, and then comes on with me. So she's online a lot too. So, there's a lot of stuff to go through, research and everything. And then we have our lives, and then there's just not a lot of time, so it takes a little longer to do certain things. But we're on top of it. We got it. It just the Warrior video hasn't been done yet, and Tori still hasn't given me her Warrior video, so I'm blaming her. Blame Tori.
Oh, you haven't done your own.
I'm the last one that needs to be done. Because I know how the video is going to go. I'm the last one. Also, I might not agree with everything that is said, but all good. Hey, I'm not asking anybody to agree with everything, or just if you see injustice, you don't have to like me. You don't have to like what I say or how I go about doing something or how blunt I say it. You don't have to like that I drop an F-bomb. You don't have to, you know what I mean? Like that's, there's a cause here, and, I'm trying as best as I can to get you guys the truth and to put it out there. I cannot please everyone. I cannot please, and please take this, to heart when I say this. I cannot please everybody in the chat. But I cannot see everybody's comments. I cannot answer all the questions. I try to, but But when I'm like talking, like especially in the beginning, when I'm talking and I'm telling a story or I'm reading something, I can't see everything in the chat. And if I do look at the chat, it takes my focus away. And just like before, I forgot what I was saying, you know, but not everybody's going to agree with me. And I know that. I'm not expecting anybody to, and I'm not asking people to agree with me. The only thing I ask is keep your eyes open. That's it. I'm not telling you not to go to channels, not to give a view, not to subscribe. That I'm not saying any of that. I'll tell you to go to a channel and go watch. Give them the view. That's not what I'm about. So I know that people aren't going to agree, and that's fine. That's okay. That's absolutely fine. But I am cool. You gotta admit that. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, there's things out there that I'm sure are questionable. And you could see one side there, you could see one side here. You guys got to make up your mind as to what you want to believe. Was the truth. And some people are out there just listening and still haven't decided. And you know what? You may never decide. You may think, something's wrong, something's not. He did this, she did that. Okay, they're both wrong, and you have every right to think that way. But ruining people's lives, threatening their lives is 100% wrong. There's no two ways about it, And I just think that all this little nitpicking stuff and fighting about it is ridiculous. It adds nothing to the cause, and I'm just not going to entertain it. What I will do is within the people that are actually trying to destroy lives, and that includes the minions, they're going to reap. I'm not going to say reap what they sow. They're going to be held accountable. And that goes from me as well. And if Shara thinks she's going to get away with shit, she's not going to. Because what she's doing is wrong. And she's actually taking something of mine and trying to destroy it with lies and manipulation, which she is a manipulator. And we just can't have that. So we'll start there. Why? Because she was the first person to do something after I got pissed off and said, all right, that's it. We're moving forward. And so there you go. So that's why I went with her. And the way I see it, it was perfect. It was perfect timing. Let the dominoes fall where they may. And we'll see. And today was just like a celebration day. So this amendment is hilarious. It's a freaking joke. I was surprised that he turned the quip from Bruce into the, Weeks conspiracy, which is not even my name. Which I'm definitely going to let the judge know that they fully are aware that that's not my name and they're just using it. I'm definitely going to let them know this. So they're assuming, and they don't know. They don't know. But they do know. They know the truth. So they've been told the truth. And, nope, that doesn't work that way. Hold on. Just goes to show Lisa is iggying us. I'm iggying you? What does iggying mean? What does that mean? Good night, Hal. Joking? What does iggying mean, though? Oh, ignoring. Okay. I'm not ignoring you guys. I just don't see you guys sometimes. I don't see everything you say. I've never heard iggying meaning ignoring. Sometimes I'm not up on the, the chat lingo. Oh, it's a UK thing. I figured, but didn't want to, say something wrong. Gabe's cool as hell. I won 3 Funko Pops tonight on his OF Live. He said he found these in a box he intercepted from the US. No. Good night, Okimima. I don't see well at 3 a.m. either. 9 cents. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I start going, it's hard for me to read. But no, when I'm talking, or especially when I'm reading, I can't read the chat. I try to go back, but it only lets me go back so far. And some people get mad when I don't see them, and it's like a constant. It's like the colorful ones I see more, to be honest with you, because they're standing out. But I'll be reading one, and then there's 4 under it, and it goes by the time I get to it. It's like I'm down already by 10. Like you have to kind of see. Gonna be on replay crew tonight. Looks like it's gonna be fun. Oh, it was fun, 9 Chins. You missed it. You missed it. Huh?
I said hello, 9 Chins.
Oh. Sounded like you cut out a little bit, so I didn't hear. I'll be asleep by 3 a.m. Well, you got 7 minutes. Yes, Ed gets mad. There's a couple of others that get mad too. I'm used to it. I said hi Elise Lee 3 times with no response yesterday. I'm sorry, JC. See, I see what you're saying now. It just, honestly, it just all depends. Tonight, I didn't even get to say hello to everybody because people were waiting in the background. I just pulled everybody in, you know? So normally I didn't get to say hello tonight. Any news on your video from Saturday? Video from Saturday. Which one was that?
The one that got overwritten with 3 seconds.
Oh, isn't it back up? It's back up.
I don't know. I haven't looked.
Today's so funny. But, there's a but there. Again, you don't have to agree with everybody on the panel, you know. Oh, it should be back up there. Sometimes we don't even agree with each other on the panel. So, you know, it's all good. It's all good. We're friends, and we can stay friends regardless of what. Who's that? Is that Kendra? Hold on. It wasn't there when I looked earlier. They said, really? It should be that. No, that's not my phone. Hold on. I think that's Kendra. The title was The Boy Who Cried Wolves. Again. Something like that. Oh, it was Kendra. Okay. She's awake. You don't see the video? It should be. Hold on. And it's the whole thing in its entirety. Hold on a second. Where is my... Oh, I'm in the studio on here. Nope, not there. Hold on. Hold, please. Hold, please. All right. 1 second. You don't see it? Hold on. All right. Wait a sec. Content. Yeah, it's showing. And it's 3 hours and 28 minutes and 12 seconds. It's The Boy Who Cried Wolf Loses Again.
It must not be live. It might be private because it is not on your channel.
Hold on. It goes from Sunday straight to Thursday. I see it here. Oh, Ken just texted me. Hold on 1 sec. Is Christy here? There's Christy. See, I told you. I see you. And after that, I saw your comment. So, 1 second. Okay. Nobody sees it. Weird. Nobody sees it. Good night, Martha. And by the way, that was totally spontaneous, guys. Like, we all knew within like 20 minutes that we were gonna come on. Oh, okay. Christy. Oh my goodness. I'm yawning now. That means it's time to get, for me anyway, to get taken down or set it to private. It was, okay, when it was showing the other night on the 2-second thing, it was only showing 2 seconds, which was really strange. I changed my password and all that stuff. It came up that it was private there, but it's showing public right now. And it's 3 hours, 28 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because it is not.
Huh.
Not on the live, and it's not on the video page.
Not there, not there. It's not taken down. Huh. Hold on. It cheats with game time. Not there for Kyle either. I'll check on that when I get off, because right now it's just showing it's there like every other video. It's weird. That is strange. Yeah, it just looks like every other video that it's there. Did you speak to YouTube about it? No, I didn't. I literally refreshed. I logged in, I logged out, changed the password. It showed 2, and then all of a sudden it was back to like what was it, yesterday? Yeah, it was back. So I just thought it was live. Was Gabe sleep deleting? No, he doesn't go on this computer. Yeah, it was fun tonight. It was very spontaneous. We had like 28 minutes or something like that when I sent everybody the link. So nobody was really prepared.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, Lisa sending the link out so early.
Yeah. Yeah. Tori didn't even know till she got here. Mike was here in the background. You didn't know. You had no idea what was going on.
No, it's like, oh, hi, dude.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I need to be kept in check sometimes, Monica. 9chins, you're cool. 9chins rocks. Almost had a full panel like Hollywood Stars show. I sent the link to Super Dave. I saw Ray in the chat, and I had already sent him a link. I thought maybe he didn't want to come on, but no, I sent it to him again, so he came on, and Super Dave got the link too, but I don't know. I saw him in the chat asking for the files because he didn't know what the amended files was, I guess, and so I sent it to him along with a link, but then I saw Bruce said sent, so he sent it to him as well. So he may have just seen Bruce's and not seen mine. I don't know, but I did send Super Dave the link. Oh, wake up. So, yeah.
Alrighty. I'm going to bed.
Yeah. I gotta go back to storage. I've already gone through the boxes that I have here. Gotta go back. I do have to get those shelves, man, because if I'm going to sell anything, I don't know. I have to be able to organize it. And right now, it's just like bin on top of bin on top of bin. So, and there's more teacup story from Marsha. So I definitely have to get those racks on wheels so I can move them out of the way. It started to pour today. I had to put a tarp over the golf cart because there's no room to put the golf cart back in here. It's crazy. All right, Tori, you ready?
Yep.
I'm going to. Oh, sorry, yawn. Sorry. I'm going to some storage you have. Oh, I know. Went through them, got them. Yeah, I went through everything, and there was a bug in a cup that was wrapped, which was weird. So it must have been in there, and they didn't see it before they wrapped it, because there's no way that bug could have gotten in there. And it was like stuck to the inside of the cup. So that's probably why. But yeah, I am going to close this off. I'm gonna take a look at my racks, and I think I'm gonna order at least one. I know I need 3. I think I might go order 1, so I have that to start organizing. And then I'm going to, oh no, before I do that, I'm going to check that video and find out why you can't see it. And then we're going to go to bed. And Tori should be going to bed immediately. Just kidding. Telling you what to do. But guys, thank you all for hanging out tonight. It was a lot of fun. And I hope we get to do that again. I think we will. But thank you for supporting the channel. And definitely say hi to our mods. Check out their channel. They're a lot of fun. Prayers to everybody who needs them, and even those who don't. And I hope you have a great day today. I hope you sleep well if you're going to sleep. But we will be back. Tori will be live around 5:30ish, her normal time, I think. I know she changes it here or there tomorrow. And I'll be back at 10 with Tori and Robbie. And I don't know. Who knows? You never know. But it should be usual Tuesday nights. So thank you so much. And we'll see you tomorrow. See you later on, a couple hours. Have a great night, guys. Say goodbye, Tori.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Ta-ta!
Toodaloo.